think, yes. Okay, we are live. So I appreciate if everybody open their cameras. It's okay if you are placing your backdrops or not. So finally, we are going live for the efforts of a little bit.
I don't
just
see
want
it
to
in
say
the
thank
group,
you.
Rabia yet.
It will be live like after 5 minutes, because you know it's showing live streaming little bit take time. So it is showing me live. If you see on the upper side of the of this video, let me just send you the picture. Okay, it's live.
So all the speakers, please switch on your mic for a second, and a big clap for Rabia. Please manage to pull it off. And Rabia, over to you. Let's start the session. We are live now.
Okay, thank you so much for helping me, Janesa. And I really appreciate everyone because I just called you 2 days ago, and it's really privilege and honor that you come to join us within that short period of time. Let me introduce the leading woman first, and then like why we are doing and why we are inviting you here. The Leading Women is actually about, I just built it 2 years ago, this group, and the purpose of this group was bringing all the ladies together and all the men who supports, the women who are working and building their communities. So I really appreciate that over the period of time, lot of women supported me and my this work, and we supported each other, and we have 30 plus representation from other countries. I really appreciate that. I introduced these ladies. These are very dynamic and doing great in their countries and in their localities and in their, making us proud. And we have more than 20 plus supportive partners, the other organization who are really who are doing really great in their countries. So I really honor feeling like this is the first summit that I am organizing, and request you to come in, the Leading Women of the World 2020. So thank you so much for joining, and its theme is Powerful Women Shaping the Future. So I request everyone that all the speakers who joined from Bangladesh, from Morocco, from India, from UK, from Pakistan, from Kashmir, and from Lebanon. I request everyone who is here right now, and I request, I respect that, and I am thankful everyone who will join later, because this summit will end up at 8:30 p.m. Pakistan time. So we schedule in that way that every speaker will come according to their continents, but you came here together, and I think we should listen to one another and one another's stories, how you are impacting the world. So just really feel honored. I just waited for one person who will, he's my spiritual father, and he supports me very much, and I just waited for him, but I think he is busy, and that's why he is not coming, so I have to do that. So but I feel that I already have his blessings with me. Yes, that's what I can say. So I just give mic to Dr. Hind. I just want to introduce her, that she is a Forbes lady. She is from Morocco. She make her name in the Forbes. I really get inspired when I was just looking the ladies in the Forbes, and taking their work on that level and impacting their world. She is the author of 2 books, and she is also leading 2 companies. And I just hand over mic to you, and I hope that introduce yourself so all the people know you well. Thank you so much, Dr. Hind.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be with this amazing women leaders. And we also see some men, because this mission is never complete if men are not also involved in contributing to the empowerment of women and to harnessing all their leadership skills so that they can lead their lives and impact other generations. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Dr. Hind. I have 20 years of experience in strategy and finance. I have a PhD from Harvard in sustainable development, and I started my career working on development at the World Bank because changing people's life has always been my priority. And so we worked on poverty, we worked on defining strategies at the high level, and also we worked on getting the basic infrastructure to remote regions, to remote areas. And what has been most fulfilling from that time is seeing the impact in people's life, in faces, in people smiling, in seeing women becoming more in charge of their life and being able to create her own economy. And after that, I came back to Morocco, where I joined the Prime Minister's office working on national strategies and mostly really getting more investment into the country and defining what is the industries and the tourism and the different sectors that could stimulate economic growth, but most importantly, create new jobs. Then I realized that finance is the most important part of all of this, because without money, you can do nothing. So this is how I went into finance. And today, since 2 years ago, I have embarked in this mission to empower 1 billion girls and women around the world so that they can grow confident, because confidence is everything. When you build your self-image, you improve your self-image, you grow inside, you believe in that you can do what you want, then you have it. The second one is to have how they can grow resilient, because life is not easy. There are challenges. Whenever you dream big, you know that the obstacles are as big or bigger than you dream. So you need to grow resilient. And then how to make them to become tech savvy, because the digital world has taken over. If they don't know how to use technology, how can you eat a little bit of that huge pie today that is counted by $1 billion per day of dollar going into the digital world? And that's why everyone needs to learn how to use technology to be able to scale up her business, launch a business, just communicate and network with the rest of the world. And COVID had showed us that this digitalization is become the main what we use. I mean, the main element that's the fundamental of business growth and business development. And finally, how to be financially free. Being financially free is being able to create your own economy. And when women is able to create her own economy, she reinvests whatever she does into her children. Men are different than women. Women, 90% of whatever she makes, she reinvested in education, in health. While men, studies have shown they reinvest 40%. I mean, okay, maybe not all men, but in general, more you invest in women, more you get back, more you see in her, in the family, in the community, in the region, in the country, in the world. That's why it is so important to feel autonomous financially and to become freed. Rabia, would you like me to start talking about leadership, or maybe you're going to do a roundtable introduction? How would you like to pace the speaking?
I think you should, but if you want to say something about women leadership and
Yes,
how you make your way.
Okay.
How you make your way on, Forbes, and about your books, it will really great.
Yes. So, so after 20 years of finance and strategy and really high level positions, and having launched several businesses where I made 6-7 figures, I was faced with some challenges and with some struggles professionally. And so it really so I understood what it is to need to reconsider, to need to recreate your life, to need to find the power inside you so that you can carry on again, so that you can restart again, so that you can build yourself again. And this is why I wrote these 2 motivational books, because being women in the high level spheres, I know and I've seen firsthand what it is, discrimination, what it is to be the only one in a board meeting and don't speak, what it is to struggle, to work harder, to prove yourself twice, to talk, and you're ignored until a man repeats what you said and he's clapped. So I've seen that, I've been that, I know what it is to reach high level and then people just hate you and attack you for no reason, just because you're a woman, just because you show other women that they haven't been able to get there, so they will hate you for that. So I've seen what it is, and this is why I wrote my book. It's 2 books, one in French, African Girl on African Book. We're trying to find it so that I can show you, but I can send it in the link. And it says that it gives you the roadmap to become the leader. And it is targeted to Africa, but in reality, all the issues are the same in the Arab world, are the same in Asia, in Latin America. And it tells you what it is that you need to master to be able to have girls ready, young girls ready, and women ready to lead, ready to be the leader of the continent, the leader of their lives, and the leader of their family and their business. So I wrote that, and what it not only I did that because when I came home one day after really very tumultuous time in my business, and I looked at my girls, I had 3 girls, and I said, I need to be the role model for them. And by being a role model for them, I'm a role model for every girl in the world, so that they believe in their dream. And if somebody, if something happens, if they have a struggle, if they have a fallout, if they have a failure, it's okay, stand back up again. That just means that your path is different. That means that you needed to change the road. You needed to go to another sector. You needed to go to another business. So don't ever give up. And so that's why now I've launched the BAL method, which is a new method that helps women power up. It's a method that gets you to believe first, because it's about what you believe. This is what you receive. Your mindset is everything. Success is 95% mindset. Only 5%, the hard work, the actions, the strategy. So if you don't have that confidence in you and that strong mindset, how can you reach whatever you want to reach? It becomes harder. It becomes more complicated. It becomes impossible. And then, and you start getting doubts inside you. And when doubts start to settle inside you, then anxiety comes, then stress comes, then you become indecisive. And what happens when you do that? You let the borders down and you let more people coming into your life, because you will need to ask everyone about the basics. And that's where you start pleasing everyone. And when you start pleasing everyone, you lose yourself, because who is pleasing you? No one. And when you realize that, that's how you lose all the strength to carry on. So to be a strong leader, you need to have a strong mindset. You need to have really a strong belief of your values, of what is it that forgive yourself for anything that you think you didn't do right, for anything that you didn't succeed in, and let that go in the past and recreate the life that you really want. And so when you believe it, it becomes possible. It becomes the goal you're going towards. It becomes that when you wake up and you work hard, you're not running on a treadmill, you're running towards something that you know and something you want to create. And that's why you define the dream, focus on your goal, and make that your reality. So that's the believing, and then act on it, because it's not just believing and knowing and saying that you're great, you're amazing. You need to get the skills, you need to get the tools, you need to get what you need to become on top of your life, of your business. That's why technology is indispensable. It's not luxury anymore. You use that for your business, for the network, for reaching out. You need to understand the basics of finance to be able to set up your business plan. And when you have your business plan, you re-engineer how the action plan to get there. So you need some basics. These basics will make you the best CEO, will make you the best leader. But the basics without the mindsets won't get you much far. And the mindset without them will be, you'll be motivating and inspiring and everything, but you will still be frustrated because you are not making the cash you want to make at the end of the month. You are not making the business you want to make. So that's why you need to combine them. And once you have them together and you know how to use them, you can lead. You become the leader. You become the leader first of your own life because you have been disciplined. You know how to do that. You got the tools to do that. You know how to start believing in yourself. You're not going to let anyone put you down again. You're not going to let any comment, any obstacle, any failure put you back into the rabbit hole, because you know that the strength is inside you and you know when you use it. And that's when you can lead. You can lead when you're able to lead yourself. Leadership starts from within, start from you, start from disciplining yourself, start from understanding who you are and understanding where you want to go. And once you know where you want to go, and once you understand why you want to do it, and if the why is bigger than you, is bigger than just you getting wealthy, is bigger than just you, warming up and just boosting your ego. And when your why is because you want to make a difference in people's life, you want to empower people, you want to stimulate people, you want to bring a service, bring a value that will change someone's life, then you become the great leader. You become the greater leader. And when you are that great leader, you become unstoppable. Nothing stops you because your mission is bigger than you. And when your mission is bigger than you will do anything to make it your reality. Obstacles become just something that you will overcome as you will move forward, something that you will overcome as you carry on and as you get and you strengthen up, because you fall. You learn things, you struggle, you learn things, you don't find the solution yet. There are more problems. That means you are challenged to find more solutions, to think, to find something better, to become creative. And when you get all this and you understand how these things works, just like a puzzle, your life becomes simpler. And when you have faith and you believe that this process, you are going to get there and reach it, because you know what it is to be a leader and when it is to be your own leader, then everything becomes easier. And you reach the peace of mind because you know you're going to get there. And that peace of mind is the jewel of life. This is what we all look for, is that peace of mind. And your peace of mind, you reach it when you are aligned with your inner beliefs, your inner, really your heart. And when your thinking is going in the same direction of what you want to create and your dream, and your emotions are aligned, that's when you reach it. So leadership is in alignment, is about alignment, is about understanding yourself first, and it is about getting the tools and the skills to reach a goal that you were able and you dare to dream, because your goal can be as big, as crazy, as unbelievable, as making $1 billion a year, as reaching 1 billion people. You can do it when you believe. So maybe I'll stop here and then listen to more things and come back. Yeah? Does this resonate with everyone?
Yes. That's great. Yay. Yes. We are really thankful to you. Yes, I think, yes, I appreciate Naila. Yay, she also plays her background.
Yes, everybody, let's wake up, everyone. It's morning for me here in Morocco. But yes to motivational dose. Yes. I don't know if this is going stream in our group. We also have a group on women leading the world, and the objective of the group is to...
It is on the group. I've already forwarded things from there. So I've seen that it's there in the group.
Yes,
from the
and
group,
I said
forwarded
it's live, and okay, we don't accept men, but maybe Junaid, I might let you in, man, because I like you being such a big champion of women empowerment. Yes, I love that. So
I'm no one
great.
to empower women. Women are already empowered.
That's all right. Okay. Well, I like that because men always say that, right? They always say women are already empowered. But in reality, when you look
Yes,
inside,
that we will talk about it. I will come with my point of view on that for sure when my
they're
turn is there.
stacking many things. And those stacking of things, you know what happens? They're like envelopes. So they cover up that diamond inside them. And what happened is that when they come out and they like go study and look polished and look great, it was nail polish that they put on those covers. But the diamond is still covered. That's why we're doing this, so that we can peel those covers one after one and take out the emotions that they carried from their past, from being a child. And in their house, the parents will tell them, don't talk too loud.
The first thing is your mother. You learn from the mother. The mother is the most important person in your life.
Yes,
who gives you everything. How
Sure.
can you not respect a woman when you see a mother like that, who's powerful enough to take care of you?
Yes, that's true. I love what you're saying. That's why we need more people like you to understand that. But what happened is life is harder. The mother is sweet, but then she goes to school and tell her, who do you think you are? You do an engineer? Are you sure? There are no women going there. Why do you think that? So all of that stuff piles up. And that's what covers her. That's what covers her inside. And that's why we need to so much peel that out. And sometimes they don't even know they have all those stacking. And those stacking is what make her scrambled inside. Emotions covers her and they stop her. So there is that little voice. She would never tell you that, okay? But there is that voice sometime when you look in the mirror and tells you, oh, why do you, I mean, let go. Who do you think you are? I mean, look at you.
But who's responsible? The society, correct? We have designed the
It's
society.
not just the society, it's the society, is the environment, is whatever she has gone through, is, you know, being a baby from 0 to 3, you just absorb. So anything you absorb, it goes into your subconscious mind. And today, frankly, if you open the television, if you look at the social media, what are you going to see? You're going to see all this beautiful display of luxurious life. And then what happened? Why do they have that? Why did they reach that? So you get this frustration. And that
The reality check is not there. The reality is something else.
Yes.
The reality is something else. Yeah.
Exactly. And all of that makes you feel that something is not letting you reach that peace of mind you need to be creative, that peace of mind you need to have faith, that peace of mind you need to still believe in your dream and think, and not only dream, but dare to believe that you're going to reach it and it's going to be your reality. That is what's missing. You know, this polish, perfect polish, under it, so much things has been stacked. And those stacking is what we need to take out.
Rabia, am I allowed to continue? Because I'm so intrigued with the conversation. I'm so intrigued with the conversation.
So I
wanted to put my point across here. Sorry.
Okay. Yes. Sure. Junaid Saab, you should do that. But I just take a little bit time to introduce like a person who is very dear to me, my spiritual father. He just came. I want to introduce him. His name is Senator Miatik, although he belongs to government and everybody, and he's politician and everybody thinks that people are, we see people in such, our own boxes, on belief system. But I really appreciate him. Okay, if he's here, I think, okay, because he's on the motorway, he's going somewhere. He told me that he will join. So whenever he join, we'll then again engage him here. Meanwhile, okay, Baba, are you there? Hello. If you're here, we want to listen to you. I think whatever I say for him, it's just like a very less. Meanwhile, working with him past 1 year, I just see him like how to do things in a very quick way, how to be a great learner, how to teach everybody and include everybody, and how to be how you should stand when you feel you are right. So I learned a lot of things. Everything that you see in if you see that my work and the creativity, I just know a little bit, but I learned a lot of things from him. So he is here. You can call him technology geek, a person who loves technology, who just want, whenever I made something, I go to him and I tell him that, okay, I made this, or look at this, and he said that, okay, add this. Look, he is 60 plus, maybe. Baba, if you are here, tell us. But I really appreciate that in that age he is so tech savvy. He knows that if he want to lead younger generation, or the his he lead more than 2000 employees. And I when I why and why I am explaining so much, because I really admire his struggles. I really admire that he chose uh, uh, to be politician, but to be tech savvy, and to be that kind of person who is humble, and to be helpful to anyone. So whenever he joined, his signal is right, he will join us. Meanwhile, I just want to say thank you so much, Dr. Hind. It was a great start. I completely agree that with the right mindset, with right skills, and right aligned emotions, we can do miracles. So, Junaid Saab, if you allow me, like I just ask Rayan to be the second speaker. If you allow.
No, not a problem. Not a problem. Not a problem.
Okay, I just want to introduce the great lady from Lebanon. She is Rayan. She is doing her great work in the Lebanon, and I really appreciate that she came here, and she is something to say and inspire us. So Rayan, over to you.
Thank you a lot, Yabia. Hello, everyone. Frankly, I'm delighted to be here with all of you. Firstly, allow me to thank Dr. Hind for this positive and great energy, for the wise content of leadership and mindset groups. Frankly, I'm an architect, and I specialized in the fields of restoration and conservation of ancient monuments and historical sites. Recently, I'm a local manager at World Monument Fund Britain in Stone Masonry Training Project program in Lebanon. Also, I'm a university lecturer. I'm a member of ICAMAS and a member at Federation of Arab Engineers. And I'm a member of the Office of Consultant Architect and a member of the scientific committee held by the Order of Architect Engineer in Tripoli, Lebanon. So I think it is a great and remarkable opportunity to join the Leading Women 2022 seminar, since we all believe that all women of the world, no matter which country, race, background, or creed, are called to help to unify the world through collaboration, through justice, and thoughtful, peaceful communication. So I will start by something that Hafiz Ibrahim, the Arabic poet, once said, nation is prepared. And actually, one of the greatest examples through our history is Thomas Edison's mother, who pulled him from school due to his mental deficit, taught him at home, and turned him into the genius of the century. So I've mentioned all of this just to say that we all have heroic thoughts and ideas of how things need. Excuse me.
Hello?
Sorry, do you hear me?
Yes, it's okay. You should continue.
Okay, so we all have heroic thoughts and idea of how things need to change and what must be done. But we don't all act on those thoughts and idea because sometimes there seems to be everything to be afraid of, and our lives and livelihood might be on the line. That's why the message here, it's not only about being exceptional, but about being brave and letting bravery empower others to awaken, to rise up, to act, to shatter stealing, and to conquer oppressive forces. And beyond that, we are inspired to allow ourselves to listen to the question burning from inside of us that ask things like, where did the standards and perception of beauty that we have come from? Where do these behavioral expectancies that I have of myself and other women come from? We all know that life has never been easy for anyone. and it's always full of up and downs, but it's nothing without those up and downs. So, and at the end, it is how you deal with the troughs that defines you. So according to me, the journey starts when you find your calling, when you find something that requires others to go with you. You find your calling. So even if I don't know about you, surely I want to be a part of something bigger than myself. I want to be a part of something that requires a whole team full of winners. I want to be a part of a movement like this fantastic movement. And without doubt, no movement was ever created alone and never fulfilled by yourself only. So I would like to mention that already you introduced it, that I'm from Lebanon, the land of cedar that symbolized resilience, immortality, and elevation through history. So unfortunately, Lebanon hasn't been only affected by the global pandemic, but also facing the daily economic strain due to inflation and currency devaluation, politics, medicals, and all sorts of shortage of medical supplies and essential medicines, shortage of power, gas, fuel, and bread also, that led to psychological crisis. That's why I have decided to take an action, to take the lead in helping my society through my knowledge, my career, and my experience, and doing the best to focus on that gleam of hope and working for change. So I will talk about a little bit about my journey that I decided to run the election for membership of municipality to face corruption and the stereotypes, and believing that the municipality membership needs new young generation to meet their needs and requirements of the local community, and to ensure consolidation, competency, connection, and empowerment that may lead to career interests, prosperity, and development of public service that is much needed. I fought this battle without any political support, and I was a strong and effective competitor among the other candidates, believing that the youth have the right to engage in decisions that impact their lives. Therefore, my biggest achievement was changing the mentality of my environment and letting them know that because participation in the electoral process is an acquired right that they must exercise in order to build a better society. Beside what mentioned above, I was highly committed to educational field, since I consider it as a very noble profession that shapes the future of the pillar of society. I was teaching at the City University, and I was responsible for several courses related to architecture, such as space, form, design, final year design, something related to history of art and architecture. I had a passion for education, and I never considered it as a job, but a calling and an ultimate passion that elevate the mind and instill moral value and principle, and for the student that are continuous and do not wither or end. Moreover, believing that the heritage is a cultural aspect that constitutes as an essential part of the present we live in and of the future we will build. So I managed stone masonry and conservation training project run by the World Monument Fund of Britain with the collaboration of the General Directorate of Antiquities in Lebanon, that aims to improve cultural heritage perception and improving livelihoods of 40 participants. It was very difficult to convince the girl to join this course because, in their opinion, it required a physical strength, but with determination, love, challenge, and confrontation, I succeeded in changing their mentality and convinced many women to participate in this program. That changed their way of thinking about their built heritage, their education about tangible heritage, such as historic and ancient monuments. So the training at the end has a huge echo in the society and attracted not only people, but also the local media and also the foreign media to cover all the activities about heritage and education, and women as well. This echo was due to the collective work done by women believing in themselves and encouraging themselves, resulted in historical monuments exhibition. And this all because that women empower women. At the end, empowered women empower women. So what I want to mention that at the end, when you try to find your calling and working on your best version, and you try to invest in yourself, to elevate your skills, to nourish your soul, you will achieve, you will reach the goal, you will be aligned with your emotion, with your better version of yourself. What I worked a lot on myself within the pandemic period. I registered myself in several training and programs. So I'm working on publishing my first book soon, that is talking about love and about the power of love in our society. Because when you recognize the purpose of love, you will have love in general has the ability to heal the world. So when you have the capacity to heal all old wounds and to cleanse everything that is negative, you will reach something better. So to all women out there, be yourself and believe in yourself. And always remember, each time a woman stands up for herself, she stands up for all women. Thank you a lot. Hello? Hello?
Rabia, your mic
Yes,
is
we're
off.
listening.
Can't hear you.
Hello, do you hear me?
Rabia, your mic is off.
Rabia, unmute your mic.
I'm sorry. Like there is a little bit,
She's
okay.
also texting everybody sitting there, so I can sense it. She's busy.
Okay, no, so sorry. Thank you so much, Rayan, representing Lebanon and representing that how women think there, and the journey that you have shared, the story that you have as a powerful woman. We're really inspired by you. We are hopeful for your new book, and surely want to read about it. And yeah.
Sure.
So I think we should add the questionnaire at the end, asking the questions from the speakers. I think should we ask the questions at the end? I think it will be more fine. So as okay. So as we stop, Junaid Sahab, who want to speak in the second, I think we should
No,
give
because
the floor to him.
it was a great conversation
Yeah.
with him, so I could not stop myself.
Okay. No, she is a great lady. You should join. We all should join each other groups to know what are we doing,
Individually.
here individually, So
Yeah.
I think, Junaid, you want to come, or I should introduce another speaker?
See, whoever you have lined up your own line, please go with that. It's okay. I'm comfortable.
Okay.
I'll wait. I'm around.
Okay, great. We have the amazing Aruj Malik, the CEO Times, with us. I want to introduce her. Like when this was 2019, I came across her profile, and I was like, I just messaged him like, ma'am, I want to learn from you. And that was like, she's managing the whole big conference that is happening in Pakistan, the LIFT conference. That is very good conference, like Jumpstart conference. It is going to help held in February as well. I appreciate everyone if you have time to join that. So at that moment, I get to know her and her work, that she is supporting everybody. You can say like everybody's cause, and she's flawless. She's great speaker. You can, when you will see, when you will listen her, not only she is very beautiful, when you will listen her, you will really want to admire her by your best. So yes, Aruj, thank you so much for joining, and the mic is yours.
Thank you so much, Rabia. I hope you can hear me well. And for such kind words, I'm humbled and honored. I think we all are doing amazing work. All the speakers who have joined, they have shared their journeys, and the rest of the ones, those who are going to come and speak. So I'm very humble to share space with all the resilient people across the world. Since you can see, I'm in my car, and I didn't want to miss this opportunity to, get to know such dynamic people and share whatever a little bit of work that I'm doing. I run my own organization with the name of Training Institute for Mentors Excellence. I started that in 2010. As an educationist, I always believe that we all need to come together. Like Rabia said very rightly, we need to come. We are working in silos, but the need of the hour is that we come to a unified and collected platform so that we can create that ripple effect. Now imagine somebody's working with renewable energy, somebody's working in artificial intelligence, somebody else is working with augmented reality. And I, as an educationist, when I interacted with the global thought leaders, I realized, oh my God, all those things are so relevant to what I'm doing, because I can bring those transformations into education industry and revamp it, whether it's be training, whether it be parenting, whether it be interacting with the youth and mentoring, or whether it's the curriculum development. That is my forte. I have published around 18 books. I'm very proud to be part of the governmental team where I've been able to write co-author 3 books for the pre-primary. And whatever we have learned, the curriculum developers, actually, they can embed those seeds of creativity, innovation, design thinking, whatever changes we want to see into the world, to those, tiny, small minds, those the seedlings which are going to grow and become beautiful, trees and plants. And that's what I want to do. As for the women clan of the world that we are part of, I do believe that whatever Dr. Hayden was saying, I hope that I'm pronouncing your name right, is that we need to develop that collective consciousness. Leadership is all about empathizing. In COVID-19, we have seen there are no boundaries, there are no barriers. People, they came across, our blood color is same, our pain is same, our insecurities are same. So we need to dive down at a very deeper level and understand what human beings resonate with. If we want this world to be more inclusive, if we want this world to be more peaceful and harmonious for our future generations, the only way forward is through education, and then embracing cultural diversity and inclusiveness. And that can happen only when you are working on that thought process, that mindset. I interact with youth a lot. I interact with children. I interact with teachers. I run a project for women economic empowerment with the name of Parvaz, where I deal with illiterate women who have not been to school even a single time. But yet my faith in humanity revives, because they are such resilient human beings. They are so dynamic, full of ideas. The only thing is that the opportunity never presented itself to them. They have never been trained. They have never been, provoked to question, is there something more that they can do? And now just look at the beauty of Ubuntu. When you go together, and it's a win-win situation for everyone, and when you make people believe that they are part of the narrative, they're part of, whatever ripple effect you're creating, they own it. And I was amazed at those young girls who have never been to school, who have never done anything, and they were coming up with ideas. And it was sort of a melting pot, and they were, contagious, and they were calling other women. And, we started one project where they were learning to do makeup and, have their own salons of skill development. Then we have another one where they wanted to learn catering, and, they were selling products. And then the third spin-off came where they were actually, they wanted to learn stitching and do dress designing and revamping products. So I mean, like, it's an amazing world out there. The only thing is that, are you that catalyst? Are you creating that energy? Do you have that vibrance, that passion? I mean, like, for leaders, for all of us, I think we have a paramount, responsibility on our shoulders, because we need to be positive ourselves. We need to develop that magnetic clan where we are supporting other women and men, our brothers, and, developing a very strong foundation for any country, whether it be Pakistan or whether it be, Finland or whether it be Australia, so that those beautiful minds, they can come together, they can synergize, and irrespective of which field it is, You might be coming from fashion industry, or you might be coming from medical sciences, you might be coming from, law, any background. I think Rabia here needs a lot of appreciation and applaud. I respect her a lot, the commendable work that she's doing, in spite of the fact that she's so young, with such, huge passion, and, she wants to influence so many people, and that's how you come together. Now, I appreciate each one of you who is here today. They have taken the most precious thing out of their life, that is time, because you can get everything back. You can never get that time back. So you, each one of you being here, also speaks volumes that you are responsible, that you believe in the narrative, that you're part of that global melting pot, which is going to create that ripple effect. So I'm so looking forward to it. Rabia knows I'm on Facebook. I'm just going to leave my link, and let's work together to, bring that positive mindset, that resilience that is required to change the world. I believe somebody said to me very profound thing. One of the mentors, he said, do you know how you win wars? And, many of us, they said, we win wars on strategic planning. We win wars on, weapons and arsenal or training or something. And, the mentor said that you only need one thing to win any war, irrespective of what sort is that. And we said that what? He said, passion. If you have passion for something, you can move mountains. And that is what is required, I believe, to make the world a peaceful, inclusive space. You just need to have that resilience, that empathetic heart, that, emotional vibrance, emotional intelligence, where you give everybody a chance to excel. So I end here with my favorite verse in Urdu. I'll explain the meaning later. कि यही एक जुनून, यही एक ख्वाब मेरा है, यही एक जुनून, यही एक ख्वाब मेरा है, वहां चराग जला दूं जहां अंधेरा है.
Wow.
I dream and desire, and I have a passion that I ignite a candle where there is darkness. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I'm humbled and honored. Thank you, Rabia, and to all the members there. Absolute love. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think that now everybody will agree with me that the way I introduce her, she is so expressive. She will charge you up. I really admire all the ladies that came here and say something positive. Rayan, Dr. Hind, and Aruj. Yeah, you are all inspiration and motivation for us. So thank you so much for being here, and yay. So here is, I want to introduce another speaker here, Saim. If you want and seek about women empowerment, and a great cook, and a person who is working on self-defense and trainings, and a person who is building an e-commerce systems, and he knows about marketing. So you should meet about with Saima. Here is Saima Khan, and I want that she should introduce herself, the work that she is doing, and radiating her charm through her work. So welcome, Saima.
I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute my mic. Hope each one of you are doing great.
Yes, you're here.
Yes. Okay. So if I would spend a few minutes in introducing myself, it would be good so that you'll know the diversified background I have. I'm basically a psychologist. I did my MSc from Quaid-e-Azam University, and all my life I've been a topper, a scholar, and I have switched to I think more than 12 different fields. And I have certifications around like 35 certifications global worldwide. And I have represented Pakistan 4 times, and also won some awards for Pakistan. The first time I represented Pakistan was in digital marketing back in 2018. Then I represented government of Pakistan and won as a best photographer. Like I said, I have switched a number of fields and explored my mental capacity. And next, what I did, I represented Pakistan in self-defense. There is absolutely no female Pakistani woman who is trained in self-defense and who can also train other women in self-defense. You have seen multiple women in martial arts, in the field of karate, but trust me, when it comes to full contact karate, full contact means like your stroke power is so strong that you can actually break the bones of the opponent. So when it comes to full contact karate, there are no females in Pakistan. So what I did, I was trained under our special forces, SSG Marine Commandos, and I'm the only lady who has actually, qualified all the tests and all the brutalities of my trainers, I must say. So I represented Pakistan in 2019 as a self-defense instructor, female instructor, and I was, I have trained like more than I think 150 women in self-defense, women who participated from all parts of Pakistan in the U.S. Embassy. And after that, I have represented Pakistan in International Olympic Committee, and my startup Fit Express 365 is the first Pakistani startup that is being designed under the supervision of International Olympic Committee, and it is basically a hybrid e-commerce that is covering four aspects like beauty, health, fitness, and wellness. And when it comes to fitness, it is actually correlated with your health. So in COVID times, we have realized the importance of health, how our body works, and why it is important to invest in our health, to do regular exercises, to just work on ourselves, to work on health, to make healthy choices, to eat right food, to exercise daily, and to set some goals so that we can, just stay fit and live longer. So we have improved immunity. And if I talk about women empowerment, my definition would be different from everyone. I think to me, women empowerment is let the woman live the way she wants to. She should have absolute liberty, absolute freedom when she wants to, even with the tiniest of the matters in the life, like if she wants to wake up, she wants to, educate herself in XYZ field. If she wants to become a doctor, she can do it at any given period of time. And my definition of empowerment would, challenge the whole world. Why we restrict that time limit to becoming a certain person, a certain professional? Why we have to be a doctor under 30 years of age? Why cannot someone become a doctor at 60 if he or she wants to? So my definition of empowerment is entirely different, and I challenge the whole world when it comes to empowerment. If a woman wants to be trained in self-defense, I think my students, I have students who are a mother of 4 kids. I have students who are a mother of 2 kids. So I think each woman, each lady, each female has the right to live her life the way she wants. If she wants to educate herself in physics or biology or mathematics or statistics, there should be no hurdles in her life. There should be no one who could say, oh, you have become a doctor and now you cannot become a footballer. There should be no one who could tell the woman what she should do and what she shouldn't do. So to me, life is full of opportunities. We have a beautiful world. We have internet who's bombarded with information. And there are a number of courses that is being offered that could, just live your life at the optimal level. One of us should be, fully equipped with all the necessary information and knowledge that could help us live a better life. Rabia has introduced me as a good chef. Let me tell you that sharing recipes and sharing the pictures of the food I cook is actually an act of encouragement for the people who think that healthy food is not tasty. So we Pakistanis, we will light up our food with a number of spices, but I can tell you, if you eat healthy food that is enriched, that is, a number of times you might have seen my videos or photos, or you might not have seen it, but let me tell you about the food I shared on Facebook. Most of the food I shared is steamed vegetables, steamed meat. So I think if we encourage people to eat healthy, people would have a different opinion about healthy food. Most of the people think that healthy food is not delicious. Healthy food is something that you would, just get bored of. It's not fun to eat healthy food. But I think healthy food is basically it would set the fundamentals, the basics of how you look and how you feel. If you eat healthy food, you will feel good about yourself. You will have an improved skin. You will have improved cells. You will have you won't have even cracked heels if you eat healthy food. And if you just control your diet, you would not get close to the obesity. So if I could quote a research, there is a research which suggests that in 2050 people would not die of obesity. The people will not die of starvation. They will die of obesity. People would not die of um, um, people would not die of having the amenities of life. They would die of lack of stamina because we do not work out, we do not exercise. There are plenty of things that you can utilize in your life, like using your staircase in your home to get fit, to remain fit, and to feel good about yourself. And when you exercise, your brain releases a hormone called BDNF, brain derived neurotropic factor, which is common among the geniuses of the world. So if you want to become a great leader, if you want to work for your nation, if you want to work for your society, if you want to end hunger problems, if you want to just do any sort of work that is outstanding, that you think you can do it, first you have to have blood in your streams, in your veins, and first you have to have power in your body. If you are not powerful enough, if your body is not powerful enough, you cannot achieve a single dream in your life. So it is important to work on yourself first and then work on your society at next level. But if you're not fit yourself, if you are just being bed-laid or you are being sick all the time, you cannot achieve a single goal in your life. So I used to work in a software firm, and 2 of my colleagues were diagnosed kidney problems because they do not drink enough water. How many of us drink 8 glasses of water each day? How many of us eat 2 servings of vegetables per day? How many of us are taking a bowl of fruit each day? Most of you would you would say, no, we don't do that. But if you do not care about yourself, there would be there would not be some dedicated societies, a group of people who would suggest you to drink a glass of water. There are applications, I do agree with that, but it's better to just consciously work on yourself than to just think about things that will not contribute to your life and your society. So the time is short, and I do not want to just eat someone's slots. So I would just cut my conversation over here, and I would really suggest if there are questions, I would suggest that you can just share your questions to Rabia, and I'll answer back to you. And I'm really thankful to you, Rabia, and Dr. Hind and the rest of the speakers who have actually contributed to this session, because I think women empowerment is something that each one of us should put all our energies into it and to work as much as we can, because we need it the most. I have progressed from white belt to black belt, and I can tell you the amount of stress, the struggle, the politics I have faced. And I can tell you there is more important, there is a sheer need for women to be empowered. And we cannot say that this era is the best for women empowerment. No, there would not be an era where we would say, yes, each woman is empowered. No, we have to infuse empowerment at every level of our lives. Thank you, Rabia. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Saima, for sharing every struggle that you have that you share with us. And thank you so much for being here and working on women empowerment, and showing us that what it means to be strong, and also taking care of if we're taking care of our health. And I think we can move forward and we can create miracles. So thank you so much. The next speaker I want to introduce Nida Saleem. She is incredible, lady, and working in the hotel management industry for long. So her journey is very. She started from scratch, and now she is working in the 4-star hotel in Rawalpindi, and I really admire her struggles. And I really appreciate that she come up and she can share that what is powerful woman mean to her. So Nida, are you here? And I appreciate everyone. If we open our video as well. If you open our video as well.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, Nida. Welcome.
Ji Rabia. Okay. Yeah, first I introduce myself. My name is Nida Saleem and I am working in hospitality industry from last 7 years. I have started my career as a trainee and now Alhamdulillah I am heading a sales and marketing department, which is most important department of this industry. जब मैंने अपना career start किया तो I was 17 years old. मेरी first job जब मैंने start ली तो उस टाइम मैंने एक छोटे से स्कूल से अपना career start किया and you know street school and उधर मैं science पढ़ाया करती थी बच्चों को. Then मुझे ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी इलामा इकबाल ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी से अपॉर्चुनिटी आई पेपर रीचेकिंग एंड असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर एजुकेशन के साथ काम करने के लिए. मैंने वहाँ पे लास्ट एटलीस्ट 7 years पहले मैंने उनके साथ 2 years मैंने काम किया एंड देन वो बहुत स्ट्रगल का टाइम था बिकॉज मेरे फादर जो थे वो पैरालाइज थे एंड मैं अपनी घर में सबसे बड़ी हूँ और मेरा भाई मुझसे 7 years छोटा है और मेरे फादर बहुत बीमार थे एंड ही वाज हॉस्पिटलाइज्ड एंड मुझे बहुत टफ टाइम था मेरे लिए बिकॉज मुझे अपनी स्टडीज भी कंप्लीट करनी थी और जॉब भी करनी थी बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली घर के एक्सपेंस थे सब चीज़ें थी और फादर को भी ऑब्वियसली लेकर चलना था साथ में उनकी हेल्थ को उनकी ट्रीटमेंट को ईच एंड एवरीथिंग और लाइफ कभी भी आसान नहीं होती. ये अगर कोई कहे कि हम लाइफ आसान है तो लाइफ आसान नहीं है. बहुत स्ट्रगल की मैंने अकेले. बहुत टाइम ऐसा था कि बहुत वक्त भी ऐसा था मेरी लाइफ में कि बाज़ दफ़ा मतलब खुद कुछ नहीं परचेज करना या खुद नहीं कुछ खाना या कभी बाज़ दफ़ा ऐसा भी टाइम आता था बट फैमिली को सपोर्ट करना और उनके लिए बहुत स्ट्रगल की स्पेशली अपने फादर के लिए. वो लाइफ का टाइम बहुत मुश्किल था लेकिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अब आज वो वही है कि अल्लाह ताला ने इतनी जो है एक मुकाम दिया है कि मतलब I am working in the 4-star hotel as a sales and marketing director. अब पहले अगर मैं अपनी लाइफ का थोड़ा सा स्टार्ट लूंगी कि हम लोग ने एक बहुत अच्छी लेविश लाइफ देखी. मेरे फादर 28 years एमिरेट्स एयरलाइन में थे और हम दुबई में हुआ करते थे पूरी फैमिली. व्हेन हम जब आए वापस पाकिस्तान तो मेरे फादर बीमार हो गए थे. देन हमने बहुत स्ट्रगल का टाइम देखा. उसके बाद फिर मैंने अपनी जॉब स्टार्ट की साथ साथ अपनी स्टडीज कंप्लीट की और बहुत टफ टाइम देखा बट मैं अपने जो आपकी विल पावर होती है ना कभी भी उसको आपने छोड़ना नहीं है. लाइफ में जितनी भी मुश्किल आ जाए जितनी भी परेशानियां आ जाए आपकी लाइफ में जो भी लाइक टेंशन्स हैं व्हाटएवर लेकिन अपनी विल पावर को हमेशा जो है ना बहुत स्ट्रांग रखना है और शायद मैंने अपनी विल पावर को बहुत स्ट्रांग रखा और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आज अल्लाह ताला ने एक अच्छा मुकाम अता किया है. कुछ चीजें आपको सब्र से मिलती हैं कुछ चीजें आपको जो है वो जो आपके नसीब में लिखा होता है वो आपको मिल के रहता है लेकिन थोड़ा इंसान को सब्र और अल्लाह की रजा में राजी रहना चाहिए क्योंकि अल्लाह ताला जो आपके लिए करता है वो बेहतर करता है. और कुछ आजमाइशें आपकी लाइफ में ऐसी भी आती हैं जिनके अगर सब्र के साथ आप उनके ऊपर पूरा उतरते हैं तो रब ताला आपके लिए वो रास्ते खोल देता है जो आप सोच भी नहीं सकते हैं. तो मेरा शायद बिलीव इसी में है कि लाइफ में बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं हर इंसान की लाइफ में आती हैं बट आप उनको अच्छे तरीके से जो है हैंडल करना सीखें और बिलीव रखें अपने ऊपर स्पेशली कि आप इस चीज को कर पाएंगे. और एक वुमेन जो है मैं अगर बात करूं एक लेडी की एक वुमेन की या एक लड़की की अगर वो करने पे आ जाए ना कोई काम तो वो कर जाती है, क्योंकि वो अपनी विल पावर को बहुत स्ट्रांग रखती है। वो जानती है कि उसने कैसे प्रॉब्लम्स को फेस करना है, कैसे अपनी स्ट्रगल्स को उसने मतलब लाइक लेकर चलना है हर चीज को। मैं मुझे अपना अगर मैं टाइम बताऊं तो मेरा भाई मुझसे बहुत छोटा था, तो मुझे मैंने इस तरह से भी टाइम अपना स्पेंड किया कि मैं मॉर्निंग में जॉब किया करती थी 9 to 2 PM इस्लामाबाद ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी में। देन वहां से मैं 1 आवर का ट्रेवल करके अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी जाती थी अपनी क्लासेस लेने के लिए। देन इवनिंग में 7 PM मैं हॉस्पिटल में होती थी, रात सुबह मतलब लाइक 6 to 7 AM तक। देन वहीं से हॉस्पिटल से मैं वापस अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी जॉब पर जाया करती थी। तो ये टाइम पीरियड ऑलमोस्ट 7 to 8 months ऐसे रहा, बट मैंने अपने जो है विल पावर को बिल्कुल भी जो है वो खत्म नहीं होने दिया, क्योंकि बिकॉज ये लाइफ का हिस्सा होता है, आप इससे बहुत कुछ सीखते हैं। और मैंने लिटरली अपने इस स्ट्रगल टाइम से बहुत कुछ सीखा, अपनी फैमिली को बहुत सपोर्ट किया, और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अभी मैं अपनी फैमिली को बहुत सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ। लाइक अपनी मम्मा को, अपने भाई को पढ़ा रही हूँ, और यही मेरी प्रायोरिटी है। और बस यही राविया कहना चाहूंगी। थैंक यू सो मच। हेलो, 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 राबिया आपका स्पीकर ऑफ है।
Rabia, unmute
I'm so
yourself,
sorry,
please.
just a minute. Actually, I am, yes, I am unmuting myself. I am so sorry. Actually, I am messaging. I was just translating in the chat as well. And thank you so much, Nida, for being here and sharing your journey, and show us that if we will be resilient in life and support, because we support our family, and
Yes.
And to support our family and our brother and mother and our family members. So like what God blesses us. So I really appreciate that you started from 17 years and then doing 3 jobs at a time, and studying at the time, and and then now you are mashallah working as director sales and marketing in the hospitality. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Rabia. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inspiring us, that saying that if we have a great willpower, then we can do anything. God bless you. Great.
Thank you. One thing मैं एक और चीज कहना चाहूंगी कि आपकी लाइफ में अच्छे लोगों का होना भी बहुत बड़ी ब्लेसिंग होती है। लाइक आपकी फैमिली आपको अगर सपोर्ट करिए हर चीज में, और आपकी लाइफ में आपके जो रिलेशंस है अगर वो अच्छे हैं, लाइक आपके फादर मदर, आपके भाई बहन भाई, आपके वट कोई भी रिलेशंस, आपके दोस्त अच्छे हैं, ये भी एक ब्लेसिंग है, और ये आपको बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट करती है आपकी लाइफ में आगे जाने के लिए। तो मतलब मेरी लाइफ में मेरे फादर के बाद एक इंसान बहुत अच्छा लाइक आया, जिसने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया हर चीज में, हर अच्छे बुरे की बात बताई, हर चीज बताया, ऐसे नहीं इस रास्ते पे चलो, ये करना है, इस तरह अपनी लाइफ में आगे जाना है। तो वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट लोग होते हैं आपकी लाइफ में जो आपको बहुत सपोर्ट करते हैं, और आप उनकी वजह से बहुत ज्यादा ग्रो भी करते हैं अपनी लाइफ में। तो मैं उनका जिक्र करना यहाँ पे इसलिए चाहा क्योंकि बिकॉज उन्होंने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया इस पूरी जर्नी में, और मेरी बहुत हेल्प की, और आई एम वेरी ब्लेसिंग कि अल्लाह ताला ने मुझे एक इतने अच्छे इंसान से जो है वो मेरा राब्ता करवाया, जिन्होंने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया। थैंक यू सो मच राबिया फॉर योर टाइम, एंड थैंक यू एवरीवन। आप लोगों से बात करके, आप लोगों को सुन के बहुत अच्छा लगा। इंशाल्लाह ताला फिर ऐसी दोबारा मीटिंग्स रखा करो राबिया, ताकि हम इसको एंजॉय करें।
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nida, for being the part of that. And yes, if we have good friends and the people and the community, like-minded community, I think it will be a great it will be great for all of us. So I think we should move to the next speaker. And I want to introduce Anusha. She is from Bangladesh, and she is a great entrepreneur. She is doing great things and managing 3 and 4 projects. She has been featured in Yahoo and in many newspapers as well. So I want to introduce I want to give a mic to you, Anusha. Just come on the stage and introduce yourself. Yes.
Kemenacho, Anusha, Kemenacho.
Hello. আপনি কেমন আছেন? So you should say yes, I'm good. I'm
good. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Rabia, for giving me this opportunity to speak here. I'm really glad to see all the empowered women here talking about their ventures, their creations, their work project. And it's really great to see women around the world are doing this much good in different sectors. And this is actually a blessing for women. And let me introduce myself. I'm Anusha Chaudhary. I'm from Bangladesh, but currently I'm living in Dubai. I'm an entrepreneur and also a mental health advocate. So I want to start with the mental health advocate journey. I have an organization which is named Let's Talk Mental Health. So I have founded this in 2018, back 3 years before, maybe more than that. So Let's Talk Mental Health is an organization which works with mental health illness. You can see in the world, more and likely like depression is most, big pandemic rather than COVID. Because if we see the world and if we see the people of the world are facing this depression, are committing suicide, are, financially they are drained. Even people who are working a lot, they are even burning out for this stress. So where they are going to share this, when, how, where, to whom? So when we are trying to share this to our friends or maybe family members, we have this mentality they would judge us. So we actually absorb those pain, absorb those, stress inside us. So that's why this platform is for share. You come to us, you share your problems, you take counselation, you take, psychologist help, counseling that would help you to, improve your depression, to be a better version of yourself, to understand your world. There are times when we get, when we get depressed, when we get, what confused, what we can do in the future, what way we actually go, what are the things we have to do. That time we need support. So we are actually trying to be that support system for general people of the world. I'm very glad because I have a co-founder from Africa. He is basically the co-founder and the CEO of our organization, and I'm actually the co-founder and the president of this organization. It's a combination of people from different countries being in one organization and helping people throughout the world. If you see our work, we have done campaigns in Philippines. We have done campaigns in Canada, India, Dubai, Bangladesh, where not. Last year, the biggest thing that we have done is a 3-year celebration with our Health Minister of Bangladesh, Mr. Zahid Malik. He was actually the chief guest, and he praised us that we are working on niche. Very few organizations in this world are working on mental health. And this is something I think a very vital place or vital thing to work on. As I said before, in the world, almost 43 million people are, facing this depression. So the number is increasing day by day, but we actually don't understand how to, overcome this. So we show them a light. We want to be the torch bearer for the people who are facing this. This cause might sound a very little to you, but I think for being a human, I have some, social responsibility towards this country, towards this world. So that's the reason that I am working on this mental health and a part of being a mental health advocate, I'm an entrepreneur. I have an e-commerce which provides credit facility to Bangladeshi people only. What happens when we order something online? We have to pay on cash, or we have to do, we have to pay on cash, we have to pay previously. But we have introduced this feature first time in Bangladesh, which is buy now, pay later. Like you can avail groceries from us, which is my organization name is Bajar Now, where you can get 20 days credit facilities. You can get your groceries today and you can pay later within 20 days, anytime you want. So I started this in last pandemic in 2020 for keeping this in my mind that, people who are middle class, lower middle class, or middle class, they want this facility or this opportunity, or what would I say, this support when the month ends. There are times when you need, take loans, or maybe you have to lend money for someone, so that you shouldn't have to do. You can directly avail your groceries from us whenever you want, and then you can pay within 20 days. So I think this is a good cause when you are doing a business. It's a business definitely, because we of course think about profit, but that is in a good cause to help people, to making this world a better place with innovation, with startup, with e-commerce. I can see Miss Trina is here from Bangladesh, and yeah, I know her from ECAP. Yes. So she is also in e-commerce and also working in ECAP. It's an e-commerce association of Bangladesh. So definitely the woman like
Hello,
her.
Anusha.
Hi, it's good to see you here. So, we are working on innovation. We want something new to come up in Bangladesh or maybe in the world. As like a mental health, we are working in a niche, then the same manner we are working in something new. We want this new young generation women to come up with something different that can be a help for the world, that can be a cause for betterment, that can be cause for any positive aspect. As Dr. Hind said, success is only 5% and the rest is your confidence. You have to be confident, you have to be innovative, you have to be someone who can actually create something from her own, from her creativity, from her own aspect. And I can see in Bangladesh a lot of women are doing tremendously awesome or better or even amazing, but they are not recognized. We should also give them recognition. I can see here as it's a leading woman summit, but I can see, man and, man over here. So if men are going to, encourage us, give us this opportunity. Yes, this woman, this particular lady is doing amazing. If they support us, if they appreciate us, the world can be a very better place to live. Even we will feel encouraged. So I'm sure everyone here have faced depression once in a life, and that's for sure. So if anyone feels any sort of, feeling down, feeling anything that you want to share, you can be, you want to be someone to speak. So with someone who will never judge you, please, you can go to Let's Talk Mental Health platform anytime. We are here, and I am here especially to support, to say, at least to listen, because listening is also a skill. You should know this, because we always try to speak, but listening to someone, being a good listener is also a skill. It's also a quality. And thank you so much, Rabia. I don't want to make it a big, discussion. I want to make it short and, prospectful. So yes, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm really glad to listen to all these beautiful girls, lady, and powerful women are here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anusha, for working and inspiring us. Yes, that's great. That if we stand for our dream and work, the project that you are doing, it's really inspiring for me, as because I feel that we just play a little bit role on our aesthetic senses. Our all the things that are that are going through our inner world, so we don't talk much about it. So if somebody work it, I think we should appreciate it, rather rather saying it that it didn't matter. It matters. Our inner self matters, and our inner talk matters. And if we handle it in a beautiful way, we can have a great, healthy, and good life and success in our life. Thank you so much, Anusha, for choosing this specific work that you choose for yourself and doing it. Really, really appreciable. So thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have an incredible guest here, Dr. Define Source. I hope that I pronounced your name well. If I am not correct, just correct me. And I want to deduce that she's a lady who really work, hard. Should be proper. And whenever I reach to her, and I learned one thing, that whether if you respond somebody, you respond in a very well and very well mannered way. So this is what I learned from her. She is doing an incredible work, and she is now today representing Arab world. So we go to her and learn and listen to her that what she want to tell us.
Thank you so much, Rabia, for the warm welcome. And hi, everyone. Happy to be here on this platform. My name is Daphne Suarez. I don't blame you because the name is a bit difficult for pronunciation and people are confused, but you did the best effort. I'm the founder of Carousel Moms Business and Leadership Coaching. I'm a business, leadership, NLP, and timeline therapy coach. I work intensively with moms, as I think they are the ones who really need the most attention and the most beautiful human beings. They sacrifice everything for the world. And I think they need to live their dreams and be at their best in all areas. As I've already mentioned, my business name is Carousel Moms. It speaks enough for volumes for the woman who is the all-rounder. She's the driver, the cleaner, the babysitter, the teacher, and everything. So like a carousel, she is rotating to the music of the family and society. And it's important that the mom is synced to the right rhythm of the music, because if she is disbalanced, the whole family is disbalanced, right? So you need to really create that experience. I work internationally, and yes, I'm living in Dubai. And as I work internationally with women, I've also received a lot of recognitions globally. I'm originally a Pakistani and proud to be one. I'm also the president of the Women's Wing for Pakistan, which I'm really proud to empower women. And all you wonderful Pakistanis have been sharing that. Reach out to me and let us make it happen, because I believe in gender equality. And it's not that we are trying to put down the men. We have some wonderful men out here. We'd like to remind the men that as much as you are the head of the family, we are the heart of your family. So no human being can survive without the head or the heart. We work in synchronization, so we need to really have that going on. Now, keeping this in mind, all families want their children to do very well as parents, right? That the children really study and achieve high targets, as all of you have done, which is amazing. But what happens with the children? They're passing most of their time with the mother. Now, if the mother is only sitting in the house, cleaning, cooking, driving, teaching, and everything, do you honestly feel that's going to motivate your child to be successful and really study? Especially the girl child is sure to give up, saying, okay, if I have to end up in the kitchen and only be cleaning, why should I be studying? For what reason? Just leave me where I am. So that's not the case. It's very important children learn more by what they see than what you say. You can tell them a million times, bang your head on the wall, and it's like cracking a nut, but it's really a challenge, right? So a mom can really inspire and be that role model, which I have been. I'm very grateful to my mom, who was a lawyer of the Sindh High Court. May her soul rest in peace. I've lost both my parents the same day 5 years back. And yeah, one of you shared beautifully about the faith. And yes, Allah does help, and it's important to have all this in life and to stay strong. But always remember that what is in the way is the way. Do not use them as blockages, but as stepping stones, because there's always a purpose in whatever happens, whether it's good or it's bad in life. It's always a learning lesson, and never give up. And that's where I have been, never giving up and being persistent, being focused. And as a coach, those who are coaches here, you know, we speak very commonly of goals. So you have to have your vision and your goal very clear. And I think that's where I am, where I have my goal. I know where I'm heading, and I am unstoppable, and I just go for it through rain, thunder, and storm. And that's what I want to inspire all women, that don't give up. And rightly said by another speaker, that we women have so much within us, that focus, that zeal, that motivation, that energy. We can do it. But the problem is that we have let society to put us down by saying the home is our only place, and she's a girl, ladki hai. So if ladki hai or she's a girl, what is the problem? She can do a lot of things. She's much more capable. And getting married, especially in the Asian part of the world, it is that once you get married, even if you have been working, holding a senior post, mostly you're expected to stay home and look after the kids. I had a very senior executive post, worked in a lot of multinational companies like the Aga Khan University Hospital, A.D. Marker and Sons, Philips Electrical Company, Ramada Renaissance Hotel. Worked in all these places as an executive, but had to leave my job after marriage because first of all, we moved to the UAE. I was without an extended family. And yes, looking after the kids as is the common trend amongst us Asians. But that was not my only place. I kept on going. Yes, I looked after the kids, and I'm very happy that I could give undivided attention to my kids. And there's not a moment that I regret. Even now, I have the best moments with my kids. They're young adults, but yes, we communicate. Even living in Dubai, being young adults, we talk, we spend quality time, which is so important in today's world. And as also being a counselor, I have a counseling background, and it's very important that we bond with the youngsters. We adults have no time. We only think about our own progress and growth. The youngsters are suffering because you don't want to listen to them. You don't talk. You think money is everything. You give your child the best. Children grow with love and want, and you need to make everyone feel important and needed. When you do that, children, even the smallest, can come up with the best ideas, and they have helped me throughout with my business. To further share that my daughter has created my logo, and even my brand name, Carousel Mums, is her creation. My son helps in small ways in the filing and different documents. Get the family involved. It's a family matter, and it's fun. We love what we do. And yet, as a woman, a mom, an Asian lady, I still do not neglect my family. My children are very much in the home, and I'm still working. And where haven't I reached? Rabia already knows that, to every corner, and I am proud about that. And my mission statement is, the power is within you. Break free from what is holding you back. If you have the power, don't wait and sit in that comfort zone, waiting for somebody to come and pull you out and say, oh, you can do it. No, you tell yourself, yes, I can do it. I am unstoppable. I am all powerful. And you will make it to the end. I'm also an author of several books. I am a Guinness Book of World Records. I'm also under the PBR, won the Fakhre Pakistan, the Pride of Performance of Pakistan. And I will tell you, it's an amazing journey, and never stop shining. Don't let anyone take your sparkle away. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate.
I think
So
Rabia's
really great
internet
to
connection
hear
is
from
gone.
you. I hope that I am audible. Hello.
Yeah, now you are. Now you are.
Hello.
Now you are audible.
Yeah,
Rabia
so I
has
think
a.
we should not stop here. And okay, I can. Hello.
Yes, Rabia, you are audible. But the other members, her network has a problem. She's already written to me. So when she's not around, maybe I will take over the session for a few minutes till the time she's back. Are you back, Rabia? Please say yes. So then hand over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, Johnny Saab, be there and help me out here. So yes, so thank you so much, Dr. Daphne, and I really appreciate. And to move forward, I want that we should, we should be that much sensible that we should, be our family, around our family, and asking help from them. It matters when somebody from family support and help us and give us a helping hand. And also we have to reconnect or connected to our inner power. And I think that power, if we really connect to that power and grounded with that power, I think then nobody stops us. So really I learned a lot of things from you. And I want to ask next speaker to come and say something about it. So I just want to engage men as well, because the Leading Women is about the champion for inclusive world. And all other ladies that are waiting, I just I just say to them, be with us so we can listen and support each other. So I want to introduce Dr. Anand. He is a man, you can say that he's a man of inspiration. If he tells you about his age, you will never believe in, because in that age, he is like full charge, full of
your internet is very poor. Maybe I should start speaking.
passion
Shall I?
and doing certain great things. Even he is a doctor. He was okay. I was.
Okay, I'll speak because your internet connection is poor. I'm so delighted to be with so many people. Particularly, we are 4 men. Thank God that there are men supporting this. And I raise my hat or topi to the men particularly. Because, men feel shy in supporting women. In our culture that we come from, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, if a man supports his wife, Joru ka gulam hai. No, you're supporting your family, So my background is such. My nani, my mother's mother, let me start with a story. In 1956 said to me, my nickname is Meenu. It's a Farsi name, though I'm a Hindu. Meenu, humko radio kharidna hai. Like a Bihari, humko radio kharidna hai. I was just thinking today, she didn't ask Nana. She had the money. She picked up the money, took me to the shop, and I bought her a radio in 1956, my unpad nani. And that is when I realized the power of women. When women start working, a lot of men are threatened. When women start, I was in Muzaffargarh in Pakistan, and I spoke to the lady who was the first lawyer ever in South Punjab. And I said, Madam, tell me, how many of you are there, meaning women? She said, 50. This is about 4 years ago. How many men are there? She said, I think about 1,500 or something. So I said, suppose, madam, you and I were brother and sister, and we had a property dispute. Who would choose the lawyer? She says, my husband. I said, but he's an engineer. He knows nothing about law. No, but he will choose. Will he ever choose a woman? No. And that really hurts me. You know, when I get into an aeroplane, I'm not bothered as long as the pilot is competent. Am I bothered about the gender or the caste or the height or the weight? I'm not. I just want a competent person. So I hope this kind of conference should not be necessary. Women are people, you know. So my mother went to Sweden in 1956, encouraged by my father. I don't know how many men here would have the guts to send their wife to a foreign country like Sweden, a very open country. And she was there 10 months and in Denmark and came back. Then she wrote a book called Vikasatmak Manovigyan, which means developmental psychology. It was the first book in India in Hindi. I mean, now a lot of people speak English, but in those days there were fewer. And then at the age of 14, she wrote this book. She didn't print it in this form. She had a little manuscript. And the only gift I've given my own mother is getting this published. It's a book written in Hindi. She wrote 16 short stories in 1942 in British colonial India and got them published without her father's knowledge. You know, that is what I call women power. Why should women have to take permission? Often we talk here in Newcastle, a modern city with Indians and Pakistani. Husband se puchi ho. Have you asked your husband? What do you mean? Tell him. You don't, or confer with him. You don't have to take his permission, you know. So anyway, in my medical college, medical school, Patna, there was a problem. And I led 700 students to the governor's house to meet Indira Gandhi. And you would agree, whatever you like and dislike, she was a tough lady. And we met her and she got us things sorted. More recently, I made a film about the rape in Delhi. You know, the hideous rape that happened in the bus. Everyone knows that. And Delhi started being called the rape capital. I made a film called Daughter of Earth. Yes, I'm forgetting the name. And I took it to Delhi and won an award. And I said in Hindi, in my speech, aap logon mein se kitne log, how many, I'll say it in English, how many people here saw those two people butchered and thrown on the side and did not stop to help them? So I think women should be encouraged and supported so they become as equal to us anyway. I met Theresa May for Baisakhi, the last woman Prime Minister of Britain, and I presented her this book. And she said, I'll get it translated. Rabia would know that I ran breast cancer awareness program for Pakistan, sitting in here in Newcastle. And the first lady came to the breast cancer awareness program. Now, I'm not a woman, I'm not a Pakistani, but so what? If I can help, we should. Finally, I'll give you a quotation from a man that you would know about, especially those in Pakistan. He said, a woman is believed to be more delicate than a man, but a woman is 4 times more brazen than a man, 6 times more courageous, and 8 times got more passion of strength. This was said by Chanakya 2,500 years ago in Takshila, which is 35 kilometers from where Rabia is sitting in Rawalpindi. So, you know, there were men like that then. And you know, if women and children and old people and people who allegedly weak are respected, you got a big force to contend with. So, and finally, I'm a Hindu, so I have idols. I've got a statue upstairs, which is called Ardhanareshwari. It is half man, half woman. So my belief is God, if there is God, has to be a woman who gave us birth. A mother gives us birth. So I think this business should be, and I think you women should struggle. Nobody lets out a prisoner. It's nice for men to control women. Why should women allow, except some of us who are slightly, I think, a bit more advanced and maybe respect our mother, sister, wife, etc. So I think this is an amazing site. And I'm glad I know Rabia so well. And Rabia is the designer of my website. So I do believe in women. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your the woman's story. That you know, what I believe is that we are influenced by the environment that we are in. So all the men have the women around as their mother, their daughters, and their sisters and their wives as well. So I think they have a great they are living by the great influence of great ladies, and I hope that there are a lot of men that who supports work of women, and I really appreciate that we can have more men, Dr. Anand, like you. And I also have a lot of people in my network who really supports women's work, and that's why I think that we are moving forward. And I know that working on this platform through social media and through Facebook platform and building that on network, I meet a lot of amazing men in my community who always supports me, my work, and my thoughts and my vision. So I feel really blessed that I was around, and I am around these kind of amazing men and women. Thank you so much, Dr. Anand. So to brought your Nani's story and your mother's story for us. And yes, there's a lot of things to learn from it. Thank you so much, Dr. Anand. And thank you so much for being here. And yes, do visit Dr. Anand's website and you will see that how creative I am. Okay, so I want to introduce the next speaker, who is from Bangladesh. I want to introduce Farha. She is like working in the commerce, and she's an amazing and humble lady. I must say that although she's acquiring a lot of highest positions, and she never it never happened that she didn't reply to me. So thank you so much, Farha, accepting my request to come here, and I will love to listen from you.
Thank you so much, Rabia, for giving me this floor to talk about women empowerment or women in business. So introducing myself as, thank you very much, Anusha, for at least noticing me that I'm here. So, and introducing myself, I'm Farha Mahmood Trina, Vice Chairman, Vice President, Investment Committee, E-Commerce Association of Bangladesh. I am the focal point of Bangladesh in Investment Development Authority, BIDA. I'm the focal point on behalf of ECAB, working with ICT Ministry. So yes, I'm the connecting bridge with all the entrepreneurs and the policymakers. So yes, we are doing lots of things for our entrepreneurs. So, and I'm an educator too. I'm teaching in Australian International School. I'm the convener of Internet Governance Forum for Women and Kids, and a proud mother of my special need child. That is the power, and that is what I am. So yes, I always wanted to be an inspiration for many, for women and men as well, so that especially for my son, so that he can be proud of that his mother is doing something which he can be proud of. So that's why I'm working for many women. I was the director of Women in E-Commerce Forum in Bangladesh, where loads of almost 13 lakhs women entrepreneurs are the members here. So we are working. Thank you so much, Dr. Anand. So it's like working in this sector, in private and public sector. Sometimes I feel like that I can do something for our entrepreneurs. I'm working for making the documents, the thing our entrepreneurs used to miss out, that whenever they used to pitch in front of the investors or something, venture capitalists or the investors. So where our women entrepreneurs used to miss the documentation. So there I'm working. I'm making the documentation procedure a bit easy, the trade license, VAT, tax thing I'm doing there, so that our entrepreneurs can do their work easily in a smallest amount, with a smallest amount. I'm working there. Yes. Sometimes I feel like after whole day working, I used to maintain my son's medical treatment. I did not give him in any special needs school. That is what I could do for him, so that he never feel that I have some challenges, and that's why I'm here. So that's why I kept him in the regular school. And for that, I had to take loads of pressure, mental pressure, you know, the thing that how he's going to do to cope up all the regular lesson plans, all the, assignments. So I used to talk with all doctors, therapists, academic counselors, and the school curriculum. So there I have to work, and after whole day I have to give him some therapy so that he has some difficulties in walking, and his left side, he's a cerebral palsy child. So I'm working there as well. I wanted to be an inspiration for those as well, those women as well, those mother as well, that nothing is impossible for a woman. If she can do, if she really wants to do something and come out from her comfort zone, she can do anything. She is the power where she can manage the whole family, plus her children, plus her work, and plus all the community. So there, yes, there I'm working. I'm working for the private and public sector as well. I'm connecting with ministry and all the, what should I say in Bangla, Nitimala. I mean the regulations and rules for business. So I'm working there. Let's wish for me, pray for me, so that I can do something for my son. He also can do something, seeing me always in front of him. Because if whenever we women are so comfort, what should I say? We used to feel like that we should be in comfort before marriage. My father and my parents will feed us, and after marriage, our in-laws or husband will feed us. There I am working that please don't do that. You are individual and you are by born talented. Come out from your comfort zone, do something for yourself as well, and for your community, for your kids, for your in-laws families as well. So I live in joint family, so that is also my challenge, and I'm doing every single thing all together. So yes, thank you very much for inviting me here. Women are power. So definitely we are, I love to show and I love to work like this way. Thank you very much, Rabia. You have been an amazing communicator who always used to knock, hi Farah, are you there? I'm so happy. I want to have you in my session. And that's why hats off that you always being a very good communicator. Thank you so very much. And wonderful speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Farah, for being so charmful and being a mother who really knows that what it meant for her son, to see a mother who is strong and who is doing amazing thing. And while living in the joint family system, I know that I am also living in a joint family system. There are a lot of responsibilities when you are, have a lot of family members in your around you. But I really appreciate your courage, your strength, and the support that you are creating in your community. God bless you. So, and thank you so much for being here. And let me introduce the next speaker, who is Marilee, and she is from Africa. Yes, Marilee, thank you so much for joining us. I love to have you and listen from you. Kindly, the stage is yours. Let's just introduce yourself first. Yes.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Marilee, just like you said, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Rabia, for the invitation. That's really an honor. So I'm speaking here from Perth, Australia, actually. But just like Rabia was saying, originally from Africa, so French-speaking Africa. And I've worked internationally. I'm a global entrepreneur, but my background is in petroleum engineering. So I've worked most of my life with in male-dominated, industries, and it's really been, a great learning for me. I started working with different companies internationally, started in Gabon, which is my country of origin. And I've worked in Africa, obviously, in Europe, in Asia, and now I'm based in Australia. So I've been, it's been a very rewarding career, but then at some point, I actually reached the ceiling, I would say. I couldn't progress further. So I just decided to use my knowledge, use my network, and use my global reach to start a consultancy in the energy sector called MT Energy Resources, which I've been managing for 7 years. And in the midst of all of this, I decided to also use my experience and my knowledge to empower more women to join what we call the non-traditional industries, where men are dominant, but where I think, based on my own experience, women can actually do well. And sometimes it's just a matter of getting out there, sharing our knowledge, and standing as role models, and also taking the courage to not disqualify ourselves. And that's sometimes what I've seen with a lot of women in male-dominated environment, where we already going into those industries as as if we were not going to succeed. But then the quality that we have, and I think the feminine leadership is actually quite required right now, with everything changing all the time. And so the resilience that we normally have, in raising families or managing a standing family, is something that can work for us. And also the fact that we can multitask as well, because now we have to look at things from a different angles, especially as creativity and innovation is concerned. So we have the toolbox, but sometimes it's just a matter of, the mindset. And based on that, and I realized that coaching was very important. So I started a social enterprise called STEM Queens. STEM Queens mission is we want to empower about 1 million women and girls in STEM by 2025. So we started in Uganda, where we have a good group of women helping with this mission. And we also now extending to Australia, but mostly with our Indigenous sisters, so that they can also be part of STEM, which is now critical, because we have a STEM aspect everywhere. In finance, in health, in any industry. You don't have to be only a technical person to know about STEM. There's a minimum that is going to require to get jobs in 5-10 years, because some of the jobs don't exist. But if we are ready, if we can mentor women and get their mindset up to get to participate in those industries, it's going to be phenomenal for a lot of women, especially to empower themselves economically. So that's I think the main about me. I also wrote 3 books, 2 technical books in related to the energy sector, and another self-development book called Stepping into Your Greatness, 12 Rules for Building an Outstanding Life. And based on that book, my coaching is based on that book, which is coaching women and girls in technical arena, but more on the mindset first, so that they can catch up and get to believe in themselves first, and then get involved in those industries. I also have a talk show that I run from Australia twice a week here, called the Greatness Engineering Hour Show, where I bring small business owner, especially in those industries as well, but also women who are doing, and men who are doing great job empowering others around the world. So that's about me, and what I can say about what I do and who I am.
Yes, sure. Tell us about the Queens, the work that you are doing, how it's work, and how people can join you, and the mission that you are saying that you want to build the community of 1 million girls together.
1 million girls and women, because what we're doing, it depends on the country. For example, in Uganda, we are focusing on young women who are, going into who are about to go to university or the tertiary education, so that we do we go, especially in regional areas where we see the potential, and most of the girls don't have really the means to continue their studies. We give them the platform, we connect them with organizations, either locally or internationally, so that they can further their studies into one of the STEM areas. So there's a group of women, there's 50 women that are helping, either going to talk about what they do, because those are mostly women in STEM, and explaining about the opportunity that are available for those girls, so that they can, get the information and get to choose an area where they can get involved. Here in Australia, we're going to focus, like I said, on the indigenous community, because what we see, especially in Western Australia, it's a very it's energy and mining resource driven. And a lot of the indigenous women there's a lot of indigenous women working in the industry, but at the low level. So what we're trying to do is give them the skills, not only technical skill, but leadership skills, so that they can actually get up into the leadership and start to expand, the community, instead of them staying in those low level for years and then retire. And sometimes when they retire, they don't even, have the financial mean to take care of themselves or their families. So when, we see that some of them, a lot of them actually have potential, but it's just a matter of getting them the tools, the exposure, and get them, to understand that they have, there are opportunity, and they should step up into those opportunities instead of waiting for somebody to identify them or give them those opportunities who are not actually coming. So, but we're trying to expand in not only in Africa, but also in the region here. But we look at really what is key, the key, the key, how do you call it? The key woman, we need to help. For example, like I said, in Africa, it's more the younger generation. Here is the indigenous but working woman. In another country, it's going to be different. It might be again the young ones, or we might actually go to schools. If that's better. So we look at, what's going to be beneficial for the country straight away, so that we can reach our goal to empower at least, a million women, and get them to participate into those male-dominated industry and STEM, like we call them. So I mean, any organization that is, or anybody that is open to this mission, this type of mission, which is empowering women to get into STEM, then, are welcome. It can be just, as a coaching, to coach the girls or the women. It can be by participating to, to bring a program, or to sponsor the girls or the women in, girls to go to uni in a technical organization, or even, some, because I also want to see not only women progressing in the corporate, but also have them to start businesses, because that's also one area where we don't see a lot of women starting, businesses in those male-dominated industries, STEM industries. So we really want to see women start something so that they can create, an organization that will be conducive to feminine leadership as well. So there are different ways to participate and to get involved. That's for sure. It's really, it's really flexible, I would say. We adapt to the country where we want to expand.
That's really great that you're working on the women's side and to work on a STEM. What I understand is it's an organization which help women to lead and to come forward. So that's really great. That's really great. I hope that the other speakers, if they have any question, they can ask, or we can do the questions at the end. So do you want to say something else, Marilyn?
Yeah, what I really wanted to say is I don't know exactly, the audience, but I really want to build on my own experience. Because when I got into the energy sector, it was not something that I'd actually planned. And so it was at a tragic moment at that time, lost my dad. I was, studying abroad, didn't have money. So at some point I had to, react. And the energy sector was offering, jobs that were accessible. So went for it, did, an interview and got into the energy sector. But and that's why I always talk about mindset. I went into it with the wrong mindset because it was at that time very wild male, Caucasian dominated. And I was already seeing myself failing, not only because I was a woman, but also I was a woman of color. So the first few years I was just, on the defensive, just thinking, focusing on what I didn't have and my difference, and really focusing on my difference on the negative way. But as soon as I realized that things were not actually working and I was getting more frustrated, I told myself that I needed to, to have a shift and start to look at my difference or my whatever I have as something that I could use to create a positive impact. And that's what I did, for example, on projects, on getting, trying to get access to people who could, men who could mentor me, because back then, 25 years ago, there were almost no women, especially in my country. So I had to really be proactive and go for, asking for what I wanted instead of waiting for people to give me what they see in me. And a lot of people were seeing limitation as well, because on top of being new in the industry, I didn't speak English back then, and the industry was it was English all the time. So I had to go through the English barrier as well. But when I got this shift, I realized that I had to take control, and whatever limitation I had back then were actually temporary limitation. I had to work hard to overcome them, but I had to take control and create, a vision for myself, a vision for where I wanted to go, where I wanted to be in my career, and what I wanted to do. And as soon as I realized that, and with the help of, obviously a lot of people that I reach out to, especially men, it gave me power to just, look at in each challenge in my industry as an opportunity for me to step up and to grow and to push myself. And I think that's sometimes what, I see a lot of talent wasted in STEM or in male-dominated industry, because we get pushed, we get challenged. Obviously, we get the challenge, more challenge probably than men, but we get discouraged, and sometimes it's just about accepting that, yes, the challenge is there, but we're going to find a way to go through the challenge. For example, I mean, when we have families, we have to get help, try to see how we can, you know, or delegate things instead of trying to do everything, trying to be perfect at home, trying to be perfect, you know, in the office. Really accept that at some point we need to prioritize certain things, and we're going to be able to get everything, but it's not going to be at the same time. So that's really, you know, the learning. And what I want to tell women is that, yes, you're going to get challenged when you get to work with men, and you will have to work probably more to get those promotion and everything, but you have to look at it, how do it's going to help me to get where I want to be, because this challenge is going to be temporary for me, and I need to get, you know, if it means that I need to work harder, and I'm going to work harder, get a step ahead, educate myself, go to the different programs that I needed to help me in my leadership, even if it's not paid by the company because, you know, they don't want me to go. Just get, you know, organize yourself to get, you know, to the right platform to be able to develop yourself, but also reach out to other people. I mean, if it's women, that's fine, but there are also men that support, you know, women in those industry. And I've been really privileged to find those men, but I could only find because I ask. And you know, and if you don't ask, then you don't know, because I think what's happening as well is the men needs to be educated. They need to see something, because there might be a blockage as well. But if you don't break it, then you will not get those champion and those mentor, if or she, that can actually support you through the process. So what I'm trying to do is that sometimes we just need to, as women, to believe in ourselves and take control, and through the different failure, the different challenge, focus on the opportunity that this challenge brings, for us to go to the next step where we want to be. It might take a long time, but at least we know where we want to be, and we focus just on the positive side. And as soon as I've realized that, that's when, you know, I've been able to have an amazing career, work worldwide, and really, you know, create a path for myself, and set myself as a role model now, because that's really what I'm doing, giving back and telling women that if I could do it, they can do it, and they will not be able to do it alone. They will need other women, obviously, but they will also need other men, because that's, you know, men, because that's, especially if they work with men, they need to create this collaboration that will be working for everybody, and for the industry where we know for the industry that they work for. So that's been a real learning, but a real empowerment journey for me, to understand that at the end of the day, it's about, you know, taking the decision of, you know, of taking control of your career, and focusing on the journey, and focusing on the opportunity that exists, instead of focusing on your limitation or the limitation that people want to put on you.
That's great. Really applause for you, because I listen you keenly. I really appreciate, you know, I think it's a decision, the decision that you make for yourself, like, and you know, we can't make a decision if we don't know ourselves, if we don't know, like, where we want to place ourselves, and what is a journey for us look like. So if somebody is, you know, find out that they are that much uh, not capable or skillful, they are blessed, because God created us, you know, God created us, that how it can be that we are not useful for this nature earth. So a woman and the men who realize that they are here for something bigger, and you meet them, it's a really blissful thing. Thank you so much for sharing your journey, and it's really inspiring. Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I wish that we can have everybody till end, but because there is a time constraints, you can leave the summit whenever you want. But I wish that we can go along, and it ends at 8:30 Pakistan PM. So because there is in the later time, the speakers from the South America and the North America will come. Because there is a daytime there and there is a night here. So I will also now I want to introduce a very humble human being, a very, you can say, a compassionate and a full of empathy. I find her a great leader, who have a big heart of wisdom, to give people spaces for work, and to also help them. So Nikki Depina is here. I hope that my connection is stable and I am audible. Nikki Depina is here. She is the founder of Global Peace Let's Talk, and she is from UK, representing Europe. So she is doing great things, and I know her for the last 1 year, and through her organization, Global Peace Let's Talk, she's try to bring people so they can talk themselves and understand that what is the matter, what is the importance of talking and coming together and listening to one another. So yes, Nikki Depina, the stage is yours. Just unmute your mic.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay, so I just want to firstly pay tribute to Rabia, this young woman with a vision and a dream. So in this whole year that I have known her, no matter what gets thrown at her, she just stands strong and she continues to say what her vision is and that she's going to make that happen. So I have a great love for this young girl. She's almost like a daughter now, but I love her passion for life most of all. Nothing at all derailed Rabia from her vision. And for that, she has greatly earned my love and my respect. So I wanted to share that. And Rabia also does my website. So I'm also adding that. So my name is Dr. Nikki Depina. I'm based in London, but I'm actually from Africa, from South Africa, and also from Zambia, and also from Zimbabwe. I have traveled Africa many, many times. I started my organization, Global Peace Let's Talk, a year ago. And the purpose of Global Peace Let's Talk is to connect the Sustainable Development Goals onto specific projects that we are doing. So I have, for example, I call them chapter guardians. So I have 12 chapters, and every chapter deals with a different sustainable development goal. And one of those is women empowerment. So I'm just sharing with you how much value and contribution women are making in this very troubled world of ours. We are living in extremely difficult times. The work I do puts me in contact with the suffering and with the extreme conditions of pain, of hunger, of rape, of killings. My world is environment is exposed to the hard side of life. I want to give you an example now of one of the cases that I'm working on to maybe help you understand global peace-led talk. One of the cases we're busy with now are 3 children whose mother passed away 2 years ago. When the mother passed away, the father just totally disappeared, and he left these 3 girls on their own with nothing. The eldest child then decided she had no option, but she had to go and try and find some money because there was no food. So she managed to find a job. And within the space of a few weeks, a gang of men came to that environment, and the second child was abused. I don't think I need to go into detail about that. So now you have these 3 young girls totally left on their own with all this trauma going on in your life. And it just so happened that one of the people that I work with in Uganda told me about this case. So now look at what happens when strong people, women, come together and say, I can make a difference, I can do something. Because what has now happened is that this little group have come together to rescue these 3 girls and have set up a process to move them away from this environment, find them a decent, safe place to live, and mostly get that oldest child into school. Because I want to tell you that this child, having gone through all of this, you know what her greatest dream is? She wants an education. She wants to be a lawyer. She said to me, ma'am, please, if I can make a difference, then that is what I want to do. So I have been so inspired by all of you today. Your strength, your courage, where you are coming from, how you are standing strong in yourselves, how you are sharing things. This whole morning has been so inspiring about how you all have overcome. So what I'm trying to say is that I can take all of what you have said this morning and share it with this young girl and tell her that there is always hope, never to give up. I know in my heart, because we are all praying, we're busy with a fundraiser now to get these 3 girls into a decent place and get them into school. And I'm just seeing the connection of love between all of you here and your passion. So you have strengthened me not to give up, but to push forward. My whole thinking is that the most powerful thing is when a group of women with the same passion come together. Because when you put your minds together, you create so much life into a sense of meaning. And that's what all of you have shared for me today, is the sense, the strength, the meaning, the encouragement to push forward. Global Peace-led Talk is there for us to unite and work in this world to make a difference. That is what we do. We pull people together so they can share their expertise and their skills, so that we can in turn be able to help those that are suffering and help to alleviate poverty. I have been in an environment where there is only one small half a loaf of bread with 30 children. How do you divide that? So each child gets a block. But the humanity and love just shows you what happens, because even when the bread, the block, there is not a block left for the other children standing in that line. The children will take that little block and divide it into 2 and say, take this half. And that is our world today. It's the humanity and the compassion and the strength that we have. And if we unite together, as we are doing today, we can all make a difference together. I am so inspired by the last speaker with her project, with all of you, with what you are doing and what you've achieved. And Global Peace, Let's Talk, that is what we do. We look at what you do and we share your success with others and tell them, don't give up, because look what you can achieve. And that is my story. Unfortunately, I had to go into another Zoom now, so I had to make it short. But I just want to share my gratitude to all of you for your inspiration. And all of what you have shared today, I am going to share in Global Peace Let's Talk. And I hope that you'll connect with us and join us, as we're going to be a strong force in this world today. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Nikki Depina. And I'm hopeful that the work that you are doing through Global Peace Let's Talk will be achieved the next milestone this year. And all the ups and downs and all the things, but I just witnessed your journey, that the way you are growing up, and what I wish for you is have a more strength of network around you. So thank you so much, and yes, thank you so much for being so kind and so lovely to me. And yes, it's a really honor that I find you in my journey, and being called a daughter by you. Thank you so much. So yes, yes, I think Shai does. My brother is here, and I also invite Amin Bhai here. Shai's brother is from Kashmir, Jammu Kashmir, and I think he want to leave. He's from 2 hours here. So before leaving, just say something, because we have Dr. Anand. I want to say we have us Diwan Sachal Saab. He was the MP minister, provincial minister in the Punjab government. He joined us, and he asked me that, Rabia, just I want to listen, and then I will speak, and then he will go because he want to go. So I don't miss the chance that if you want to leave, before say something. People know about your work and yourself. So I will invite him again as well, Diwan Sachal Saab. But Shahjaz Bhai, just open your video. Let me introduce you, that you are working with women empowerment and related to media and journalism, and having such great awards from your side. It's a great pleasure to have you and to connect with you from the last 3 years. So thank you so much for coming every time when I invite you. Say something. And thank you so much for supporting the women out there, and me and other women as well. So yes, Mike is yours.
Well, Assalamualaikum, good evening, and maybe good morning to some of the guys who are from other parts of the world. Rabia, first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me for the 4th time in a summit. And fortunately, this is the first time I'm able to share a few words from my side. I was not getting any time, but I'm not, I don't regret that time, because that was a great time to learn new things. As far as this summit is concerned, first of all, I think you have given it the title name, some Dr. Anand. It was like something I read somewhere. So Dr. Anand, greetings from my side to you and your good self. And I was very much inspired by the story you already shared with us about the ancient, I won't say ancient, the past times of your grandmother, and the time when she had the courage to get that radio set from the market. And it was the time when, women usually in the Asian subcontinent used to hide behind the curtains. And anyways, I had to speak a lot, because usually I'm a speaker and I used to talk a lot about many things. But here in this summit, it was far better to be a good listener, because people whosoever spoke so far, they actually shared treasures. They shared treasures of knowledge, the treasures of wisdom. And I was very patient listening to each and everybody. I have in fact mentioned a few names in my message also. I'm also thankful to each and everybody who is here. Well, talking about women empowerment, whenever, I usually take good interest in this topic. And there are many occasions where I used to go and I have, spoke on the various occasions about women empowerment. In fact, I'm working on this women empowerment for the last 7-8 years. And whatever I have learned so far is that, I don't know whether anybody agrees with me or not, but this is my point of view. For the women empowerment, we don't need to empower women because women are already empowered. This is only the difference in the mindsets. I used to speak these lines on each and every stage. Wherever I go, when it is a topic of women empowerment, I always used to say that women are already empowered. We don't need to empower them. They have shown and they have proved their worth over and over again. In the world, in the global world where we are living right now, we see the dominance of women in each and every field, whether that is sports, that is science, that is education, that is business, that is politics. Everywhere we see women. So it means they are already empowered. The creator who created women, the creator has given them the power to excel, power to, prove themselves. But the only thing that lacks is the mindset of some men. I won't say all, but the majority of the men still think that they are superior than a woman, but that's not true. And I as a social activist, I as an activist, whenever I talk about women empowerment, I always stress upon this point that men have to change their mentality. It is only the mindset. It's in the minds of some people who say women are less powerful than a man. Women are not as superior as men. That's not a fact. The fact is that women have proved everything. Give me a single example where women are not present. You see anything going on this globe, the women are a part of that program, women are a part of that mission. And you go out of the globe, you go to the moon, you go to the other planets, and women are there. Where's the field where women are not? This is the only thing where men say that some women, they treat women as an inferior subject. That's not true. And now, what I have learned in my, working period is that there are two types of men only, and we need to deal with them. First section is of those men who have actually dominated women right from the beginning. It was in the past, Maharajas, especially in India and Pakistan, when it was a one nation. We know that it was like Maharajas, and women were treated as slaves. They were treated as objects to serve and objects to get pleasure. No, that's not the fact. There are two women. There are two sections of men. One who dominates women and saying that they are inferior, and the second section of men who are poor, who belong to the lower sections of the society, who don't have any courage to face the world. That is the dominance of those first section on the second section, which actually takes takes that advantage of women. The men from the lower sections, we have seen the men in the past that in rural areas where education was very limited, it was, or we can say it was only made, they thought that it is only made for men, it's only made for boys. Girls were not entertained in schools. They were not given any chance to go to school, any chance to go and learn some job, because the thing was that the women were treated unequally in those sections. It was only because of the pressure of those superior classes. So there are two sections of men One who dominate themselves, who under the influence of their political power, under the influence of their money, under the influence of their exposure to the world, they dominate women. And because of the fear of those the dominances, the men in the lower sections, they also treat women unequally. But the world is now changed. We see the change, and this is the only, I think this is the only field where men like me, like Dr. Anand, and like our brother Mr. Junaid, he's having lunch, I think. So
Yes.
people like us, if we really think that women are equal to a man, then we need to fight that section of the society who are still backward in their minds, saying that women are not empowered. Otherwise, there's no space, no section left where women have not proven their worth. So I'll keep it short because I'll have to go. I'll have to attend some other meetings. I apologize for leaving this beautiful session. But the thing is that I always stress on only one thing, that wherever it comes to women empowerment, women don't need to have panic. They don't need to get panic. They don't have need to get distressed. They don't need to take any sort of stress because they are already empowered. They have got everything what a man can have. They have got every chance, and they have got every field where they can excel. Only the thing is that in the world, especially in this subcontinent, we are still having that set of ideology, that mindset that women are made to be our servants. That's not true. And the Western world, that European world, that those people have already proved that men and women are equally going in the race there. But it is the subcontinent where we need to change the mindsets of people, saying that God has created us equal. God has given us the equal opportunity to excel in each and every field. Let's give opportunity, that let's give a chance to ladies to do whatever they want to do in whatever field they want to go. And we have to be their best of their support. I remember we had a speaker earlier on, maybe Miss Nida was there. I think, was that Nida or something like, sorry.
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry that I forgot the name. And she was, while, telling us about her journey of her bad times and good times, she mentioned a person. We don't know the person that is still under the curtain. A person came into her life, and the person was a good inspiration. He was a good support, and we need to be that support to each and every woman. We need to support everyone, and we need to let them take the lead, let them go wherever they want to go. We have to support, because the world has already seen men going everywhere in every field. So now this is the time we have to give them equal opportunity. We have to support them, and there are so many things I have to talk about, but the time is not allowing me. I'm sorry for that, Dr. Anand. It's a great pleasure.
We have to tell Rabia,
like your good self. And Rabia, you have always been inspirational. You have always been great, and the initiative you have taken will definitely one day we'll see. There will be a day where we all, whosoever is connected with you in whatever corner of the world he or she is, one day I believe that we all together will make a difference. We'll see a change in this world. With these words, I wish all the very best to all the participants, all the speakers, and some of the
I wanted you to add one request.
So far, I can still see them, and my good wishes and my blessings to all. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me? This is Junaid here.
Yeah, Junaid.
What I'm saying, I've heard everything what you said, because I'm having
Mr.
lunch
Junaid,
with
Mr. Junaid, this is our very first meeting, and it's only because of Rabia. I'm really inspired, and I'm really appreciating each and everything what's going on here, and it's a great pleasure meeting people like you.
What I wanted to request her, that next
Please.
time, maybe one of the session, she can only invite men who wants to talk about women.
Yeah, that can do. That can do. I always
She should do that. So we also get equal chance to talk about our point of view and our emotions toward that.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Junaid. Junaid bhai, aap maafi chahunga. Just let me. I have a point. जो मैं कहना चाहूंगा, I would like to say that. Yeah, whenever it was, we were talking about women empowerment, and I was, I was anxiously waiting for my turn that Rabia will invite me to say something. It took more than 2.5 hours to.
We are sitting for 2.5 hours. Yes. I'm still ready to sit more.
Right from the beginning, there, and I was there. And one example I'm giving you of the women empowerment is that women is already empowered, as I said, because they made us to wait for more than 2.5 hours to say something. This is the biggest, this is the biggest empowerment. What else you want? Why are women, why are ladies still complaining that they are not getting the chance?
Who told you that?
I'm taking the chance. I'm waiting for my chance to come. So it's okay.
No. It was because, when I saw a message flashing on that, Mr. Junaid, I'm taking the lunch break. I said to myself, it gives me a chance, but I'm sorry, I have to go. This is too late now. Anyways, it's great talking to you. And Dr. Anand, once again, thankful to your good self also. I am thankful to each and everybody who has made this summit a successful one. This is a success. And one day I'm sure that one day will come, we'll together, bring a change to this world. Mr. Junaid, I would definitely like to be in touch with you and Dr. Anand as well.
Yes, brother, anytime. Sure.
All my pleasure. Taking leave.
I'll just put my
anything
mobile.
For me, anything you want to ask me, anybody in this present in this summit, any questions for me, please? No questions.
How, I have one question. How you get
please.
that much patience? How do you get that much patience to wait and for your turn?
Well,
how much you get that patience?
Well, this is very difficult, but not impossible. I have been a good listener also. I won't say I was always a good speaker. I am not a good speaker, but I am always a good listener because it gave me a chance to learn more things.
Yes, I really appreciate that. I was just joking because I really appreciate the support that I got.
Just kidding. And one suggestion, that this is not a joke. This is not kidding. I am serious. To Miss Rabia, there's one suggestion.
Yes.
As I believe, as I belong to the profession, as you already mentioned, I'm a journalist.
Yes,
I do conduct debates and shows like this. I would request your good self to make a change in yourself. Next time, whenever you conduct a debate, whenever you conduct a summit, first chance is to introduce whosoever is present at the beginning. You have 30 seconds, or you will decide the time, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. That is the slot you give to each and everybody who's present there. That makes a discussion, that makes a debate more interesting and more comfortable, and people who are around, like we have 9 participants right now. We had at the earlier time we had 14 participants. I still remember we had 14, and you had to do one thing. You had to give 10 or 20 seconds to each and everybody so that everybody is involved. When you start inviting a speaker and you allow him or her to speak for long time, the others get distracted.
Okay.
To make it more interesting, you need to involve them every time. Whenever you take a break, say like it will be like this. When you start the program, you give some time frame to each and everybody to introduce themselves first. Then you give time to speaker for his or her speech. Once the speech is over, it will last maybe more than 15-20 minutes. And after that, you'll have to refresh each and everybody once again. You can ask a question, you can crack a joke and anything, so that every participant is involved. They feel that they are involved. so they won't get disinterested anymore. Anyways, this was my suggestion. Rest is up to you. Anything else? Okay, I will take your leave. It was great.
Yes. Shahjaz sir. Yes. Let me give him a chance to say something. Yes, I really admire that. In the next meeting, I really want to do it in that way that we do it as a conversation type conversation.
Yes, it should be a conversation type.
So everybody got involved, but I really appreciate the patience of everybody here, because people, I told them that's just calm speech, and if you want to go, then go. And I really appreciate who
don't say if you want to
and
go.
stayed.
Yes, one more thing. Don't ever say if you want to go, you can go. But,
okay.
You know,
जनाब एक गाना है, जाना है तो जाओ बुलाएंगे नहीं.
No, not that my son, not that my sons. Just like, okay, you feel comfortable, like you just come and say something what you want to say about the topic. And although everyone is valuable, and every present, because everybody's presence make any event or any summit or any conversation or any discussion valuable and worthwhile. So apology if from my side, if you feel that the things will be more smarter enough, then
wait,
it will be.
Wait, Rabia, wait. Before you say anything, before you comment anything else, I would like to say that you have done nothing wrong. Everything is very good, and I appreciate. It was appreciable always. I am just telling you only a few, not telling, just suggesting a few things that may make this conversation more attractive, more interesting. That's it. Otherwise, you are doing a fantastic job. You've always been great. You are great. And one more thing, don't forget to take the suggestion of Mr. Junaid to arrange a meeting for men only. In the next coming time. Anyways, thank you.
So we can talk about women, boss. We also have a lot of things to talk about. Also, we will bitch about some time. Men are also doing bitching session. So don't think that men don't bitch. Men also bitch at times.
Rabia, I already talked on this topic, and I told you that whenever I go to attend any kind of seminar or debate subjected this women empowerment, I always used to say that we don't need to explain, we don't need to deliver speech to women. We need to deliver this speech to men, because we need to change the mindset. That's the only thing I feel we have to work upon. That's it.
Thank you so much, Shaida Saab, for coming again. And
so
today,
and God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. And it's great to have you. This is the fourth time that you can speak that much. That really valuable. And I hope
always my pleasure. Always my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Okay. So I think we should. Allah Hafiz. We should move to the next speaker, and I want to tell you that I asked everyone that they can come on their continent time. So maybe later more speakers will join us, and the persons that now I think we should move to Junaid Saab and give them him a mic, and all the things that is doing in media and in the environment. It is also appreciable, and if he say something about it and let us know that how he started, and now doing some media things like making some commercials and having a production house, I guess, and also working lot of organization, because I have seen his profile. He's working on lot of causes. So how has been, and meanwhile supporting women. So yes, Mike, over to you.
Hello, Ardarians. This is the how I address everyone. Why use word is Ardarians? Because I don't differentiate or don't difference between human, animal, plants. So there is no way I can differentiate between men and women. This is what my belief is, that everything who's living on this planet has its own role to play in each other's life. That's why, so if there are certain things where when people say this women empowerment is needed, I really laugh on that people. This is a male ego, which is letting people say things like a word like women empowerment. Who are you to empower women, man? Who are you? How can you empower? You can you give birth to a child? Are you empowered enough to do that yourself? That you can empower a woman? What kind of a ego massage is this that you're talking about empowerment? Yes, because of this certain kind of physical structure men and women both have, there are certain things men can't do and there are certain things women can't do. And that's where we should appreciate and respect each other's spaces. Like tomorrow you expect a woman to do certain things which she may not be able to do. That doesn't mean she's not powerful enough. She has our own power. It's not empower. I use the word own power. Everybody has his own power and we all need to respect each other's power in spaces. So hypothetically speaking, if some woman who's just, let's say housewife, that doesn't mean she's not doing her job. She's contributing to the maybe taking care of the family. That's also a very, very, very important job. Because if the woman does not take care of that family, how the kids will grow with a certain kind of a mindset or ideology. That's also a very important job. And when women is out to work, trust me, as a company owner, I prefer working with women more than men. For simple reason. They are more dedicated. They are more, sorted in their head and don't carry fragile egos. With men, the 90% problem we face during the work, it's a fragile ego. I hate that part. Yes, at times we had to work with men because there are certain things, as I said, which women can't do and it's okay. That doesn't mean that she's not powerful. That doesn't mean she's not powerful because you as a man cannot deliver a baby. It's as simple as that. You can't do that. So you need to accept that fact. There are certain things men can't do, certain things women can't do. And we all have a great role to play in each other's life. So this is what my belief in. That's where the word Ardarian came in my thought when I was doing my environmental program. So I just did not give my background. I'm basically a filmmaker in Bombay for the last 25 years. I do TV commercials, I do feature films, I do television thing. But I was getting bored. What am I doing with everybody is doing? How can I use this power of communication for the growth or positive impact in the society? And that's where I set up a TV channel called Green TV for Farmers. I thought I will talk to farmers directly and empower them with the knowledge. That was again my ego. Oh, I know knowledge. I'm knowledgeable enough, or maybe I have a technology power. They know their job. They're doing farming for ages, for hundreds and thousands of years. I don't need to teach them. I just need to give them a different perspective of the world, that where world is going, where market is going, how things are changing in today's time, and what new practices you need to do. I can't teach you farming, but that was initially my ego when I started with, oh, I will empower those people. They are less empowered. No less empowered. They know their farming job, man. So I think this is also part of my learning. And that's where during the pandemic lockdown, when everybody was sitting home, we didn't have any work. I saw the one beautiful change in our environment. Now, wow, now we can breathe in a city like Delhi. We can breathe in a city like Shanghai. There is no flight. There is no car. We can see a lot of birds which were out of our life. They were part of our ecosystem. They were part of us, but we did not respect them when they were not around. But the moment we saw them back, the respect word is coming from there only, that we need to respect everybody's existence because they have a certain role to play in your life. The engineering capacity what a bird has, the engineering capacity what a bee has, the way they do pollination, we humans cannot do it. A small bee, if they are not there in our life, the human life will be extincted. Then if that's a reality, then how can you don't accept the reality that without women, there is no life for us. There is no human life without women. So everybody has a role to play, as a simple thing. So we're doing a mission called 11 Days for Earth Healing. And this is about that Ardarian, that we need to respect every Ardarian. everything which exists on this planet, it could be men, women, animal, plants, insects, anything. We all need to respect each other and their existence of life and their role in our life. The main thing is their role. The moment we appreciate and accept that fact, automatically the equality and empowering will change. I'm nobody to be able to empower anybody. I'm not. Everybody has their own power. So it's not about in power, it's about own power. And you have to deal with that own power. This is how I believe. And I would like to shorten this because I know a lot of other speakers are sitting there. So they should not miss out on the talking. So I will keep it short and crisp. I hope you guys agree to my idea.
Yes, sure. Obviously, there's a lot of depth in it. When you understand that or what power we have, we just try to play our role to make ourselves better. So it's great that you come with the environment and doing this that much things that you are doing nowadays. Being a media person, I think, and working for environment, that's really great. So thank you so much, Janesa, for joining here. And as I know you too, I think 2 years back, and it's really nice.
I'm sorry, I wanted to add something.
Yeah, sure.
Even after running a TV channel and being in the media business for 25 years, this girl who's sitting there has taught me something. I've learned things from her who'll be half my age or something like that. She calls me one day. I don't know how she got my number, but 3 years back or 4 years back, it's 2017, if I'm not mistaken. It was 2017. Someday she calls me that I want to do an interview with you. She didn't even know who I am. She must have got my reference from Facebook or some common friend, and she calls me.
Yeah, Rehan Bhai.
Rehan Bhai or something, yeah. And I was little disinterested because that point of a time, India-Pakistan was going through a little bit of a tiff. I was not sure whether I should come to a call with a Pakistani person. As I said, it's a politically driven country. So at times we have to be very careful. And I'm a media person. So I have to be extra careful that how people are going to perceive my existence. But still she insisted, and I thought, let me just go. What is she doing? Let me just understand. And the exposure for me was how to do a con call, a video con call, sitting in 2 different countries and going live. I didn't know that. Though I'm in a media business, though I'm in for so many years in the system, I didn't know, because for us, it's always about broadcast, big equipments, big machines. We need to go live on to broadcast. Here, a girl is sitting at home and she doing live broadcast for me. It was eye-opener for me. I started talking to my team, like, boss, guys, you know what is she doing? Sitting in Pakistan, we always talk about Pakistan in a low light because they are less empowered or less powerful than us. This girl sitting there, a Muslim girl, to be most precise, because this is how again perceived that Muslim community is little seen in a different background. If she can do this, then why can't you do this? We need to learn from her. And I asked them to follow her videos. So this is what, Rabia, you should know, that I'm a media person for 20 years, 25 years. I exposed to all biggest possible machines, but you gave me a thinking that I can also go live with the Facebook. 1,000 other people would have gone, but first time you introduced me and you got me in. So this is your contribution in my life. I must thank you for that.
Thank you so much for recognizing that. It really, I feel really humble, and I see that you are going live through StreamYard, and there is great happening to RDF. I feel that I just see that there is some other person who are taking and talking, taking interviews and talking to the environment people. So I think that if I am working in the IT field, and in the last year, what I have done is I bring all people together. All people are from Pakistan together, and they come on one platform. And we have done 13 times after 15 days, the virtual road shows. And
wow.
I think that if we want to expand our community in that field, we should ask people come and join us on the same niche. I really appreciate that, and I wish that environment, the thought and the philosophy you have for the environment, everybody should take rest, give rest to the earth 11 days, so it can also rebuild itself. So I wish that this crazy idea might be take its place, and it's happened in the world. Yes. So thank you so much, Junaid, for being with us and being so patient. So I should go to next speaker, who is Amin Bhai. And Amin Bhai, just open your mic. I know him I think 1.5 years, and I also asked him to come to live. Only I think Dr. Anand called me for the live video. I think I call everybody to come and to live video. Otherwise, Dr. Anand is the one who just asked me to come to his show.
I'll just share something.
In the media.
I'll just share something about communication. Text जो होता है ना, text is only 11% or 7%. It's very low because text is often misconstrued, misunderstood, because it's a very narrow band. When you talk on the phone, good morning, how are you? Good morning, how are you? This zameen asman ka antar hai. And video makes it even more real. 58% of communication is body language. So I'm a communicator. I've been a doctor. I've been on the radio. And I think what's the difference between animal and humans?
Hello, Rabia. How are you? Dr. Anand, it's my turn.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll let you come in.
आप लोग बात करना बंद करें जरा, मुझे भी टाइम दें.
Oh my God.
कौन है?
Mohammed Amin Kirio from Pakistan.
Acha.
You know very well to me.
Oh, Janab, your picture is not coming because your background is coming through you. You're looking very ghostly.
Yeah, because I am on the road.
Oh, acha. So your signal
just to join.
Okay. I'll shut up. Carry on.
Please. Thank you. So, guys, hello. Assalamu alaikum. Mohammed Amin Kirio here from Pakistan. I'm environmentalist by the profession and working for the environment since my career of 30 years. And of course, I have started this field of social work in the age of 15 years from Simal village. And now, Alhamdulillah, my work is recognized national level. You can say international level as well. Currently, I am a regional coordinator for Global Environment Facility GEF, CSOs South Asia and East Asia. Also, country coordinator, Gates Melinda Foundation in Pakistan, Director MEX, and CEO Sindhika Reform Society. Actually, being a socialist, I am working with society since, as I say, from last 30 years. So we have worked a lot on the ground. Definitely, we also work with women issues, and we are focusing on different angles. Just like we have worked with the health department regarding family planning and birth spacing, that issues with women, because health is more important, and we believe that she has the right to choose the birth of a child whenever she wishes. Otherwise, no one can force her. That's why we were teaching the people as a Islamic way, and we have taken many verses from Holy Quran to teach them that what Islam says about women's rights. And accordingly, we are also working with the other basic rights, just like right for safe sanitation, rights for the fresh and safe drinking water. These are the basic things. So, because mostly you have seen, I think everyone has seen that in our houses, in the families, even it is in cities or in, you can say, in rural areas, female has a responsibility, mostly female has a responsibility to manage water and kitchens and even sometimes sanitation as well. So we are working on these issues, and innovatively we are promoting many technologies in Pakistan and Indonesia and also in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia regarding sewerage sanitation, innovative toilets, and also working on environment, just like with Jeff for restoration of forest, promoting women communities living in riverine forest areas beside the river area, because that area is commonly known as you can say most vulnerable areas, because due to lack of the poverty and lack of education, women are most deprived in these areas. So we are focusing on these areas and trying to make them enable so that they can have their own business, they can have their own earning. Are you listening my voice, or I am talking alone?
No, we are listening to you.
Okay, thank you for feedback. So regarding our work, because I believe in practice instead of talking more. Sorry, I'm not saying this, but I mean, I have been working and I believe in working. I'm a practical man. So, but I was saying that what we are doing for females in our communities. We have introduced many, you can say, interventions for riverine forest ladies, communities, females, and child. One of them is supporting their livelihood and support their other areas. Just like in, as I say, that in rural areas, just like Sindh, Punjab, and other areas where forest communities lives, females are used to collect wood for cooking. So it takes too much time in collecting the wood from forest and use it for cooking daily basis. The forest is almost, you can say, 5 to 6 kilometers away from their home. So we introduce heat efficient stoves, biogases. These two interventions promote and support heat efficient stove support in cooking and conserve, you can say, saved almost 50% of their daily used wood. So that consumption also reduced, and that's why her trips towards the forest has been decreased. We also introduced local interventions, just like livelihood support. In COVID, everyone was trying to earn some financial from everywhere, but we tried to promote, you can say, kitchen gardening for females. We train them, we provide them seeds, we provide trainings to them how to plant and how to make your own kitchen gardening, and then we also give them a proper counseling about marketing of their products. So they have on their in-house kitchen gardening. They cultivate multiple vegetables of the season and used for their homes, and also excess vegetables been sold for other areas, you can say other houses beside her house, so that she can earn at least, you can say, reasonable amount, and that also support her to again plant vegetables in new season. So this intervention is continuous still, and people are mostly happy and good. We also introduce bee honey. Honey, you can say farm honey is also available in everywhere, but forest honey, you can say wild honey, is not available, or available with high cost and low quality. So we also introduce this intervention and train them with support of NARC, National Agriculture Research Council of Pakistan, and train community people in our different areas, and they start collecting honey from forest, and they branded that honey and sell it direct to the customer, and the role of middleman was removed from this. So these are few things, are so many, but because I have just suddenly joined, so that's why I'm not fully prepared. And you can ask question if you want, and I will brief. Thank you very much. I will welcome any question. Thank you.
Your voice is not coming. Rabia?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Amin Bhai. I was just replying to the call, and all the things that you have mentioned, that you are working practically with the women, helping them that how they can earn their livelihood. And I think this is a thing. If you are doing great because you're starting from the scratch, as you told, and representing your work on the international level, it takes lots of time. So I really appreciate that. I'm so sorry. And yes, also happy that we connect through Rihan Bhai. And I find you very supportive as well. And what do you think that how women can be more powerful, can believe themselves? What do you think that? Does environment play a role? Does the parents?
Definitely, women is powerful, already powerful.
Yes.
But this is our mindset that women is not powerful. Actually, women has good capacity. And even I have seen that in education sector, female girls are more strong and successful comparing to male.
Yes, yes. I was just like I was asking, as a father, because you also have a daughter. As a father, you also I think every father provides support to their daughters. I know my father who supports me very much. So so I think firstly, what I believe, we should give the environment to the girls that they can explore more and they can build their ways, because in the world maybe I am wrong, I perceive wrong, but I feel that we gave lot of chances to our sons. If they fail or if they stop, we give lot of chances, do it again, do it. But when it comes to girl, then I think the society has less roles, that if a girl failed, or if a girl didn't achieve their goals, maybe, or didn't pursue their careers, or I think we have more role models who can say that they can also pursue their careers, even they until they don't get it. So I'm hopeful that we have more supportive in the field. We have more support in the field where girls are less privileged than us, as we have the environment and support. But I'm hopeful someday we have equal distribution of not only resources but also the mental resources as well. So this was little thing that I want to share. Thank you so much, Amin Bhai, for joining.
I want to add something.
Yes, yes, Dr. Anand, please.
Our brother is working very hard at the grassroots level, where women are carrying water on their heads and they're given all the bad tasks like lighting the fire, cooking with the eyes burning with the smoke and all that. That's one end. But let's come to England. I'm talking about modern England today. I've been here 43 years, and in the beginning, there were very few lady doctors here. So the Newcastle Medical School gave them positive discrimination. Okay. So there were 50% women, 50% men. Then they realized that women are clever and don't work full time. And they give more to the patient because they have time to think and read and relax. So though they are 50% of the time in the doctor's practice, they're giving much more. The man is rushed and doing his job. So after a while, they removed that 50% positive discrimination And now it's 49, 51, 58, 52, 48, something like that. So they've removed that. So it's a change, as the gentleman was saying, if you change the mindset, and the previous speaker also was saying, if you change the men's mindset, it's the men who are creating the problem, not the women. So we have, in Hindi, there used to be a word called abala, jisko takat nahi ho. Nobody uses that now. And the world is changing, you know. And if you don't come along, you'll be left behind. So I'm grateful for the last speaker pointing out at the grassroots level for women carrying wood and things, and they get all the dirty jobs, of course. But things are changing even in the West. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm hopeful that now internet has the ability to connect us, you know, to, because I see that there are a lot of ideas after pandemic and into pandemic. People connect to one another, get the ideas and things working in a different way. So I think that moving the resources, knowledge, and everything from west to east, and the other values from east to west, I think it will balance, because when knowledge transfers, things can be better and we can see a better world. I think that in the future we will have more great visionary thinkers who can transform the world in a more better way. I really appreciate the work of Mark Zuckerberg. I think that he has done such a great work, like Edison. If he didn't make this platform, I can't meet I can meet the human beings, amazing human beings, the other part of the world. So we need these kind of thinkers, these kind of visionaries who just want to transform the societies with a new kind of connections. And yes, and with the women, if it comes from the women's side, and I really then it will be more great, because it's good to see the women who are now participating in the economies on the national level, on the international level, on grassroots level, or even their communities, or even in their family. Dr. Anand, you know that I just see nowadays I am also watching the one of the YouTube channels from all over the world, and there are some lady who is from Korea, who is a housewife, who is just cooking something, making the videos, and then making it presentable. And the 1 and 2 week ago, I just see her video. He just showcase her food stuff, and I just write in the writing, the captions, and it really touches me, because I just know him because his video, his food, and his writings, and his writing is very touching, that even though I am sitting here and I connect to her. And she said that I am an ordinary housewife, but I
Yes.
find this platform and sharing myself, and I am amazed that I can reach even 10 million people out there
Okay,
through YouTube.
I don't reach 10 million
You know?
people, but I know Fatima Aziz very, very well. How do
Yes,
I know
yes.
her? Because she's an amazing, and she treats me like a father figure. She said, I could get a job paying 12,000 rupees. I said, look, child, you're with your father, do what your heart tells you. You're teaching children yoga, you're teaching them how to grow plants, you're teaching them to take the waste home and not throw. You know, in our culture, if you are rich in a private school, you just, boys and girls just throw the rubbish. So,
Yes,
you know,
yes.
those little things that the children, she's like a mother figure. A teacher is a mother, isn't it? Even if it's a man.
Yes.
A teacher is
Yes,
a
yes.
mother. And I think that role is extremely important. Now, I'm slightly distracted because I'm a political worker here. These are my leaflets. Okay.
Okay.
But these leaflets don't promise anything. I'm actually showing a sign that's broken. I'm actually carrying rubbish. I'm actually speaking to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak. I'm actually cleaning up rubbish, picking up litter, talking to the police. So what I'm saying is, and I was going to speak to the lady, is it Mirel? You know, I'm amazed that without knowing English, she went and now she speaks perfectly good English. And my situation was the opposite. I went to an English school in Patna. So मेरी हिंदी बड़ी कमजोर थी. अब मैं धड़ल्ले से बोलता हूँ, तकल्लुफ, ज़ीरा, ज़रूरत. You know, you can learn anything through YouTube and through people. So I would like Fatima to say something. अगर आप उर्दू में आपको ज़्यादा comfortable है, बहुत करती है. ये ग्वादर जा करके
Yes, yes,
उसका
yes.
सीनरी हमें भेज दी कि
Fatima.
ग्वादर आइए. You know, And your father and digital Atik Mia and me, we are like
yes,
three.
he will come.
He had come, he came as iPhone, I changed his name. So I think we have to become comfortable with women, that they are human beings, they are people. Not औरत आ गई चुप रहो ऐसा मत बोलो भाई औरत के पीछे में आप क्यों गंदा बोलते हो. So I don't take any rubbish. I mean, if someone says something vulgar, I said, you won't say this in front of your mother or sister. No, then don't say it in front of me. Because those are the ways of putting women down. हमारी सारी गालियां औरतों के खिलाफ होती हैं, मर्दों के खिलाफ गाली सुनाई नहीं आज तक. All this has to change, And we are now a global community. हम पूरे दुनिया में साथ हैं. और मैं आपको आखिरी में बता दूं कि जहां मैं खड़ा हूं, where I'm standing in Gosford, it's 94% white people. Then there are Arabs, Chinese, some Pakistani, some Bangladeshi, some Indian. And I'm none of these. I'm brown. And I'm standing in a pure white area. It's about belief system, Nobody hits me, nobody shouts. I didn't win, I came second, but I beat one political powerful party. So it's about self-belief. If you believe as a woman, आप अगर believe करें आप कमजोर हैं, so stop believing what they tell you. Don't believe the propaganda. And I'm a little distracted because this is my 4th leaflet, which we go out. I go to every house and push it through the door. And at the minute, my Prime Minister, Boris, is getting a hard time. A bit like your Prime Minister as well. But so what? I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty. I haven't done anything wrong. I said, I'm just a local person. I'm not high-level Prime Minister material. So, you learn to be confident. And I live here. This is my country, England.
Yes.
So nobody says, go back to your country.
Matter of acceptance.
हाँ, अब आप ही तो रावलपिंडी में बैठी हैं, कहाँ आपका घर है, मुल्तान आप बैठी हैं. You don't feel like someone weak. You're a world person, aren't you? Okay,
Yes,
I'll shut up now.
Yes. So we have Fatima Aziz, we have Naila Jabi, and we have Irfan, Dr. Irfan as well. I am hopeful that Fatima is with us. Fatima be with us. I just want to, with your permission, Fatima and Miss Naila, I want to introduce Dr. Irfan, who is living in the Kuwait and just joined us and just joined from the starting. He is a journalist and writes in Arab news. So I just want that we should give a little bit chance so he can also speak with us. Is it okay, Fatima and Naila, Miss Naila?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you, Fatima.
Okay,
After that, we'll.
Yes, okay. I'm going for prayer. Okay. After.
Okay, sure. Okay. After that, you can take. And we have Dr. Irfan. And Dr. Irfan, kindly unmute you. And I am just pin you here, so you can say like how your journey is, like how you see your. I think I should ask your introduction and how you see your mother, and while working in the Kuwait, how you feel that, because you are away from your relations. So how the things are there, and love to hear from your side. Okay, I think his connection is not stable. So Fatima, when he come back, we give him a chance. So Fatima, yes, what are you doing? How you're inspiring the community? How you make the decision to show up? And I see you in the torch. And the torch is like Miss Lynchotic platform. She is doing an amazing work since 3 years. I know her, and working as a teacher and in your own community, and having an environment that you got the support or the strength that you have in your own self. So how you are making moves. We'd love to listen from you, and welcome. The stage is yours. Yes, Fatima.
Thank you so much, Rabia. And this is a very amazing conference going on. I learned so many things, and the speaker come from the different countries or areas. It's amazing. All are doing the very great job. Yeah, basically I'm the teacher, and Corona make me to do the change my workplace towards the community. All activities which I planned for my students during after the Corona, I change into the action plan.
Net
So,
signal very
Yes, Irfan Saab, you was disconnected, and meanwhile, Fatima
Net
is.
is very weak. I am trying again and again, but don't try to connect.
Okay. Fatma is here and Fatma is sharing her story, and I think we should give her a chance. Be there, and after that, we'll listen from you. Is it okay, Dr. Irfan? Hello. So yes, Fatima, continue.
So when I'm working in the school, so I realized that we need to be educate the people, especially the mothers and the fathers.
I'm listening. Continue, Fatma.
Thank you, sir. So I am conducting the awareness session in the public places like a ground and the parks and meet the community people. Community people means where I live, which area I live. So it's called the community, not the particular people of group who are speaking the same language or the same culture. No. Community means where I live. So I am educated the people who is surrounding me, taking the awareness session, and I'm working about to aware the environment, the sorting garbage and kitchen gardening. Corona tell us about that we should change our lifestyle, take healthy food, and to improve our immunity power. Then we can deal with the corona easily. So during the corona, the so many people, as you know, lost their jobs and they are facing a lots of financial problems. So I observe also in my community, women are very fed up, and they are trying to get how they will earn, and they can support their families. So I started the kitchen gardening project for the community. So I Alhamdulillah, people give the lots of good feedback, and they are trying to start their own kitchen garden in their home. Either even though they have the place or not, they are starting from a small pot. So it's amazing. And I am with the people in Karachi. वैसे तो it's all around the world. The garbage is a very big problem, and in garbage, man, the plastic is a very, very, very big monster. So other things so we can deal, but the plastic solution I take out the cave. We make the eco bricks. Eco bricks empty. Do you know, Rabia, what is the eco bricks?
No, I just came across this term first time.
Okay, eco bricks means this activity for my small learner Montessori students. Okay, usually students bring the homemade lunch, but on daily basis we have got lots of the wrappers or different kind of plastic. So I put the empty bottle in my classroom. I tell them the students don't throw it in the dustbin and put it inside the bottle. So on the daily basis, we are putting the wrappers in the bottles, and we make it solid. So after it, we make remake the things with these bottles. This idea. We punch in a professional level, and now it is qualified in the national level. He got the second prize to make the eco bricks with the furniture. So Afshin is my friend and the CEO of the Cash the Trash. So which I share with this idea with the different people. I'm just making the eco bricks with my small learner, jo school going students hote hain. So everybody said, but what will we do for this? What is this? What is this nonsense? Nobody is appreciate me. Okay, what are you doing? Na? So it's not sustainable, or it is it will be not useful like this. But I discussed with Afshin. Afshin is also working on the environment or like this. So she like my work and I like her work. So we all together, and I invite her, Afshin, to come to in my area. We will work together. So I will provide you the team. So we are collecting the garbage from door to door. Very first, aware the people to sort the garbage from their home. Like get the card sheet and the paper alag, and the plastic bottles should be separate, and then metal or the glass जो है वो should be separated. So it's in the starting the people happy that we are collecting the garbage from their door, and we are not they are not paying any single penny, so they are happy, but they are not ready to change their habits. Initially they are give us the garbage, mixed garbage, but we said that not, we will not collect this type of the garbage. If you will be sort, then we will provide this service. So alhamdulillah, we work on to change the habits of the people. Now still they are connecting with us, kindly start the service from my area like this, or to watch my kitchen gardening project. It is popular in my community. The further schools are inviting me to start their kitchen gardening project at their school. So I am working on it. If we will teach them to the school students, so it will be more beneficial, because the बहुत अच्छा वो जो है ना हमें आउटकम देते हैं, इंटरेस्ट लेते हैं, और उनको ये बहुत मजा आता है करने में, और it helps them to be the nature lover. Or it is a need of our Pakistan is an agricultural country, and we are import the food item or lots from the other country. I don't think so. Okay, we should grow our own vegetables and fruit. Like I do the so many drive in my area, plantation drive. First, when I did the plantation drive, so I got the plant from the different associations, and my family support me to plant for this drive. But after that drive, I have my kitchen gardening project, and I have my own nursery. So I provide all plant from my nursery. So this is amazing. And also where the people in my area, there are lots of the neem trees. So we collect the neem trees with the help of the community children and the school children. And through this seed, they are planted the neem tree. And alhamdulillah, neem tree and the drumstick is called the sahanjna. बहुत सारे लोग इसको कहते हैं sahanjna, या हाँ ये sahanjna ही कहते हैं, in English में भी कहते हैं drumstick. So it is a very beneficial for our environment as well, and the food supplement completely. Usually we the people students of the school have the deficiency of the food because we are not taking the balanced diet. So if I told them if you are taking this, I aware them to the benefits of the sahanjna and the other plants, so the parents and the children take interest a lot, and they are try to do themselves. So this is the hai mera. Or secondly, a lots of challenges I face when I work in the community. Last I conduct the cleaning drive in my. I can conduct this cleaning drive at any school, any government school or any park or any, but I choose the ground which is located in my area. So people said to me people will not participate, but I invited the private sector students, the government sector students, the community citizens, the community children, and the madrasa students. Or my drive is very successful. All the people were very happy, and मुझे भी थोड़ा सा था कि मैं कचरा उठाने का काम अगर मैं लोगों से करवाऊंगी तो उनके रिएक्शन क्या आएगा, लेकिन उन्होंने बहुत मुनज़्ज़म तरीके से, हमने जिस तरह से ग्रुप बनाए थे, क्या एक ग्रुप ने सारे उधर से कागज ये गत्ता जमा करना है, दूसरे ने ये, और जो चीज रिसाइकल नहीं हो पा रही थी एक ग्रुप ने वो वाला करना है। तो बच्चों ने बहुत आराम से और बहुत मजे से, इवन दो के ऑल सिटीजन ने इसको बहुत ज्यादा अप्रिशिएट किया। तो बहुत ज्यादा लोग इस एक्टिविटी से जो है मेरी कम्युनिटी के, जो मेरे एरिया के, मेरे बहुत ज्यादा खुश हुए। रिसेंटली आई एम स्टार्टिंग एंड द क्लासेस फॉर दोज स्टूडेंट इन माय कम्युनिटी, दे आर नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर, किसी स्कूल नहीं जाते, या बिकॉज ऑफ द financial crisis, yeah, their parents are not have enough resources, तो उनके लिए हमने क्लासेस स्टार्ट किए। तो वहाँ मैंने स्टार्ट किया था ये सारी क्लासेस इन ओपन प्लेस में, इन ग्राउंड में जहाँ पर हमारा स्पोर्ट्स क्लब है, जहाँ पर हम खेलते हैं, जहाँ पर हम कम्युनिटी के सारे बच्चे, तो मैंने वहाँ पर क्लासेस स्टार्ट की। अब नाउ आई हैव द प्लेस इन मस्जिद में, जो एक रूम होता है, मस्जिद वालों से मैंने बात की तो उन्होंने मुझे एक रूम जो है वो दिया फॉर दिस पर्पस। द पर्पस टू गेट द रूम इन अ मस्जिद, के मस्जिद भी तो हमारे कम्युनिटी सेंटर्स होते हैं ना, तो उधर से लोग बहुत सारे कनेक्ट होते हैं। अगर हमारी मस्जिद जो है वो इन पर्पस,
वाओ दैट्स ग्रेट,
या बट मुझे उसमें अभी काफी सारे चैलेंजेस हो रहे थे, वो नहीं स्लो चल रहा है सारा प्रोसेस। आपने प्रेसिडेंट से बात करना है, मस्जिद के जो कम्युनिटी के हैं, फिर इमाम साहब से बात करना है, फिर जो एक्टिव मेंबर्स हैं उनसे आपसे बात करना है, लेकिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह ऑल आर वेरी कोऑपरेटिव। जब मैंने उनको बताया कि ये करिए, उन्होंने बहुत सारे मुझे शराइत के साथ, एक शराइतनामा के साथ कि आपने इस पे साइन करना है और फिर आपने इसको वो करना है, बड़ा लंबा चौड़ा उन्होंने मुझे दिया। मैंने कहा ये मुझे कोई इशू नहीं है, बल्कि मुझे आप लोगों का कॉपरेशन चाहिए, हम आपको भी इनवाइट करेंगे, आप भी दें। मेरा मकसद उनको ये था कि हमारे इलाके सब पढ़े लिखे लोग होते हैं, बिजनेसमैन होते हैं, मिल ऑनर होते हैं, हमारे इलाके में बहुत सारी स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज भी हैं, तो वो आकर उन बच्चों से अपने अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस भी शेयर करें, तो उनको सिखाएं और उनको बताएं। तो ये अगर मैंने स्टार्ट किया है तो ये मेरा नियम है, फुल टाइम नहीं दे सकती। तो उन्होंने कहा हाँ ये तो बहुत अच्छा हो जाएगा। लोगों ने इस तरह से नहीं सोचा कि हम इसको इस तरह से भी कर सकते हैं। तो अभी तो खैर इनिशियली है, अभी प्रॉपर कुछ रिसोर्स जमा किए हैं, और सबसे बड़ी बात है वायरस इतना अजीब वगैरह हुआ हुआ था कराची का, तो बच्चों को, जो बच्चे कहीं पर भी नहीं जाते, उनका माइंड जो होता है, जहन होता है, वो थोड़ा सा मुख्तलिफ होता है। उनको पहले आप राजी करें और उनकी इंटरेस्ट की चीजें उनको करवानी पड़ती हैं। तो ये थोड़ा सा है ये कहानी। और एज यू नो कि मैं थोड़ी बहुत जानी जाती हूँ, लोगों से कनेक्ट होती हूँ और लोगों से शेयर करती हूँ, और उनकी जो एक्सपीरियंसेस होते हैं उनसे सीखने की कोशिश करते हैं। लेकिन मैंने इतना काम हो रहा है पाकिस्तान में, मैं इतने लोगों से मिलती हूँ और इतने सारे लोग इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। मैं इस नतीजे पर पहुंची हूँ, मैं डिफरेंट एरियाज में जाती हूँ, मैं रोटरी की मेंबर हूँ, लोग मुझे बुलाते हैं, जो भी कोई अच्छा काम कर रहा होता है तो मैं उनको सपोर्ट करती हूँ। लेकिन मैंने 2 साल से ये कोशिश की कि मैं अपने ही एरिया में काम करूंगी फोकस के साथ, तो ताकि एक इम्पैक्ट और एक जो चेंज है ना वो नजर आए, और फिर उसकी मदद से वो एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बन जाए कि मेरे इलाके के जितने भी पॉजिटिव लोग हैं, जो क्रिएटिव लोग हैं और जो कुछ चाहते हैं, तो वो उससे कनेक्ट हो जाए और हम एक अच्छे वॉलंटियर्स टीम जो है ना बनाने में कामयाब हो जाए। फिर एक हमारे इलाके की एक वो अच्छा, पहले ऐसे होता भी था कि स्पोर्ट्स होते हैं, गाइड स्काउट्स होते हैं, गाइड होते हैं, अब उनका वो नहीं है। हंगामी हालात होते हैं, हमें नहीं पता होता कि हमें उसमें किस तरह से डील करना है, क्या तरीकेकार होना चाहिए, कैसे हम एक दूसरे को हेल्प कर सकते हैं, कैसे फर्स्ट एड कर सकते हैं, ये सारी चीजें अब अभी नहीं होती हैं इस तरह से। तो जब मैं लोगों से कहती हूँ, और मैं कहती हूँ वॉलंटियर, यानी कि आपके पास अगर टाइम है 1 आवर है, हाफ आवर है, वीक में 1 डे है, तो आप हमें बोलें, हम आपको उसके अकॉर्डिंग जो है ना कोई एक्टिविटीज बताएंगे और आपने उसको करना है और आपने हमें हेल्प आउट करना है। तो इस तरह से हमारा एक नेटवर्क वॉलंटियर्स का बन जाएगा, जो कि अपने ही इलाके में, उन्हें बहुत ज़्यादा रिसोर्स की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी ना। आप कहीं जाएंगे, कोई वर्कशॉप होती है या कोई एक्टिविटी होती है, अगर वो दूर होगी तो उसको आने जाने में प्रॉब्लम होती है, आपको रिसोर्सेज चाहिए होते हैं। तो ये छोटा सा मेरा काम है जो मैं कर रही हूँ, योगा भी करवाती हूँ। अच्छा, हमारे इलाके में योगा होता है, बहुत अरसे से हो रहा है, वो होता है ओल्ड सिटीजन के लिए, ना वुमेन के लिए होता है ना बच्चों के लिए होता है। तो आई मीट द इंस्ट्रक्टर ऑफ द योगा, मैंने योगा के सर से बात की कि आप अगर बूढ़ों को सिखा रहे हैं तो मैं समझती हूँ ज्यादा जरूरी है कि आप बच्चों को सिखाएं, ताकि उसका इम्पैक्ट ज्यादा क्रिएट हो। उन्होंने कहा हाँ कोई भी सीख ले हमसे। तो फिर मैंने वहां पर बच्चों के लिए, उसी पार्क में बच्चों के लिए, क्योंकि मेरे पास 2 ही दिन होते थे जॉब के साथ, तो सैटरडे संडे को जो है हमने 2 डेज बच्चों के लिए योगा क्लासेस स्टार्ट करवाई। जब जब वो लॉकडाउन नहीं होता, ओपन होता है, पार्क ओपन होता है, तो वहाँ पे वो क्लासेस होती हैं और वहाँ पे बच्चे सीखते हैं और दे वर हैप्पी कि हम भी सीख रहे हैं। वरना रोजाना एक कम्युनिटी है, रोजाना आप मिल रहे हैं, रोजाना भी नहीं मिल रहे तो हफ्ते में कुछ दिन तो आप मिल ही रहे हैं, लेकिन वो बच्चे सीखना भी चाह रहे हैं, लेकिन किसी बड़े ने उनको नहीं बोला कि आप हमारे साथ आ जाएं, या अगर आप सीखना चाहते हैं तो हम आपको भी सिखा सकते हैं। तो मैंने थोड़ा सा ये इनिशिएट लिया, तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वो भी एक चीज का सिलसिला जो है वो स्टार्ट हो गया है। और लोगों में बहुत अवेयर आ गए हैं, कभी भी किसी भी टाइम मेरे घर का दरवाजा भेजते हैं, टीचर हमें जो ना पौधा चाहिए, हमें आप एलोवेरा दे दें या हमें कोई सीड दे दें। तो उसका एक इम्पैक्ट जो है वो क्रिएट हो गया, लोगों को पता चल गया। पहले जब हम लगाते थे तो बच्चे उन पौधों को उतार के उठा देते थे, ले जाते थे या कुछ करते थे। अब ना वहाँ पे हमने लिखा हुआ है कि आप पौधों को खराब ना करें, जो घर के बाहर लगे हुए हैं, जो हमने एक मॉडल गली हमने बनाई है जहाँ पर हम ग्रेजुअली जो है वहाँ पे सफाई और पौधे वगैरह एक छोटे से एरिया में हमने लगा दिए। तो वो बच्चे जो जिम्मेदारी लेते हैं हम वहाँ पौधा लगा देते हैं, क्योंकि हम तो हर जगह नहीं पहुँच सकते। तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह कम्युनिटी की तरफ से बहुत अच्छा रिस्पांस मिल रहा है। चीज भी है, काम स्लो हो जाता है और थोड़ा सा हमारे जो गवर्नमेंट इदारे हैं उनको मैं समझती हूँ कि ट्रेनिंग की ज़रूरत है, और अगर उनमें भी जो कोई अच्छे लोग हैं ना राबिया, या हम लोगों का ये काम है, जो गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में जो अच्छे लोग हैं ना उनको अगर वो सामने आ जाए ना कि वो कैसे कम्युनिटी के लोग उनसे मदद ले सकते हैं ना, तो ये एक बहुत अच्छी बात हो जाएगी। होंगे गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर थोड़ा सा इन्वॉल्व हो जाए ना इसमें तो बहुत so this is my
Zabardast. Okay, thank you so much, Fatima, for inspiring that while being sitting there in your home, being a teacher, we can inspire our students to do something, make some art and do something voluntarily, which is good for the, on the whole, good for the environment, for the home, for everybody else. I'm really proud of you. I really feel good that you came here, you know, and you spoke here. I really feel good and really inspired. I really buck up you, and I really appreciate you, the things that you are doing in your life and stepping one by one, because all the steps that we take at the end they lead us somewhere, you know, where we want to see us, you know. And one thing more from you, for you, that you know, I think those persons are better who at least took steps for their journey rather sitting, you know, sitting in their homes. So thank you so much, inspiring me as a leader, doing something creative. Yes, be there. Yes, be there, because we have two more speakers. Mr. Raid came, he's from the education, and Jenica, who requested me that she also came from South America. She was doing something in the middle of something, and then I request him, just come, just say something about woman. Just be there with me. We'll conclude it. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. So, Rai Saab, Mr. Rai, agar aap, if you allow us that, if we give the chance to Miss Jenica. Okay, good. So Jenica, yes, the floor is yours. You are doing amazing work, and thank you so much for making some time and coming here. I want to just listen from you how you are doing, and what are like the things going on, as you told me. Yes, yeah. Thank you so much for opening the camera. So just open your mic as well.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I greet you. It's very early here in the United States, but I just wanted to encourage everyone to keep doing what you're doing all over the world. We need more and more people to be, engaged in human rights and children's rights, and especially something that's dear to my heart is gender-based violence, especially on the continent of Africa. And I just want to encourage all of you to be the very best that you can be in your lane, in your sphere of influence. And I thank you so much, Madam Host, for having me here today.
So nice of you. So you're so humble. If you have little bit time, I just want to ask you one question. Like, I think a lady is shaped by the decision that she made in their life, in her life, and the choices she made. So what do you think, that what choices you made that shape you a lady, a powerful lady that you are today?
Well, I really believe that my faith has been very big in that. And also my influence from my grandmother as a small child. She's a very strong woman. very influential woman in her day. And I just was encouraged to be, who I was born to be. And that's a whole nother story. I have a book to write about that. But I really believe just having good examples, as all of you are examples to young women. We have to be examples to the young women. And so that's pretty much what my whole influence has been. Other women influencing me to be strong.
Okay, thank you so much. And I know that you are middle of something, and as I just dragged you here. So, but I'm really honored. I feel really honored that you come and you say something. I learned that how to be more humble and all the time teachable, learnable. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jessica, Denika. Thank you so much. So we have Raita, and he belongs to education. I always saw his videos. He's bucking up his daughters and showing their work that, okay, doing something great, which nourishes their soul, and giving them the chance to see this world the way they want to see. I really inspired by his different philosophy, different way of seeing things, and also whenever I saw his videos, there is all the time I learn something great from him. I think that we have just one man, or maybe I know him in my circle, who do things in a very different way, and I'm so proud of him. So thank you so much to have you. I am not just buttering you up. I know that what I mean. Thank you so much for joining this the Women Summit. What do you say about it when you are promoting? Actually, he's belong to education, and he has education he's working as the managing director or CEO of East, which is helping students to learn differently. He has in his own website, his own programs, which is helping the students to learn in a different way. The same I have done in his videos when he is sharing videos of her daughter. So yes, sir. Thank you so much for joining.
Okay, so am I supposed to talk in English or Urdu?
You should talk in English, and yes.
Okay,
and
so
yes.
Well, I think that excuse me, people who should be attending this conference on our behalf should be my daughters, because it's all women session, and most of the work that has been done in our organization is done by females, especially my daughters. They take care of most of the work we are doing. But anyhow, they're not here at the moment. They have gone to Gwadar. So, let me explain what we do. We work mostly for women who don't have much education. And what we do actually is provide home-based accelerated education. What I mean by home-based accelerated education is that we give them literacy in 3 months, Urdu literacy in 3 months. So if they have never gone to school and they don't know how to read and write Urdu, so if they join our program, then they are able to read and write Urdu in just 3 months. And when I say read and write, it means that they will be able to write a letter in Urdu, and they will be able to write a newspaper in Urdu in just 3 months, giving approximately 2 hours a day. If they are not allowed, females in Pakistan, unfortunately, in many areas, they're not allowed to go out. They're not allowed to attend regular classes in a school. So what we do is that we provide them lessons between 5 to 8 minute lessons, videos on their WhatsApp. So when they start their first book, first page, they will just call and they will say that I'm ready to take my lessons. Kindly send me lessons from, say, page number 1 to 10. So we will send them 10 videos and they will start looking at those videos and following the instructions given in those videos. And in 3 months' time, they will be able to read and write Urdu. Next comes English. Again, in 3 months' time, following the same procedure, getting videos on WhatsApp. We send them some workbooks that they can follow, on which they can practice reading and writing. So in 3 months' time, they are then able to write small sentences in English, and they are able to read passages in English language. Next comes a 6 months primary education program. Once again, there are 5 books in which we cover grade 1 to 5 syllabus. Now, most of these girls are 11 plus, which means they should have completed their primary education by now, but unfortunately, they were not allowed to do that. So we give them books, grade 1 to 5 books. No, 5 books which cover grade 1 to 5 material. So English language book, 1 book of English, 1 of social studies or civics, 1 of Urdu, our national language, mathematics and science. So these are 5 books. Each book covers from grade 1 to 5, and they start going through those books, start getting video lessons on WhatsApp, and they complete their primary education in 6 months. So starting with 3 months of Urdu literacy and then 3 months of English literacy, and then 6 months of primary education. They complete their primary education in 1 year's time, and then we send them to some local school for just 1 day where they assess them and issue them a certificate that they have passed primary education. We are doing this for last 10 years. At this very moment, we have about 385 plus people who have gone through this program. Predominantly, most of them, I would say 70% are female. And this is what we do.
That's great. And tell me one thing, while all the educational institute are, doing the same way, the traditional way, not developing some creative things, your institute East is developed a lot of new things. So how the things is going for? It is great in the eyes of you, it is creating impact and reaching out to the people and thinking them, helping them? Like what?
First thing is that this syllabus that I have talked about, Urdu and English and then primary education, it is based on life skills. So we give them life skills, which includes creativity, creative thinking, questioning, making things, communication. So all that is part of this curriculum. Now, what happens that once they pass their primary education, which means they are through grade 5, then most of the time they start learning some trades, some freelance courses, start doing some freelance courses through YouTube and online learning channels, for example, Photoshop and Excel and graphic designing and HTML for web development. So say they start doing that, or they are then allowed to attend a local school, because when their parent notice that their daughter has achieved a lot in just 1 year, so then they have this soft heart for the daughters, and then they allow them to go and attend a local school.
That's, I think, really great difference that you are making, helping them initially taking steps, at least learn something, and then, when we have some foundation, they can move further. So yes, that is the really great. Yes, just Janika is saying that she is teaching entrepreneurship and critical thinking. So that's great, Janika, as well. And Raisab, I just request you to be here, as we have Nikki from Africa. She is just she was also something doing something, and I just said to her, just come, and she is here. So just be with us, Raisa, while taking her on board. I just want to, we should give her time a little bit. Yes, Nikki, how are you? I hope that you're fine. Thank you so much that you are being here. And I just want to introduce you. You are from Africa, a great coach, inspiring a lot of women out there. And thank you so much for supporting my work and, you know, showing up here and for the support. So yes, over to you.
Thank you so much, Rabia. And I also want to just thank Raid for his beautiful work. It sounds absolutely inspiring. And please make sure you send his details, because there might be some cross-pollination with some of the grassroots projects that we're doing here in South Africa as well.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm very, very pleased to finally make another session with Rabia. I really appreciate what your goal is, Rabia, for the world and also for yourself. And I think that it's so important that we are uniting as women, using technology to, you know, really see where we can synergize and learn from each other. In a nutshell, my work, 18 years ago, I started working in the field of joy. And when people hear that, they're like, well, what is that? I mean, they understand that it's, you know, an emotional space. But in a nutshell, what we're doing is we're teaching people the skills, the life skills and the mindfulness practices to be able to be in a joyful state no matter what is happening in their lives. And this is very much close to my heart, that this reaches women, especially because in South Africa, our the levels of gender violence with women is very, very extreme. And many young girls have, they say statistically it's 1 in 4 girls in South Africa have experienced abuse. And I can say from my own personal conversations with every woman in my life and all the communities, I'd say it's 1 in 4 that hasn't. So we're saying 3 out of 4 women really have, which is a very scary statistic. And it is very important that women know how to be able to be resilient and let go of what that trauma is of their past and see the gifts that it has given us to be able to actually be exceptionally compassionate and caring, and then to drive ourselves forward. Because if we want to see this change, it's we as women that need to actually make that change, so that the next generation of young boys all know that it's absolutely unacceptable to be anything else but loving with women and care for women. And so I really am grateful that I see that there's some men in this call as well, and I'm quite sure some listeners after the fact. And Rabia, I'm quite certain that you are going to achieve your goals and you are going to unite many, many women. I am actually advocating that those of us that wish to create a committee to support you, so that you stop doing everything yourself and in that way we'll all have a lot more notice when you're doing events and things, and then we can see what we can do in synergy. Onwards and upwards, viva woman, let's make this count together.
Thank you so much. Yes, this was the first time, and really honored that you come and you say something great to us. And yes, I love that we are going to organize another event on the 15th February. It will be more organized. You know, this was just like, I just want to take everybody on board who supports my network and who I introduce it in the group. So it will be great that if it will be the great step for the further. But for 15 February, I think it will be great. I'll engage you in the in earlier time so we can, you know, synergize. So thank you so much.
And I'm sorry that it's so quick, but I'm getting ready for another event that I'm hosting in real life now. So I just need to get ready for that. So bless you all.
Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Ciao, everyone.
Bye-bye. So yes, so she was Nikki from Africa. She just come because of my short notice. I really appreciate that. So thank you so much, Junaid Saab. Dobara, you come again. And meanwhile, I just want to Miss Naila that come and speak up something. I know her. She was the Leading Women platform. This was a great introduction with her, and to be friend with her and every woman who is playing their roles in the families as a mother, as a sister, or as a daughter. I think it's a tremendous role that a woman has. And a part of that, then if she goes for work, and she also help their husbands, but if they by their choice, they are like just putting a great effort for the economy as well. So yes, Miss Naila Jabi, thank you so much. You came and you gave your precious presence to our event. Yes, the speaker, the mic is yours and the stage is yours. Yes.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Good evening. How are you all? And I'm here to support you, ladies. I'm from Pakistan, and I'm a housewife and doing online business like clothing, stitching and clothing business, and that's it. And supporting to you here, to supporting to Rabia, especially. She wants to become fly high and high.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes.
Every woman wants to fly high and high, and support to each other. That's the motto of the life.
Yes, and I want to ask about your business, like clothing business, where you are doing it and how it's expanding. I am sure that
I'm from doing my home, like stitching and buying and stitching.
Okay,
I design clothes and send nationwide, worldwide. I've sent.
Okay.
Yes, and
okay, that's great. Okay,
you can ask. Your voice is not coming.
I am just saying that this journey was not easy in the starting, as how you cope up and
between, if you don't mind. Sorry.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Naila sir, मैं जुनैद हूँ बम्बई से, इंडिया से. I just wanted to understand if from your journey, what kind of difficulties you faced during this process. Maybe a lot of other people who are learning or listening to your story, they may get motivated by doing this.
I have a lot of difficulties in my life, and lot of hurdles, you can say. It's not easy to survive with kids, and
but how you overcome with that? Because see, that's the main thing people should learn whenever they watch the video.
Okay.
How you overcome with that problem?
With self control and self-confidence, and with my family support. My parents, my auntie, my uncle, they support me. My kids, alhamdulillah, they support me. And with mind power.
It's about your power. That's very important, which I also mentioned, Rabia, if you remember, in my during my talk, I was always talking about your own power, not empower. We don't need to empower women.
Yes.
They already have their own power, which just needs to be given a right direction by themselves. No man can change your life. It's you can change your life.
Yes,
if
of
need
course. That's the point. We have to learn. All the ladies have to learn. That is the point, because when you overcome your difficulties, your hurdles, and your mind is support you. Your
100%.
confidence,
100%.
your confidence, your self-confidence, your self-esteem, your all these
नैला, आप अगर उर्दू में कंफर्टेबल हैं तो आप अपने सारी बातों को उर्दू में कहें, उसको बाद में ट्रांसलेट कर दिया जाएगा, because see, it's very important that all your emotions and your thoughts should come properly in the language you are comfortable.
ठीक है,
तो आप उर्दू में बात करें, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
अच्छा, ये है कि बात ये है कि जैसे आप अपने थॉट्स को जो अगर आप करना चाहते हो ना, अपनी सोचों को अपनी ड्रीम्स को करना चाहते हो, जैसे
आगे लेके जाना चाहते हैं या देखना चाहते हैं,
अब आप अपने आप को बनाना चाहते हो, तो वो आपके लिए जो है, वो आपको अपने माइंड को जो है ना, वो स्ट्रॉन्ग करना पड़ेगा. अपना जो है एक उस जैसे आपको मुश्किल आई है, एक आपकी लाइफ में एक वो मिसहैप हो गया, ठीक है, आपको उसको जो है बनाने के लिए आपको अपने माइंड को जो है मजबूत करना पड़ेगा. आपको अपने अंदर मजबूती लानी पड़ेगी, अपने आप को स्ट्रॉन्ग करना पड़ेगा कि भाई आपको ये चीज़ जो है, इसके लिए अपने आप को, अपने घर वालों के लिए जो है मजबूत होना पड़ेगा. आप अपनी जो है उसी चीज़ को जो है वो फिर आप लेके आगे बढ़ते हैं. तो इसी चीज़ को ही सोच के कि हमने अपने बच्चों के लिए, अपने घर वालों के लिए कैसे अपने आप को मजबूत करना है, तो वही अपने दिमाग को पहले जो है वो किया, मजबूत किया कि वो किसी गलत तरफ ना चला जाए. हम उसको एक सीधे रास्ते पे लेकर आए, अपने आप को अपने अंदर मजबूती लाए.
मैं इसमें एक बात कहूँगा नैला मोहतरमा कि अगर ये बिजनेस में एक आदमी को भी लॉस होता है तो वो भी उसी प्रॉब्लम से गुजरता है जिस तरीके से शायद एक औरत की जिंदगी में प्रॉब्लम आती है. हमारा जो इस पूरे बातचीत का जो मुद्दा है, उस मुद्दे में हम औरतों की बातें ज्यादा कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज जनरली जब भी कोई प्रॉब्लम आती है तो औरतों पे उसका प्रॉब्लम का असर सबसे ज्यादा पड़ता है. लेकिन अगर आपको खुद का बिजनेस सेटअप करना है तो लोग आपको बहुत अलग नजरिए से देखेंगे, लेकिन एक आदमी को बिजनेस करना है तो उसको कोई गलत नजरिए से नहीं देखेगा. सो जब आप पहली बार इस मुकाम पे पहुंची कि आपको लगता था कि मेरे को खुद का काम करना चाहिए, उस वक्त एक्चुअली एग्जैक्टली लोगों ने क्या रिएक्ट किया था, फैमिली वालों ने या लोगों ने, कि यार ये तुम गलत कर रही हो या तुमको करना चाहिए, नहीं करना चाहिए, जो भी रहा होगा, वो एक्सपीरियंस क्या था आपका?
अच्छा, वो एक्सपीरियंस ये है कि मेरी फैमिली ने मुझे बिल्कुल सपोर्ट किया, बहुत अच्छी तरह सपोर्ट किया मेरी फैमिली ने. लेकिन एक माशरे ने, जब मैं बाहर निकली हूँ, कुछ चीज़ ज़ाहिर है मुझे लेने के लिए निकलना पड़ता है. आप बिजनेस जब करते हैं तो आपको अपने काम के लिए तो बाहर थोड़ा बहुत तो निकलना पड़ता है ना. माशरे ने थोड़ा सा जो है वो डाउन किया, डिग्रेड किया.
लेकिन अब तो वो शर्माते होंगे आपको देख करके, आप तो पूरी दुनिया को अपना सामान बेच रही हैं.
लेकिन हम औरतें नहीं घबराती इस चीज से. ठीक है, जो हम कर रहे हैं, हम अपनी जात के लिए कर रहे हैं, हम अपने आप को अपने आप को मजबूत करने के लिए कर रहे हैं. और ये हम कोई गलत नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये हमारा जायज काम है, जायज हक है. हम अपनी जो है एक अपने आप को एक स्ट्रेट वे जो है सीधे रास्ते पे लेके जो है अपने आप को निकालें बाहर, करें काम.
वंडरफुल, वंडरफुल.
माशरा जो है वो आपको जीने नहीं देगा, कुछ भी आप कर लें. आप सीधे भी जा रहे होंगे ना, तो वो आपको कहेगा कि नहीं.
क्योंकि इस वक्त हम लोग सिर्फ 3 लोग हैं यहाँ पर फोरम में, तो शायद हम कुछ और ऐसी बातें भी कर सकते हैं जो शायद हम पूरे ग्रुप फोरम में नहीं करते, बिकॉज मुसलमानों के घर में, इस्लाम मानने वालों के घर में थोड़ी सी दिक्कतें ज्यादा हैं. तो उस वक्त जब मैं राबिया जैसी लड़की को देखता हूँ तो मेरे को बड़ी खुशी होती है कि वो किस तरीके से एक छोटे शहर में बैठ करके, दुनिया के एक कोने में बैठ करके बाकी पूरी दुनिया वालों को यहाँ पर जोड़ करके ले आई है, जो मैं भी नहीं कर सकता. मैं बड़ा मतलब उसको देख करके मैं बड़ा इंस्पायर होता हूँ कि किस तरीके से ये कर पाई है. सो आई रियली अप्रिशिएट हर थॉट एंड द वे शी इज कंडक्टेड. Rabia, now you have a new guest, so you can take over the mic from me.
I was just listening to Naila, and yes, it is a great journey that sometimes, when we just see the picture and the story behind is is so difficult. And I think that when we face difficulty and when we face accept it and overcome it and go from there to the again to the our life and to our goal, that is a part. I think that there are some good people or maybe more who understand life in a more better way, or who have great connection to Allah or God, so they can overcome it because they know that they have tawakkul, they have a belief and faith that this is because of maybe Allah or the God want to make me learn something, but it is really inspiring that that you show up, Naila, in this conference, and you are here from the starting. Yes, you want to say something?
Thank you very much. आपने मुझे इतनी इज्जत दी, इतनी इज्जत से बुलाया, मुझे प्यार से बुलाया।
मेरे लिए ऑनर की मेरे लिए ऑनर की
वेरी
बात है
ग्रेटफुल टू यू।
आप सब
बेशक मुझे यहाँ पे कोई नहीं जानते हैं लोग, इतना नहीं जानते, मैं इतनी फेमिलियर नहीं हूँ, मैं आपको सिर्फ फॉलो करती हूँ आप सबको। तो अब मैं काफी सारे बहुत सारे अच्छे लोगों से भी देख रही हूँ, मिल रही हूँ, यहाँ पे जान रही हूँ। अब मैं और मजीद जो है अपने आप को ये चीजें ये आपको स्ट्रेंथ देते हैं, आपको एक अंदर मजबूती देते हैं कि आपको जो है एक स्ट्रेट अवे चलाएं। आपकी मेंटोरिंग करते हैं, ये आप सब लोग जो हैं हमारे मेंटोर्स हैं, जो हमें सिखाते हैं, हमें बताते हैं कि ये जो है आप ऐसे करें। और ये बस मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूंगी। अगर कुछ और याद आ गया तो मैं कह दूंगी।
मुझे ये महसूस होता है कि आप यू हैव लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, यू आर वेरी विजनरी एंड हैव विजडम। सो मुझे लगता है कि आप और ज्यादा हमसे शेयर करें और हमारे साथ रहें। नेक्स्ट स्पीकर जो है 40 मिनट्स में ज्वाइन करेंगे, उनका नाम कोड है, और वो क्योंकि वहाँ अभी रात है तो उन्होंने मुझे तब का कहा था मुझे वेट करना पड़ेगा बिकॉज आई वांट टू एंड इट एट 8:30 माई टाइम, एंड सो आई एम हियर एंड इफ आई गॉट
राबिया, आपसे मैं थोड़ा सा पूछना चाहूंगी कि आपका क्या पूरा कैसा सफर है और क्या आप करती हैं। अगर आप अभी नहीं बताना चाहेंगे तो बाद में बता दीजिए, अगर आपका थोड़ा सा
अभी क्योंकि हम हैं, मुझे लगता है ये बेहतरीन टाइम है मैं जल्दी से आपको अपने बारे में बता दूं, और जब तक नेक्स्ट स्पीकर आते हैं तो मेरे पास टाइम है कि मैं उसको एक्सप्लेन करूं। सो आप मुझे इजाजत देंगे तो मैं इंग्लिश में बता दूंगी, सो इट कैन बी अंडरस्टैंडेबल फॉर एवरीवन। और रुके, मैं अपने आप को पिन कर देती हूँ फिर। Yes. So ladies and gentlemen, I present to myself. My name is Rabia Nasir Mahmood. I belong to South Asia, Pakistan. I always believe in dreams. And I think that I am the way I am because I have done one thing in my journey, and that is like I didn't take the baggage and the negativity of the society. Although because I am living here, I learn and listen, and it has an impact on us. But what I do from the start to till now is like be the innocent one, the way I started my journey, where I was. So I just keep my heart as innocent I was, still learning and pursuing my dream. And I think that professionally I am running IT company, which is Shalimar Digital Services, which is I am running as a CEO, and with me the founder is Senator Mia Atiq Saab, and he founded this company, and we are running one and a half year ago, and we are moving quietly, moving quietly slow, but we are moving, and my team is working virtually and in the last year. But what we have done, we organize all virtual events throughout the years. It starts from 15 April to 30th October, and we bring a lot of we contacted we find out firstly my team find out and search out all the IT people on the Pakistan, because my target was I have to reach at least, you know, some people who are working in the same field that I am doing work. So it was just idea, but my target was just to complete it, so to have the connection with the same kind of people and to get the opportunity to work with them, to get to build a platform, because when the corona started, when the corona started, you know, the corona was there, and lot of organization just leave their work. And when we have searched on the Google, there were organization who worked for 7 years or 9 years, and then they are not available. We didn't find their websites. So it means that it hit a lot of businesses and a lot of people. What I believe is that it is every difficulty that come and in front of human being, they don't come to hit or block the opportunity. Actually, they it just come, and the people, they are the people who perceive it. The people who perceive it, there is no hope for their businesses, they just leave that. And the same way applies on the life. When people feel that there is no hope to live, or you know, the things that they want, or you know, the ambition that they want to reach, and then they stop their struggle, they stop their life. So my belief, I just want to have that kind of belief system and mindset that everything is possible in this world in a miraculous way. I want to give you an example, meanwhile sharing the journey of digital company and an IT company. So I was just reading one post of my friend who is working as e-commerce geek. He has a unicorn. He has made his name in the Forbes under 30, and he just shared his post, and he is running the venture Telemart. You can search about him, Telemart. So in the Pakistan, there are just 6 unicorns. In India, Mr. Junaid, there are more when I was searching about unicorns. So to be so not to be distracted on my topic, I just want to share, he said, just share that there's one person, Lamba, his name is Lamba, he's from Africa. He was just a simple worker working in some station in 2020. Then in 2021 he uses the TikTok very well, and he raises his voice around the world, and a lot of people know him because of his work. And then one fashion company called him and asked him that you can be the face of our company, you know. So this is the word of miracle, and you don't know that what tool can take you where you want to reach. So I believe in that. And in the past, I think there is the Chirag and the Aladdin king, that if you can rub it and you can ask 3 wishes, and the 3 wishes can fulfill. And nowadays the technology plays this great role, and it can take us anywhere where we want to reach. And the same way I believe in the technology. When I started my journey, or while as a CEO of Shalimar Digital Services, my vision was bringing more people together. Although be creative and qualitative, you know, but you know, reach at least your message to many people. So at least you will find among 1,000, you will find 100 people who can admire your work, who will notice your work. And between these 100, we will find the 50 people who can work, who want to work with you. And between these 50 people, you get the right one, 10 that really, you know, or one, or just one person who will support you, and who will, you know, help you to where you want to reach. So I just talk to 1,900 plus companies, ask them that they were all IT companies. We just emailed them. We just asked them, come and join us. And in the same way, more than, I think, 500 media companies and more than 50 universities. I think 600 universities, or we reach out many universities, we reach out many media houses all over the Pakistan, we reach out many IT companies, and we managed to bring, I think, almost 500 people in all the summits which we have done separately. So my idea was not only building the platform, so people will be there to support another when they will feel supportive, and they can get moral support. They should not leave the business because they don't find any mentor there or any network who is there. So this was my perception about my about the IT work, and I will share here the website link. You can go there and share. You can see my work, that how things are going. Although that was the initial stages, and I got some clients from 4 countries, and they are not much. They are just good that we are just sustaining. But because I work in this network. Yes. You want to say something?
Yeah. I want to say something. Family support is a big support.
Yeah, family is the first one. I think I learned.
Family support is a priority. Without family, we are nothing. And Sir Junaid is saying मुसलमान घराने में थोड़ा difficulties होती हैं. Of course होती हैं. अब थोड़ा सा जो है औरतों को जो है अपनी अवेयरनेस आ गई है कि भाई आपने कैसे अपने आप को जो है सरवाइव करना है अपने लिए और बीच में ज़ैनब का माइक ऑन है. ज़ैनब प्लीज टर्न ऑफ योर माइक. थैंक यू. अच्छा, तो ये अब तो बहुत सारा जो है शऊर आ गया है हम सब में कि कैसे हमने अपने आप को सपोर्ट करना है. लेडीज ने अपने घर वालों को, अपने बच्चों को क्या सिखाना है, क्या बताना है. ये बहुत सारी अब जो है ना चेंजेस आ गई हैं इस हमारे माशरे में.
और मेरे ख्याल में ये इसी वजह से आई हैं क्योंकि हम कनेक्ट हुए हैं. मेरा ख्याल है आज से 2 साल पहले खवातीन यहाँ फेसबुक पे पिक्चर लगाना उसको मायूब समझती थी. बिल्कुल, और सोसाइटी पसंद नहीं करती थी.
और एक बात और कि जैसे हम अपनी पिक्चर्स लगाते थे फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट अजीबो गरीब किस्म की आ जाती हैं. इसलिए अपने आप वो औरतें नहीं सामने लाती थी कि ठीक है, नहीं छोड़ दो, यहाँ पे तो यही कुछ चल रहा है, फेक है सब कुछ. फिर अब जो है जब से रेहान अल्लाह वाला ने, ये मैंने देखा है कि काफ़ी उन्होंने इस चीज़ को किया है, काफ़ी इस चीज़ को आगे लेकर चले हैं कि भाई शऊर दिलाया है लोगों को कि ये अपने आप को निकालें, बाहर निकालें और अपने आप को जो है प्रेजेंट करें अच्छे तरीके से, और आप कैसे अर्न कर सकते हैं एक सही तरीके से. ये सब कुछ जो है ये अप्रिशिएट हम करते हैं सर रेहान को भी, सर उस्मान, सर सनी अली हैं, सर साकिब अज़हर हैं, सर और आज़ाद चाय वाला है, सर शाहिद हुसैन हैं. काफ़ी सारे लोग हैं जो मेंटोर्स हैं माशाल्लाह बहुत सारे हैं. मुझे इतने अभी नाम नहीं आ रहे, लेकिन ये कि बहुत सारे हैं जो करते हैं, सपोर्ट करते हैं माशाल्लाह. और करना भी चाहिए एक दूसरे को. लेडीज़ को ही अगर औरतें ही औरतों को सपोर्ट करेंगी तो वो औरतों के लिए और भी बेहतरी हो जाएगी हमारे माशरे में इंशाल्लाह. और अब जो है हमारे यहाँ खुद फैमिली सपोर्ट करती है, कभी इस चीज़ को बुरा नहीं समझा गया काम करने को. हम खुद माशाल्लाह 6 बहनें थीं और हमारे वालिद साहब ने हमें कभी नहीं जो है पढ़ने से या कुछ भी काम करने से नहीं रोका, सपोर्ट किया हमेशा. मेरे बच्चे खुद मुझे सपोर्ट करते हैं. तो ये जो है जब ये चीज़ शऊर आ जाएगा इस चीज़ का बच्चों में और वालिदैन में और बहन भाइयों में और हस्बैंड में ख़ास तौर पे कि औरत भी कर सकती है
या तो असल में आपकी बात से तो मुझे ये समझ आई कि असल में रिसोर्सेज तो पहले ही हर जगह मौजूद होते हैं. जब लोगों का शऊर और अदराक इतना थोड़ा बुलंद होता है तब उन लोगों को समझ आती है कि भाई अच्छा जी हम तो इनका बेहतर इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, हम क्यों शक और शुबहात में पड़े रहें. तो हम क्यों ना इससे निकलें और आगे बढ़ें।
आगे बढ़े, और क्यों ना हम उनको, वो जो हमें गलत समझ रहे हैं, हम क्यों ना उनको पीछे छोड़ के हम अपना रास्ता खुद बनाएं।
ये बहुत खूबसूरत
जो
बात
हमें
है।
कोई कह रहा है, अब मैंने तो ये माइंड सेट कर लिया कि जो मुझे कुछ कह रहा है कोई, कहने दो, उसका काम है कहना, हमारा काम है अपना काम करना।
कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, लोगों का काम है कहना,
कहना।
छोड़ो बेकार की बातों में।
यस
बिल्कुल ऐसा ही है। और कुछ लोग तुम्हें समझाएंगे, कुछ लोग तुम्हें जो है वो करेंगे, डराएंगे, लेकिन तुमने इससे घबराना नहीं, तुमने अपना रास्ता जो है बनाना है। इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह।
मैं इस फोरम के जरिए मैं भी एक्चुअली रहमान अपना अल्लाह वाला साहब का शुक्रगुजार हूँ।
जुनैद भाई अपना कैमरा ऑन कर, जुनैद साहब अपना कैमरा ऑन कर लें।
मैं ना थोड़ा सा लेट के बात कर रहा हूँ, इसलिए मैं अवॉइड कर रहा हूँ।
अच्छा चलो ठीक है, ओके 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 फाइन। चलो कोई बात नहीं,
थोड़ा आराम वाले मूड में आ गया हूँ मैं भी। सो रेहान भाई का मैं एक्चुअली आई वांटेड टू कांग्रेचुलेट एंड थैंक हिम द वे ही स्टार्टेड एक्चुअली talking to people and created network. That's how we all got connected to coincidence, because it was his effort first, and the way he has connected me to a lot of other people worldwide. I was shocked. I was avoiding a lot of call, as I told you, because I was avoiding a lot of call from Pakistan or connection from Pakistan for political reason, because we live in a country there जहाँ पर दिक्कतें हैं अपने लेवल पे। इंडिया और पाकिस्तान में कुछ भी पंगा होगा तो हम एक दूसरे को गालियां देते बैठते होते हैं। So इस वजह से I was little avoiding in between for few reasons, but that man made me join in the way he's taken things forward. So I wanted to use this platform to thank him. If you can pass on my regards to him, that we have not spoken to each other for quite some time, but he's instrumental to change a lot of people's life. He's doing great job. He's doing really great job.
Yes.
Yes, yes, we must.
Yes, agree. जी
अब मोहतरमा को बुला ले, जैना बेचारी वो भी काफी देर से बैठी हैं, शायद उनसे बात कर ले। हम तो थोड़ा पर्सनलाइज हो गए थे।
आप लोगों ने इतना सपोर्ट किया, बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप लोगों ने इतना टाइम दिया, आप लोगों ने हमें इज्जत से बुलाया, हम आए, हमने अपना जो है बयान किया, अपनी दिल की बातें।
You are so nice. You are so kind and compassionate. I just want that we should be around.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much. Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz. Allah Hafiz. Allah Hafiz. So we have a great speaker, a great person who just evolved herself within last year, and I just know her. And if you will feel laughing when I told you that how we meet. I meet Dr. Zainab. She is a gynecologist. She is a known figure from Bahawalpur, Pakistan, and Zainab and me meet in a bus. Do you believe that? I am going to Islamabad. She is going to Islamabad. Then we say hello to one another. I have a book of Robin Sharma. She is also I think maybe like that book or get interest on that, and then we start talking and we become friends. She came here in Multan. I meet her, and then we start talking to each other, and I share my journey. Whenever I ask ask her to come, she come and support me. And today I also feel honored that she joined me. So over the past year, what I have seen that she evolved that much that less of my friends have done. She evolved herself in the YouTube group that she is making videos and reach a lot of people out there helping them. She made her profile on the Facebook. She has a profile on the Facebook. She made her page, and she is using technology for making some bigger impact. So yes, Zainab, thank you so much for joining again me here. I think it's God that sends people us and that fit in our journey, and I think you are the one. So thank you so much, Zainab. I think I should give you a chance on your camera. Yay! So yes, here is Dr. Zainab.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Rabia.
Yes, Arun.
I'm so happy.
Okay.
to join with you. There were very intellectual people. I listened from 2:30 p.m. to till 3:45 बजे तक सुना था. उसके बाद फिर मैं थोड़ा बिजी हो गई. अभी मैंने दोबारा ज्वाइन किया.
अच्छा सही.
थोड़ी देर पहले.
उर्दू में बोलो, इट्स ओके. अभी हम हैं उर्दू में बोलो एंड देन इट्स ओके. बट अपना इंट्रोडक्शन इंग्लिश में करा दो.
Yes, I am Dr. Zainab, consultant gynecologist and infertility expert. And my aim in life is to improve reproductive health of all people, especially women. I am working on SDG 3, health for all. Especially, my aim is to reduce maternal mortality and morbidity by using all my skills and education. So, for the behind this vision, I started my YouTube channel, my Facebook page, and my social media presence. And now I am popular as digital doctor, not only among my patients as well as among my doctors as well.
That's great. So how are you feeling?
And I am running my family. This is my Q2.
Oh, hello.
And I have 3 kids. And they used to take my mobile and they used to say hello to all of you.
Hello.
They are more friendly.
Yes. Yeah. Hello. Do you want to talk to Khala? Yes.
Yes.
So Zainab, याद है जैसे हम मिले थे बस में?
Yes, I remember. मुझे याद है. और कल मैं रॉबिन शर्मा का कल सेमिनार था, वो ले रही थी, मैं सुन रही थी उसकी बातें. तो मुझे याद आ रहा था तुमने मुझे बस में बैठ के वो सारी बातें बताई थी.
अच्छा सही है. आजकल मैं उसकी किताब पढ़ रही थी, मेरे पास ही पढ़ी होगी, ये क्रिएट योर डेस्टिनी. मुझे हमेशा से वो बहुत इंस्पायर करते हैं और हमेशा से जो है ना मैं समझती हूँ कि वो जबरदस्त हैं जो लीडरशिप पे काम कर रहे हैं. मैंने अभी किसी दूसरे स्पीकर का नाम नहीं सुना, यहीं कहीं पढ़ी होगी बुक. मैं आजकल उनकी वो बुक पढ़ रही हूँ और मैंने उनकी जर्नी के बारे में सुना है कि जब उन्होंने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो उन्होंने अपनी पहली बुक खुद पब्लिश की थी, सेल्फ पब्लिश ऑथर. उसके बाद देखो खुदा ने उसे कितनी बुलंदी पे पहुंचाया है. और मजे की बात पता है क्या है, सबसे अच्छी बात मैं शेयर करना चाहूंगी जुनैद साहब आपसे भी. सो मैंने उनके लिए कि मैं उनसे बात करना चाहती थी. मतलब ज़ैनब बी देयर, मतलब ये मैं उसमें बोल रही हूँ. तो बस मैं उनसे बात करना चाहती थी. मैंने उस वक्त रेहान भाई से कहा था कि रेहान भाई मैं जरा बात करना चाहती हूँ उनसे. तो रेहान भाई ने कहा कि कोई बात नहीं, आप 30 वीडियो बना लो और देखना वो खुद ही चल के आएंगे और तुम्हें इंटरव्यू देंगे. मैंने कहा जी रेहान भाई ठीक है. फिर बाद में मैंने उनसे बात की, वो थोड़ा जो है ना थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल रेज हो गया कि अच्छा जी हमारी बात वहां तक पहुंच सकती है. असल में तो वो अंदर की बात थी ना कि हिम्मत और उससे बात करने की. मैंने सिर्फ उन्हें मैसेज किया इंस्टाग्राम पे, उन्होंने उसे पढ़ा, मुझे रिप्लाई किया. उन्होंने मुझे इंटरव्यू तो खैर नहीं दिया लेकिन वहां से अपनी उस वक्त 2018 में अपनी साइंड कॉपी भेजी थी बुक की जो उनकी उसी वक्त पब्लिश हुई थी. So in that way we connected, but in future I believe that he will write a book with me. We will be co-author. So this is my future book.
I love her confidence. I love her confidence. I really admire her. She wants to become the most powerful woman on this planet, and I really now I started believing.
Let me share with you. This is the book that he written for me, and I will see. मैं उन्हें दिखाऊंगी कि भाई अच्छा जी ये देखें मैं आपकी इतनी बड़ी फैन हूँ. यहाँ से
वो किताब दिख नहीं रही वैसे आपकी.
Let me pin myself and then take 1 minute. Zainab.
Yes, Sunny is not letting you play.
Evening चाय का टाइम मिला, मैं साथ साथ चाय पी लूं.
हाँ पियो.
अंडर स्पेशल.
ये देखें जुनैद साहब, ये बुक थी वो रॉबिन शर्मा की. And this is
5am plus.
Is not for me. मैंने उसका पोस्टल एड्रेस लगा के रखा है. मैंने कहा ये जो है ना ये बड़ा कीमती है. So maybe and one day and the day will be soon. Then we will be co-author of a book. This is like.
अच्छा अभी since यहाँ घर के लोग हैं तो तुमको तुम्हारी इंग्लिश में एक छोटी सी गलती बता दूं. How you met, not meet.
Meet.
How you met her. How you met her. It was met in the past. It's a past tense.
Okay, sure. Yes.
Meet is now. Met is past.
Okay.
And because now you're talking to the global audience, so you need to be right in your grammar also at times.
Okay, I'll work on that. Actually, I was like at the moment because
it happens. We all think in Urdu and then translate in English. This happened with all of us. So it's not wrong. We all think in Urdu first, and then we translate in English and we speak. So this is our problem. So this is not a problem. But now since nobody is here, all are like Ghar ke log, so I can tell you this thing.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, and then I was just like feeling more excited to share that. But yes, now Zainab, that was your turn. I just took over. Let me remove myself. Just came here and tell the people that who are using technology and they feel that technology is not good, so they can change.
Can I
the
start with
perception
question? Can I start with question, if you don't mind?
Yes.
Zainab, see, we all are born at homes by a dai who used to come to our homes. Okay, I'm born in 1975, so you can imagine, and that too in a small village, a very, very small village in India. So there were I have seen my mom going through the labor pain, and my younger brothers and sisters born in front of me. So we never gone to a hospital, or there was no hospital only in this village, that village where we were born. So there was a time just 40, 50 years back, or maybe even 30 years back, there was no gynecologist available to anyone, at least in this part of the world. I don't know about the other part of the world. But we survived when we used to do a lot of things. Yes, there was a lot of deaths, and there were a lot of pain, problems women used to go through. But if you go historically, the thousands of years of history, we had the normal way of doing things. Normal way, and I say it's a desi way of doing things. There was no westernized way of doing things. And now what are we talking about? Gynecologists. It is very little westernized concept.
Yes.
Being a doctor, I'm sure you must be in the favor of this for all practical reasons, because of the hygiene purpose, because of a lot of other things. But if you have to go back to your own history and think about it, do you think the olden version was better, and that can be stylized differently? Because now
Yes,
hospital.
I am working on it, and from the last couple of years, I was researching on about that, and whatever I have researched, I am going to tell you that whenever we go against the nature, when we go far away from the nature, we suffer as a human being. Okay, and the natural vaginal delivery, normal vaginal delivery, is the natural process. When we have changed this process, we have converted this to C-section. There are lot of problems. Okay, but this is not the only reason for gynecologist, but for the patient as well. Most of the patient female patient, educated patient, don't want to take pain. Without pain, nobody can be successful. When there is no pain, no gain.
There is no gain.
No gain. And because of this culture that we don't want to do anything, we have changed our food pattern as well. We are on junk food now, and we have shifted. We all, as a whole nation, Indo-Pak people were on vegetables and were on pulses previously, 30-40 years ago. And now all these people, our young generation, is on junk food, and there are so much hormonal problems, especially in female, that you can't imagine. That we as a nation are going toward the disaster if we would not come back to our organic diet, our natural diet. First, we will change our diet.
You said
then
it.
We will change our living style, our lifestyle. Then third thing will came out when our women will be physically working hard. Their bones will be strong. They will be able to deliver normally. When they used to live in a style that they go to school, they came back and they watch TV and movies and sleep down, and they don't do any work at their home, at their any place. They do only written work. Then their bones are not mature enough to deliver a baby.
So physical activity has gone down for all of us.
Yes, physical activity is first prerequisite that is not going to be meant. And that's why when a woman willingly goes into labor, in the start of labor, she develops so much fuss and tension that she usually requests for C-section because she can't bear pain.
This fashion, what you're talking about, the cesarean fashion, it has happened. But having said that, I've also seen a lot of doctors also manipulating that you should go for cesarean because there is a target for the doctors, that they want to have at least 100 cesareans or 200 cesareans to make that kind of a money for the hospital. I remember one of my
Yes.
friends who fought with the doctor that why are you pushing for cesarean when my wife is ready to go for a normal delivery. But you take
Yes.
all the money. You want to charge me 5 lakh rupees. No, you charge me 5 lakh. But you go for a normal delivery. Then let's not
Yes.
make it complicated. So this has also happened. So I wanted
Yes.
to understand still when I say when you go to a hospital, because it gives you an environment of cleanliness and hygiene and all that. But apart from that, when you go back to again home, still there are a lot of people getting done at home. It's not that 100% has moved to hospital. In a small villages, even in India, I don't know about Pakistan, the people do delivery at home only, even today.
Yes, in Pakistan as well.
What problem those deliveries faces if we have to evaluate today, after having so much of a environmental problem, water problem, also our own knowledge, because we don't listen to our old people for the process. Because I remember we used to make for my mom in my childhood. I remember गोंद समझती हैं आप? गोंद के लड्डू बनते थे. गोंद और गोंद के लड्डू बनते थे. और देसी घी होता था घर का बना हुआ, समथिंग विद देसी घी, 2-3 different kind of गुड़ चोपड़ी. So गुड़ और गोंद और ऐसी 3-4 चीजें मिला करके एक बहुत ही
वो जो बच्चा पैदा करती है और उसको खिलाते हैं देहात में.
उसको खिलाते थे.
अभी भी बनाते हैं.
अभी बनाते हैं वो मेरे को बचपन में देखा हुआ है. वो सब चीजें हमने बंबई आने के बाद तो हमने देखी नहीं कभी. From the time I have shifted to Bombay, I've never seen that, and I've always seen now my sister-in-law and my sisters who are going through all this. So my mom would push till the time my mom was alive. She used to push my sister-in-laws to do this. But now after my mom is gone, there is nothing. There is nobody is following that pattern. It is totally gone. So with the generation, I am fearing that next generation after me will not even have this knowledge only. So today, though maybe I am alive to give you talk about this knowledge, my next generation may not even have this knowledge. How we can retain that? My idea was that the real way, when I'm saying, I'm not saying let's not go to gynecologist. For the basic treatments, yes. But we need to do other practices. The olden practices, the natural practices should be in place. This is what my thought is. And how do we sell it?
Your thought is very right. And now, not even in our setup, but WHO is going to promote normal delivery, and latest WHO criteria is for normal delivery that the woman should take pains at home, initial pains, and she should go to the hospital after 3 or 4 hours of the pain, so that she can be delivered normally. When she reports in the hospital early, and we do intervention for the normal delivery, like we give medicine to increase the pain, or we give injections to increase the pain. These type of things can cause distress to the fetus, distress to the baby, and lead to the cesarean section. Now WHO is recommending that the woman should stay at home in the initial labor, in the start of the pains, for 2 to 3 hours. She should not go to the hospital. She should take plenty of fluids, she should walk, she should talk, and she should rest at home for the normal delivery. Now, WHO, my recent workshop was on this latest WHO criteria for admission of the patient. They said she should take half of the pain she should take at home before admission in the hospital.
Wonderful thought. If they're doing this is promoting this, then the great idea. Rabia, you're still not married, so you can't have this conversation. I can understand. I'm sorry about it. But
आप ये देखिए, हम 5 बहन भाई, हम भी दाई से ही पैदा हुए हैं, और दाई इतनी अच्छी होती थी, वो दबाती भी थी, काउंसलिंग भी करती थी, साइकोलॉजिकली भी रिलैक्स करती थी खातून को. और अब वो चीजें इसलिए भी नहीं है क्योंकि हम मटेरियलिस्टिक हो गए हैं. हम पेशेंट को ऐसा होल नहीं देखते.
हमको मालिश करके धूप में रख देते थे 2 घंटे, आधे घंटे के लिए.
जी,
तेल लगा करके मालिश करके हम.
मुझे वो अपनी दाई आज भी याद है, जिसके हाथों में मेरी छोटी बहन पैदा हुई और मैं भी पैदा हुई होंगी. उसने हम 5 बहन भाइयों को पैदा करवाया, और वो दाई मुझे अभी भी याद है. वो आती थी, अम्मी की भी मालिश करती थी, हमारी भी मालिश करती थी. वो इतनी सॉफ्ट और इतनी अच्छी थी ना वो खातून के. अम्मा बरकत उसका नाम था, और अम्मा बरकत वाकई बरकत थी. मतलब लोगों का प्यार और वो चीज, इमोशंस भी सॉल्व होते थे, पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग होती थी. अब मैंने जो अभी लेटेस्ट बुक पढ़ी है वो हिप्नोबर्थ के नाम से. हिप्नोबर्थ में वो कहते हैं कि अगर खातून को अगर मेंटली रिलैक्स और पीसफुल होगी और वो डीप ब्रीदिंग करेगी, उसी से उसको उसकी पेन्स की इंटेंसिटी फील रही होगी. और वो पूरी एक बुक है इसके ऊपर, हिप्नोबर्थ के नाम से, कि साइकोलॉजिकली आपने पेशेंट को कैसे रिलैक्स रखना है. और
Wonderful.
हमें तो हमारे पेशेंट्स को तो इन बातों का पता ही नहीं।
नहीं, but I'm sure if you're promoting this idea कि आप natural हमारा जो process है इसको अगर प्रमोट कर रही हैं आप भी, तो it's great thing. Because ये सवाल मेरे हमेशा जहन में होता था जब भी हम गायनोलॉजिस्ट की बात करते थे, मतलब यार हम सब तो पैदा नॉर्मली हुए हैं, उस जमाने में हमको पता भी नहीं होता था कि कोई स्पेशल डॉक्टर होता है इसी काम के लिए। हमारे पास डॉक्टर होता था जिसके पास जाएंगे हम, वो इंजेक्शन भी लगा देगा, वो खांसी की दवाई भी दे देगा, वो बुखार की दवाई भी दे देगा। स्पेशल डॉक्टर तो कभी होते ही नहीं थे।
नहीं, एक ही डॉक्टर होता था।
एक ही डॉक्टर होता था, सब कुछ कर देता था
फिजिशियन,
हमारे लिए। now जनरल फिजिशियन जिसको कहते हैं हम। So now that concept has totally gone off from our life, which is not bad. Specialization is important, but we have made this specialization now our weaknesses instead of strength. हमने उसको अपने weakness बना लिया है ये सारी specialization को।
वीकनेस इसलिए बना रही है ना, हमने एक स्टैंडर्ड नहीं सेट किया। अब आप ये देखिए, मेरे पास पेशेंट आए ना, नॉर्मल डिलीवरी, पहला बच्चा है, उसको टाइम डबल लगता है एज कम्पेयर टू सी सेक्शन, ठीक है। उससे मैं कहती हूँ मेरा सी सेक्शन के बराबर रेट है, कर लो जो करना है। चले जाते हैं किसी और डॉक्टर के पास कि जी इसका तो रेट बहुत ज्यादा है नॉर्मल डिलीवरी का। भाई आप नॉर्मल डिलीवरी कराने का रेट पूछ रहे हैं तो डॉक्टर का टाइम भी तो उतना लग रहा है ना।
करेक्ट।
आप ये देखिए ना, वो ये रेट का जो चक्कर है ना, जब आपके दिमाग में नहीं होगा ना कि मैंने सिजेरियन से ज्यादा पैसे लेने हैं, तो फिर आप किसी को मजबूरी नहीं करेंगे कि मेरे पास आओ। मेरे पास बहुत कम केस आते हैं, कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन मेरे जहन में कभी ये नहीं हुआ कि मैंने पैसे लेने हैं।
ये तो लोग सिजेरियन के नाम पे ज्यादा पैसे निकालने के लिए लोग लगे रहते हैं। लोगों के दिमाग में ये वहम है।
ये एक माइंडसेट है, और वो जो आपका माइंडसेट है ना, वो आपने अपनी बाउंड्रीज खुद रखनी होती हैं। जब आप अपनी बाउंड्रीज नहीं रखते तो वो प्रॉब्लम्स तभी होते हैं। अब मैं जैसे इनफर्टिलिटी एक्सपर्ट हूँ, मैं इनफर्टिलिटी का मैंने आगे डिप्लोमा किया हुआ है, मैं इनफर्टिलिटी वाले पेशेंट्स का अच्छा ट्रीटमेंट देती हूँ, उनको देती हूँ, और उनको उधर से मैं चार्जेस ले लेती हूँ, ठीक है। जब बात आती है ना ऑपरेटिव सर्जरी की, तो मैं इनको 2 ऑप्शन देती हूँ कि सरकारी अस्पताल में फ्री हो रहा है, सिर्फ लाइन में लगना पड़ेगा, वहां करवा लें। मेरे पास अगर करवाना है तो मेरे स्टैंडर्ड चार्जेस हैं, उससे ना नीचे होंगे ना ऊपर होंगे, बात खत्म। बार्गेनिंग है ही नहीं, ये दुकानदारी है ही नहीं। जो स्टैंडर्ड मेरे चार्जेस हैं, अगर आप वो पे कर सकते हैं, वरना इस तरह से नहीं होता। आपके टाइम की कीमत होती है ना, ये नहीं कि नॉर्मल डिलीवरी की कीमत है। फिर मैं मेरे नीचे जो मेरी मिडवाइफ है, मैंने उसको ट्रेन किया हुआ है, मैं अपनी टीम ट्रेन कर रही हूँ, क्योंकि जो नॉर्मल डिलीवरी है बाहर की कंट्रीज में, दे यूज्ड टू बी परफॉर्म बाय मिडवाइफ्स, नॉट बाय गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट। Gynecologists don't do normal delivery in Western countries. When midwife feels some obstacle, some problem, then she used to call gynecologist that there is fetal distress, there is obstruction, there is मतलब बच्चा फंस गया या कोई प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, तो फिर वो gynecologist को बुलाते हैं। वरना जो नॉर्मल वजाइनल डिलीवरी है, ये मिडवाइफ का काम है। मिडवाइफ की इतनी अच्छी ट्रेनिंग होनी चाहिए कि उसको हाई रिस्क और लो रिस्क में पता हो कि ये कैटेगराइजेशन है, इसको मैंने गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट को रेफर करना है, इसकी सर्जरी की जरूरत पड़ सकती है और इसकी नहीं। तो हमने अपने नीचे वालों को इतना एम्पावर नहीं किया ना। बात सारी ये है, हमारे जो कंट्री, हम जो एज अ नेशन, या फिर कह लीजिए कि वन मैन शो पे बिलीव करते हैं। टीम वर्क अभी तक हमारे अंदर वो आया नहीं जो होना चाहिए। टीम वर्क, जब आप टीम वर्क करते हैं, फिर मेरा ख्याल है प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं होते।
Rabia, are you listening? Now you need team. You can't do it alone. The way you're working. Are you listening?
Work is necessary.
Imagine that. Imagine I just asked 2 days ago all the people, and there was a lady who are Dr. Hind. I just because my idea was I don't want to organize by myself. My idea was we should collaboratively do some event, And then I asked her, this is my idea, and what is your opinion on it? She said that, Rabia, choose what you want to choose. And then she said, if you want to make that my organization should work and collaborate, do this event with you, I am there for you. If you want that I should come as a speaker, then and then I just thought that I have done a lot of events before. I should do it by myself, because this is the first event for the leading women. And through this event, I just want to bring everyone together, because before this event, I just do panel discussions just to get know-how, and so at least somebody come for this summit, and I can have everybody's email. I will coordinate for the next step. But for my own company, which is IT company, I have team for this work. I have some people, but I do it with a very short notice. I have managing everything from everything. Oh my god. I feel great that I have done.
तुम्हें सलूट है कि तुम 2 बजे से बैठी हुई और आप 8 बजने वाले हैं, 6-7 बजने वाले हैं यहाँ पे।
मैं रात को सोई नहीं थी, मैंने कहा कि करके सोना है।
राबे, मैं तुम्हारे से इंस्पायर होकर के ना, प्लान कर रहा हूँ कि 11 दिन वाला जो मेरा इवेंट है ना, मैं नॉन स्टॉप 11 बजे 11 दिन नॉन स्टॉप रखूं मैं, विदाउट स्टॉपिंग 24 hours all 11 days.
Okay.
And then I will
idea
call. Huh? Tell me.
My idea is, yes. My idea is, as new ideas are the powerhouse for the people, because no average people is living below the line where they face just the necessity of life. The people who are above the line of hunger and everything, they can present the ideas, take the ideas, and the people who are more thinking about the humanity and other things, they feel that they have some dreams, they have some purpose on the earth, they thought their thought process is more refined. So if you come this idea, I never listen this idea to anybody. I really appreciate when I first listen this idea. I appreciate the first time when the black person, who is the name, the black person who start the movement of equal rights, what is the name? His name is
I know who you're talking about. Junior.
Yes.
What Junior he is? मेरे मुंह पे नाम अटक गया यार. Shit.
One is Nelson Mandela.
Not Nelson Mandela. Not Nelson Mandela. Before that.
Yes, I know that he is somebody else, but I am telling you, all the people, even the Nelson Mandela, even the people like who think differently, even the Barack Obama, who think that he will lead the white people country as a black. The transformation came because somebody believed in his idea or her idea so hard that God wants that, okay, she wants or he wants, I should do that. So we should do and things in that sense of faith. So I think that this is a very good idea. The way you approach to everybody in the internationally. He told me that Zainab, he told me that he sent the application to all the ministers and all the people. He reached
all
out
the president
to all the
and prime ministers across the world. We said that we should do this 11 days of rest.
So
to the world.
I think if I am on your place, what I will do that I'll knock up the door until it open, and this is what I have done with my friends, and this is I do with you. This I do with Zeno. This is I do with everyone, and that's why.
Rabia, if I manage to get that permission to switch it on for 11 days non-stop, by the Zoom or StreamYard, anybody. Then in between you'll have to conduct session. I'll have to sleep in between. So you may have to conduct the session for those 11 days.
No, I have idea for that. I have idea for you. Why you told me that I should build a team. You should build a team for the 7 days. No, the first was in morning shift. The second was in evening shift.
No,
the
not like that.
The team will be available for.
It's a language problem. No? If somebody is in that's a European time and somebody is talking in Italy, I need an Italian to talk to moderate the session. It doesn't make sense.
No. I learned from my mentor. And ज़ैनब ये मैंने अतीक साहब से सीखा है, बाबा से सीखा है. उन्होंने मुझे पिछले साल सिर्फ एक चीज सिखाई है, और वो ये है कि उन्होंने मुझे कहा है कि राबिया don't rush in the perfection. और मैंने सारी जिंदगी जो गलती किया मैंने यही किया. Otherwise I am very hard worker. ठीक है. अब तो मैंने उनसे सीखा है कि आप जो चीजें हैं ना उनको कर लें, और यही वाला जो इवेंट है ना, अदरवाइज मैं इसे प्लान ना करती. ये मैंने उन्हीं से सीखा है कि चीजें वो कहते हैं कि आपके पास 27 नंबर है ना, 33 नंबर है, आप उसके लिए चले जाओ. आप जो है ना 100 नंबर के लिए ना जाओ, अदरवाइज 27 में जो है ना आपने. सो फर्स्ट स्टेप इज ऑलवेज जस्ट टेकिंग द स्टेप. हमें हर चीज भूल जाना चाहिए कि ये होगा वो होगा, कुछ भी नहीं होगा. वी शुड जस्ट make our dream true. The way you are doing nowadays, I just see that you are making live StreamYard live and talking about it, that 11 day, and I come up to you, I give you the idea, and then other person come to you, and maybe you will get the 100 team members. Maybe you will get the right person.
I got inspired from you today only. When I saw you for 6-8 hours of thing, मतलब यार इसको 11 दिन के लिए non-stop कर दिया जाए तो कैसा रहेगा? But definitely humanly it's not possible for me to conduct that session alone. I will need different people who will be conducting in between for those days.
I know one person who is conducting who have conducted lot of events. His name is Lynn Chetty. I will connect you to her as well. She has done a lot of events through Torch, and I know that she has managed more than 3 or 2 days consecutive, day and night. She have done live videos, but the way I do, I took everybody, on board. What she has done, she has, in the first year she has done alone, and then the other year she engaged somebody, and in sometimes she available, and the other time the other people available, and they just they just give uh, the guest 40 minutes or 20 minutes, and the guest solely just present her presentation. So in that way she has done. You can do that same way.
Let me figure that out. Let me figure out, because I was taking for permission from Facebook or StreamYard both, because they don't allow non-stop for so many days. 11 days for
I
non-stop
don't
will
know.
not be possible.
Yes,
Also,
I don't know. I am just giving you an idea.
Yeah, we'll learn from that. We'll take the learning from there. Why not? अच्छा, डॉक्टर साहिबा से बात तो कीजिए, जिसके लिए आपने बुलाया था उनको एम्पावर वाली बात पे। हम तो किसी और बात पे चले गए।
मेरा ख्याल है सुबह से बात कर करके ना अब वो वाला माहौल हो गया है कि अच्छा जी, अब जैसा लग रहा है कि बस अब हम एक घर में बैठे हैं और अच्छा जी हाल चाल वो ठीक ठाक हो गया।
मेरे मेंटोर ने जो मुझे बहुत अच्छी बात है वो मैं शेयर करना चाहूंगी वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के बारे में।
ओके,
द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग, अगर वो ये कहते हैं कि अगर वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट की आप बात करते हैं तो एक ही चीज है जो वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट कर सकती है, और वो ये कि वुमेन्स यानी कि खवातीन फीमेल्स शुड रियलाइज देयर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज एंड दे शुड एक्सेप्ट द बर्डन दे हैव। जो हम ब्लेम गेम खेलते हैं ना कि फलाने, जैसे मैं अपनी मिसाल दूंगी, व्हेन आई वाज न्यूली मैरिड आई यूज्ड टू से because of my husband I have bad health, because of my husband I have no social activities, because of my husband I have this problem. So this blame game should be stopped now, and women should accept her responsibilities as a whole, as a mother, as a wife, as a sister, as a professional lady, and she should take action about that. जब तक हमारी खवातीन इस चीज की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं लेती, वो दूसरे को ब्लेम करना नहीं छोड़ती, वो ये झूठ बोलना नहीं छोड़ती कि उसकी वजह से नहीं, मेरी अपनी वजह से मेरी जिंदगी मिजरेबल हुई हुई है, वो एम्पावर नहीं हो सकती। बहुत सारी जगहों पे विक्टिम बनी हुई होती हैं खवातीन, और उनको उसमें वो एंजॉय कर रही होती हैं, मतलब अपना वो खुद तरसी की कैफियत में होती हैं, और वो उस चीज को, उनका जो लाशूर है वो एक्सेप्ट कर चुका होता है, और वो इस चीज को एंजॉय कर रही होती हैं, शोहर की मारपीट को भी एंजॉय कर रही होती हैं, बच्चों के साथ जो वो बच्चे उनके साथ मिसबिहेव करते हैं उसको भी एंजॉय कर रही होती हैं, और वो हर जगह वो शोधी सी बनी हुई होती हैं कि जी हाय हाय साढ़े ना तो पता नहीं क्या हो गया क्या हो गया क्या हो गया। हालांकि ऐसा है नहीं। आप ये देखें, बीइंग अ मदर, हमारी मेरी अपनी मैं एग्जांपल दूंगी, मेरी मदर पूरे घर को चलाती थी, बच्चों को भी संभालती थी, सारा काम करती थी, और उनको अप्रिशिएट भी किया जाता था। ये तो नहीं था कि उनको अप्रिशिएट नहीं किया जाता था, बट शी वाज रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर ऑल द थिंग्स। मैंने जितनी भी जगहों पे देखा है कि खवातीन के साथ अगर मतलब हुई है ना, अगर ज्यादती भी जिसे कह सकते हैं, जैसे हम वुमेन हरासमेंट की बात करते हैं या वायलेंस अगेंस्ट वुमेन की बात करते हैं, भी रिसेंटली मैं उसको डील कर रही थी। most of the time the problem remain in the women's as well. They don't do जिसे कहते हैं इंसाफ नहीं करती आपस में। तो ब्लेम गेम जो है ना, अगर इसको हम खत्म कर दें और इसको एक्सेप्ट कर लें कि बीइंग अ ह्यूमन बीइंग हमसे गलतियां होती हैं, और अगर हम कोई गलती करते हैं उसको एक्सेप्ट करके उसको ठीक कर लें, तो बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो सकते हैं। ये मैंने भी लर्न किया रिसेंटली।
So आप शायद उस वक्त नहीं थी when I was talking about it, आप शायद इस वक्त थी नहीं यहाँ पर। तो मैं भी यही बात कर रहा था कि हमारे आसपास इर्द-गिर्द हर किसी के पास एक अपना खुद का पावर है, इसको ओन पावर कहते हैं।
Yes.
हम empower की बदले I was talking about always an own power. There are certain things which are women are gifted with, there are certain things that men are gifted with.
Yes.
अब दोनों के पास अपनी अपनी क्वालिटी है। अगर कोई चीज अगर औरत नहीं कर सकती है, इसका मतलब वो कमजोर नहीं है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे ऐसे काम है जो मर्द नहीं कर सकते। मतलब मैं बच्चा पैदा नहीं कर सकता ना, It's as simple as that.
Yes.
So आपको समझना पड़ेगा कि हम सबके अंदर कुदरत ने एक अलग अलग क्वालिटी दी हुई है और पावर दिया हुआ है, और हमको एक दूसरे के उस क्वालिटी एंड पावर को रेस्पेक्ट करना है एंड एक्नॉलेज करना है। That's the only way you can empower. Otherwise, who are you to empower anybody? आपकी क्या औकात है किसी को empower करने की? आप अपने खुद को कुछ नहीं कर सकते भाई, एक जर्रा नहीं हिला सकते आप क्या किसी को empower करेंगे? Idea is we should appreciate and respect everything around us. जिसमें कीड़ा भी है ना, कीड़े की भी क्या एक मकसद है, एक छिपकली भी जो दीवार पे चल रही है उसका भी एक मकसद है। We should appreciate and respect everybody's space. Yes, if somebody is getting into your space, you need to fight back. But but you can't empower anybody. That's the thought is only doesn't go well with me कि तुम किसी को empower कर सकते हो.
Yes. And currently WHO has given the very important agenda about this empowerment of the woman. Rabia, I was reading some days ago that WHO has given the a strategy for the prevention of violence against women and for the empowerment of women, and this is with the name of respect. Every letter stand for the for one strategy. R stand for relationship skill strengthening, because most of the time problems stand with the relationships, intimate partner violence, and these type of things are very common in our setup as well and in Western countries. So R stand for relationship skill strengthening. E stand for ensure services like health services, like other services. S stand for भूल गया, देख के बताती हूँ अभी मेरे पास. And वो बड़ा मुझे अच्छा लगा कि अगर उसपे
this part is the home conversation.
Yes, it's okay. It's actually going live, but when I will do it on the video.
Edit में निकाल देना. Edit में
हाँ बिल्कुल.
And this was I was giving presentation of WHO on violence against women in my last seminar in orange color. You know, I have reported it on Facebook as well. Let's 1 minute.
Okay.
In which WHO has discussed this violence against women. What are the causes? Lack of education, poverty, and yes, this is respect. Acha, P is stand for poverty reduction. You know, poverty is the most common cause of all the fasad di jad.
मेरे को अभी लगता है poverty is mindset. हाँ, मेरा अगर personal मानना है, poverty is mindset.
अच्छा देखिए ना, जैसा जो ओवरऑल जनरल यूनिवर्सल लॉज होते हैं ना,
यूनिवर्सल
हाँ, जिस तरह कुछ लोगों ने यूनिवर्सली कुछ चीजों को मान लिया है कि हाँ भाई ये चीज है, ठीक है. अब ये तो जिसका शऊर बढ़ेगा उसको समझ आ जाएगी ना ये चीज है. लेकिन अभी WHO आप देखिए इतना बड़ा इदारा है, वो भी अभी उस पे काम
ग्लोबल लेवल
सस्टेनेबल.
यस,
मतलब
वो ग्लोबल लेवल पे देख रहा है. जब पेट ना भरा होगा तो लड़ाई तो होगी ना, प्रॉब्लम्स तो होंगे ना.
हाँ तो ये
सबसे बेसिक चीज है कि हंगर को कंट्रोल करना, क्योंकि ह्यूमन माइंड जो है वो काम नहीं करता जब वो बहुत ज्यादा हंग्री होता है.
क्या होता सीधी बात है.
These are the problems. Then enabling, E stand for enabling environments, school, workplaces, and public places. You know, there are very much common street violences and street crimes in different cultures. Then child and adolescence abuse prevented. Child and adolescence. C stand for child and adolescence abuse prevented, and T stand for transformed attitude, beliefs, and norms. And we are working on transform attitude, beliefs, and norms. In our culture, there are norms of karokari, childhood marriages, and all these alabala in our tribal areas. So we can transform the this belief and norms, and this transformed attitude can bring, I hope so, improvement.
मैं कभी-कभी मेरे दिमाग में एक बात आती है, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में या पाकिस्तान में या बहुत सारी दुनिया के अलग-अलग जगहों पे करोड़ों के हिसाब से अलग-अलग नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस काम कर रही हैं. अगर अब उनको हम देखें कि अगर खाली हिंदुस्तान में जहां तक मेरे को याद है 33 लाख नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, 33 lakhs रजिस्टर्ड, जिसमें रिलीजियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन भी हैं ऑल पुट टुगेदर, बट 33 lakhs are registered. आउट ऑफ दैट आई एम अज्यूमिंग मुश्किल से 1 लाख लोग काम कर रहे होंगे जो जेन्युइन काम कर रहे होंगे. बाकी कुछ लोग होंगे जो खाली खोल के बैठा है, जिन्होंने जिंदगी में कुछ काम नहीं किया है. कुछ लोग ऐसे होंगे जिनके लिए वो पैसा बनाने का धंधा है. कुछ लोग हैं सिर्फ शौक से रखा हुए हैं कि हाँ जी हम तो बस हम करते हैं, दुनिया की सेवा करते हैं, पर कुछ करते नहीं है. सो मैं बोल रहा हूँ अगर 1 लाख लोग भी काम कर रहे होते वाकई में, और हर आदमी सिर्फ 1000 आदमी 100 इंसान का भी सिर्फ ध्यान रख सकता है, हर कंपनी, तो करोड़ों लोगों के बारे में आप जिंदगी ठीक कर सकते हैं, वो भी 1 साल के अंदर। सिर्फ 1,00,000 100 लोगों की जिंदगी बेहतर कर सकता है। और एक इंसान की जिंदगी बेहतर मतलब साथ में 5 आदमी, बिकॉज पूरा फैमिली, मिनिमम 5 आदमी की फैमिली हम गिनते हैं कि अगर एक आदमी को आपने कुछ अच्छी चीज सिखा दी, अच्छा काम धंधे पे लगा दिया, तो उसके साथ 5 लोग अपने आप ठीक हो जाएंगे। उनकी जिंदगी में उनके उसके हस्बैंड, वाइफ, माँ, बच्चे जो भी होगा, कम से कम 4 या 5 लोग ठीक हो जाएंगे। मतलब ये एक्चुअली इम्पैक्टिंग 5 पीपल्स लाइफ बाय इम्पैक्टिंग 1 पर्सन्स लाइफ। सो अगर सिर्फ 100 लोगों का ध्यान रखें वो साल में, for one organization who are genuinely working for it, what is the big deal to get this thing rid of our system? Where we going wrong? Where we are not able to achieve these goals?
Because of
Individual
our
goals.
mindset. I think so. This is our mindset. When purpose of life is only to eat and to sleep, then we will live like animals. We should upgrade our mind. Majority of our people have only one purpose of life: to eat, to fulfill the basic desires like thirst,
all
eating,
desires,
sex and sleep. Just bas
Yeah.
shelter खत्म, कहानी खत्म, बंदा खत्म। इसी रोजगार के चक्कर में और इसी पेट भरने के चक्कर में जिंदगियां खत्म हो जाती। आगे के तो कोई सोचता ही नहीं उससे ऊपर।
हम बिकॉज उसके दिमाग में ये डाल दिया गया ना कि तुम ऐसी जगह पैदा हुए हो, तुम्हारी जिंदगी यही है। तुम्हारी दिमाग में डाल दिया गया तुम्हारी जिंदगी यही है। And I feel really sad when I see people like that, when I go to villages and I meet them. I was also born in a village only. I'm village में जहाँ हॉस्पिटल नहीं था। वो विलेज जहाँ पर हम स्कूल जाने के लिए बहुत घंटों चल चल के जाते थे। हमारे पास गाड़ियां भी नहीं थी गांव में कि हम जा सके। साइकिल हमारे बहुत बाद में आई थी। साइकिल 100 रुपए की आती थी, उसको खरीद नहीं सकते थे हम 100 रुपए की साइकिल अर्ली 80s में। So people, we have seen that, but we have grown from there. We got her of comfort zone. I definitely, my mom is the main reason for that, I would say. मतलब मैं वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट का या औरतों के बारे में जो बातें मेरे दिमाग में आती हैं, मेरे जहन में आती हैं, उसके लिए कहीं ना कहीं मेरी मम्मी बहुत ज्यादा जिम्मेदार है। मैं वो, क्योंकि शी यूज्ड टू बी अ फाइटर, जिनसे हम लोग थर थर कांपते थे। और शुरुआत में हमको बड़ा डर भी लगता था कि कैसी जल्लाद मम्मी मिली है हमको। लेकिन जब हम थोड़े बड़े होते हैं और हमको रियलाइज होता है कि यार वो जल्लाद नहीं होती हमारी मम्मी, तो हम कितने नालायक होते। उनका जल्लाद होना बहुत जरूरी था एक सर्टेन पॉइंट के ऊपर, कि मतलब वो थप्पड़ भी मारती थी, वो मतलब खाने वाने देने के टाइम पे आज खाना तुमको नहीं मिलेगा, तुमने बदमाशी की है, जाओ बाहर रहो घर के। इस तरीके की बातें जो होती थी वो आज के जमाने में बच्चों के साथ होती नहीं है, विच इज ओके। आई एम नॉट सेइंग दैट इट शुड हैपन, बट दैट पावर, उनको जब मैं आखिरी वक्त में हॉस्पिटल में दिखता था मेरे को बहुत बुरा लगता था, बिकॉज आई हैव सीन अ फाइटर लेडी एंड सडनली व्हेन आई सॉ हर इन द हॉस्पिटल आई कुडंट डाइजेस्ट दैट फैक्ट दैट शी कांट इवन मूव नाउ। सो दोज आर द डिफरेंट इमोशंस। बट जो हमारी अपब्रिंगिंग है उसमें हमारी माँ का बहुत बड़ा हाथ है। सो मेरे को लगता है कि ये जो बचपन से हम घर में हम किस किस्म की तरबियत देते हैं बच्चों को, खास करके मेल चाइल्ड को, that's the way they will lead their life in future. So that this is our duty only to nurture those child in that fashion that they learn to appreciate and they learn to respect everybody. I don't need women empowerment, trust me. Women are already powerful enough to do things. The only thing is we all need to respect each other's space. What you are good at, I must appreciate you. What I'm good at, you should appreciate me. That's it. ज़ैनब, I'm sorry, मेरे को लगता है मेरी बातें बहुत बोरिंग थी, आप चली गई।
नहीं, मैं सुन रही हूँ। असल में मैं सेट कर रही थी अपना वो। आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
जी आ रही है।
आवाज आ रही। असल में ना मैंने अभी रिसेंटली सेल फोन चेंज किया है और लकीली या अनलकीली मैंने आईफोन ले लिया है, और एंड्रॉइड के बाद आईफोन पे शिफ्ट होने में मुझे थोड़ी गड़बड़ी हो रही है। और मुझे आदत है, पहले मैं खुद सारे तजर्बे करती हूँ, जब हार जाऊँ तो फिर किसी से पूछती हूँ। ये भी एक वैसे अच्छी आदत नहीं है। तो वो मैं सेटिंग चेक कर रही थी कि मैं एयरपोर्ट कैसे लगाऊं, मुझे लगाने नहीं आते।
अच्छा, मेरा आईफोन है, उसमें एयरपोर्ट की जगह ही नहीं है। जो भी 12 आ गया नया, उसमें तो है ही नहीं।
मेरा 13 प्रो मैक्स मैंने लिया है, और इसमें जो है ना अजीबोगरीब किस्म के फंक्शन है। एक सीरी है, उसको कहते हैं जो बोलो वो बताएगा, वो गूगल वॉइस की तरह। सीरी मुझे तो कुछ नहीं बताता, वो मुझे तो कुछ भी नहीं बताता।
Achha, guys, there is another speaker now. She is like from South Africa. I just request her to come, so I think we should welcome her and give her stage. So let me shift it in give you first. Okay. So as we are just remaining, I think 1 hour left to complete our 8:30, because we just waited for all the guests who came from the other part of the world where the morning begins. So we have 2 special guests right now here. One is Kurt, and the other one, the great lady, is Angelica Christie. So I just request Angelica, and thank you so much for that you joined. Welcome to you. Okay, so and here's Angelica, and she is a coach. She is working on the relationship, and she is doing. I just meet her, I think 2 weeks ago in the Leading Women, and then we have a conversation. We have a video call, and I told her what the things are I am doing here, and then she also told me that what she is doing there. So okay,
Looks
okay.
like she's
So
indisposed right now.
yes, she's
so-
not. Okay. So I call her again, Angelica. I'll call you later. Meanwhile, I just introduced Mr. Kurt. Okay. So, Mr. Kurt, thank you so much for joining second time in this conversation. I meet you in the Lingetic Summit, and also I meet you before in one other meeting. So it's definitely a pleasure to have you here, and to have a word of wisdom from your side, as you are most experienced among all the people that you who have come. Although you are so young, so yeah. So we'd love to hear from you.
The one with the gray hair, though.
You know, the beautiful thing about age is it's the age you feel inside. And when you're a crazy man like me, you like to be able to be free and happy. So one of the world scriptures says, "Be thee like little children and enter the kingdom." And little children are always in the moment. They are always present. It's so interesting because, like, sometimes I'll get in a little fight, and as soon as the fight is over, they start playing again. It's not like they hold a grudge. They're in the moment. And this is one of the key factors that so often we get what they call acculturated. We get to be able to be like everybody else, even though it doesn't feel good, because so many people are worried about the future, or angry or upset or affected by the past. They live in the past because this happened to me then and I don't want it to happen again, so I'm not going to get into a relationship or something like that. How can we live more in the moment? And this is one of the gifts that many women have. And this is a women's conference. The thing about women, though, is also some women, in a way, I call it wear pants. Now, some women have led countries, and they've led them just like men lead them. They don't lead with their heart and caring. They lead them with control and so on. Whereas the Iroquois women, this is a Native American tribe in the northeast of America. The Native American women in this tribe were responsible for electing the chiefs. Now, they didn't have just one chief. One chief was maybe the war chief. Another chief was the relationship chief, or another chief was, they had different ways of being able to lead their entire, they had a confederacy. So they had a whole bunch of different tribes that came under one leadership area. And America's democracy was modeled after, but didn't take the idea of having women get the leaders elected. They actually shunned the women. They didn't let women vote. The most insane thing. the person who brings children to life. I mean, I got to be able to allow my youngest son to come into my hands and out of my wonderful wife's body. What a magical experience for somebody. And to be able to have nurtured this child for 9 months of being able to sing to him and to be able to, or her, or whatever, and hold him and caress him and so on inside the body. But when they come out in the modern world, they're let to be put onto a tray or onto a little bed instead of cuddled and feeling safe like they were inside the mother. When we start to feel like a mother feels, the mother doesn't want to let that child go, but because they're in a hospital, they got to do what the doctors say, even though the child's healthy, even though everything is good. So when we have women doctors, they've been trained by whom? Usually male doctors. And the males they're like military officers. You got to have it this way and that way. Do it. This is efficient. This is that. But is it caring? Is it hearty? Is it something that nourishes and gives love and care? This is where the feminine aspect of everybody, because men have a feminine aspect also, a nurturing, because we get to, right now in the modern times, the men get to go out and work, which is very common. The indigenous tribes in Africa, the men go off and hunt for tubers or whatever grows underground or wherever they have their food and hunt animals. And the women are sitting talking all the time during the day and weaving and doing the things that they did to keep the tribe, healthy and taking care of the kids. And they know they're so in tune with nature that they know when the men are going to be coming back with the kill of the day, so to speak. And they start the fire at the right time so that when the men finally arrive, the fire is totally ready for them to put the animal on the fire and to be able to cook. And they've got all the other things that they prepare and they eat. The women at that time at night are the ones that are quiet. The men are the ones that talk, because when they're out hunting, they don't talk. There's styles of living that allow us to use the talents that we were given by Allah to be able to grow life into life. One of the people the person that started Humanity Rising Global Solutions Summit that has been going on for over 400 days of having an hour and a half a day of people from around the world showing that things are really happening for the better, that things are developing, that are improving, from donut economics to having circular economics to having B standing for benefit corporations, and people from South Asia coming onto the platform and saying, we're doing this with nature to be able to have it grow better. And our society is developing because we're having what is called our heart gardens, community gardens, where people come and grow the plants and take care of the animals in an area, but they also share food together in this garden area, and they talk with each other. They are like real good neighbors. Like when I lived in India in a little village called Ganeshpuri, it was about 50 miles out of Bombay. It's Mumbai now, of course, but it's probably part of Mumbai now because the city is growing so much. And this little village, you saw the happy, happy kids that are so, so poor. And you could walk the streets of America and not see so many happy kids that have a lot more. So how is it that we bring life to life? By opening our hearts. And the women open their hearts and their bodies to men so that more life can come. And when we take companies, get in charge of companies, get in charge of more of education. When that happens, if they're not wearing pants, the women have a nurturing group of people collaborating, speaking, because one of the things about women is oftentimes they can express themselves verbally so well. I say sometimes it's hard to shut them up, so to speak. But that's because I don't speak so much around my house. Why? Because I feel so good the way that this love is manifest by my wife and children. And when we nurture love, what do we get? When we focus on things from the heart, what do we get? Now, I don't want to have a diatribe. I would love to have you, Rabia, ask me any questions, or Junaid. I'm not sure. I haven't met Junaid yet, if I'm pronouncing your name right. And if I'm not sure if you're from Pakistan or where, but I'm a global citizen. I've only been to 5 continents and spoken pretty much all over the world. And I do direct the Peace Lab, which is a laboratory to create peace. Now, peace in everything and everything with peace. That's the mantra. That's the way to make peace, is having peace inside and everything with peace. Because peace in everything of your body, health-wise, mind-wise, spirit-wise. Imagine being able to hear Allah, like Muhammad, praise be his name, was able to do. But people don't listen. I'm very much of a Sufi tradition, because my life has been given to knowing, loving, and serving Allah in every thought, word, and deed. And the way that's done is by the strength that he gives me, by the love that he puts into my heart, and by the way to be able to share as best as possible. So, Junaid, you look like you're ready to speak. Go for it.
I was just waiting you to finish, because you mentioned me here a minute back. I'm from Bombay. I'm from India, and I'm calling from. And you mentioned about Bombay.
What part?
I live in Warsaw, Warsaw, close to Warsaw Beach.
I'm familiar with Juhu, but because
Warsaw is just a few about 5 kilometers ahead of Juhu. It's seashore. The same seashore connects to us. The same place.
Yeah. Beautiful.
So yeah, I was here listening to you, and definitely your experience, your knowledge, and your journey of life is definitely way more mature, and you understand life way differently. But I call myself Ardarian. I'm an Ardarian, so I don't belong to any country. I don't belong to. I belong to this earth. So what exactly you said, I believe in that. And I've also started this concept of calling everybody Ardarian, that we all are. Forget about our religion, forget about our gender, forget about our ethnicity, where we come from. We all are Ardarian, we all are born here. And not only us, even those planets, the plants, animal, the bird, everybody, they all are part of this system, the ecosystem. They can't live without us, we can't live without them. We all are needed for each other to survive and stay peaceful in this world. Totally. And we all need to respect each other's space. So when they were talking about women empowerment as a journey, I said it's a bad concept in my mind. The women are already empowered. Everybody is empowered in their own. So they have a own empower. You don't need to empower them. You just need to accept their existence. You need to accept their power, and they need to respect your power. We both need to help each other wherever we need it. There are certain things which we do. There are certain things only women can do.
Yes, the beautiful thing about life, when we use what's called biomimicry, when we look at life, all thriving life collaborates, cooperates. Simple example, very simple example, is when I breathe out, that breath is used by the plants to grow. When the microbiome in the soil that fuels that big tree, let's say the tallest tree in the world is a redwood tree, a coastal redwood, over 100 meters high. Imagine 100 meters. Holy cow, not meters, excuse me. It's about, well, anyway, it's 300 feet, over 300 feet high. I forgot my meters now. It's been so long since I've lived in India. I actually dated Dimple and Simple Kapadi at one time, but that's the craziness of my life. So
Simple sister, you mean?
Pardon?
Dimple's sister? Dimple Kapadi?
I took out Simple one night, and as I'm going to pick her up in Juhu, I see her sister. And her sister is signing a contract for like her second film. She had married Kana and raised 2 kids, and she was divorcing him and so on. And
this is mid-80s.
I said, pardon?
Mid-80s. This must be mid-80s. 84, 85.
Yeah. It was, I was there 82 actually, when I took her out, or both of them. But I invited her out to go out the next night. And neither of them were right for me. They were both beautiful women and sweet ladies, but they weren't right for me. So I don't, chase something that's not something that's right for me, So the thing about this whole bit of life is that we keep on exploring it. Most people think I got to do the same thing everybody else is doing. Well, I've been what they call an outlier pretty much all my life. My twin brother, I have an identical twin. He liked our former president, and I have a selfie with Bernie Sanders, which means we're way different politically, but we still have so much love. We still get to be able to communicate. And this is one of the things that we can do when we come from that space of love. The only religion I have is love, really. I say I'm a Sufi because, the sad thing is, it's the only scripture I have not read completely in the world. I've read all the other scriptures of the world pretty much, and some several times. But the Quran, I have not been able to read the entire Quran yet. For some reason, Allah doesn't allow me to be able to read more than a few pages at a time. Maybe because there's so much to digest. But inshallah, it's His will, not mine. And I'm so happy to be here. Yes. Rabbi, you have such a beautiful name, and I mentioned it before because I love the poetry of Rabia, a great saint.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I just want to thank you so much. I want to say thank you to you because all the speakers that came, I was listening to them very keenly and try to understand their perceptions, how they see their life, how they're doing, and what is the inner qualities they have that I can also radiate with them. So I really appreciate the way you explain life and the way you see the things. I think today I get a lot of more understanding what we miss most of the time life in the way that we feel it in a very aesthetic way. We just take it in a targeted way, like we have done this, do this, this is my target again. And meanwhile, we are just missing a life in to live in fully. So I think not only we should take a life, not we should be innocent. This is my belief, that we should be innocent and take be our, make our hearts as clean as possible. So, but I feel that we should live the moment very well. I have one question for you, and as there is another guest, Okama is here. She is from Africa, and okay, yes, that's Okama. So I have a question for Kurt. Kurt, are you there till 8:30?
Oh, yes, I can. Yeah. Well, till 8:30.
So 8:30 Pakistan time, as we are about there's almost 7:50 p.m. and we ended this session at 8:50.
Well, I can
So you're
continue
here?
on now.
I have a question, and I hope that
because I'm supposed to be on another program, but maybe I can give some more and come on to the other program late.
okay, I have a question. Okama, just wait a minute and don't mind. I think we should allow we should allow Mr. Kurt to finish. Okama, is it okay, or you want to come? She said that she wants 20 minutes. So it's okay. Okay. She said, okay. Thank you so much, Okama. Thank you so much. So Kurt, I have this question for you. Like, as you are more experienced, you have seen all the ups and downs in the life, and you see the life in a very different, deep sense of, I feel that that is more aesthetic, more, creative way. So, like how a woman should be more, in this is a word. I believe, I want to educate myself actually. I believe in collaboration. I believe that when people come together and they can create miracle. But we are living in the society, and somehow people think in a competitive way. Like, okay, and we don't want to take it on our heads, but it affects you somehow. So how you feel that we can not by affected by it, by using our aesthetic sense? What is your take on it? What you will say on it?
I didn't quite catch the question.
I believe in collaborativeness.
Yes.
I believe that people come together and take come together and work together. But the society think in another way, the world think in another way, and there is a competition, and you have to meet this criteria, you have to do this in that way, the other person is doing in this way, the other company is doing in this way. The word is on other side, the word is think like competition, although I don't believe in that, but it has yes.
Let me speak to that, because they found actually, not only scientifically in regard to all the biomimicry ideas and so on, but also how Darwin's idea of survival of the fittest was taken by rulers and leaders of their companies and so on as the ultimate. But it wasn't survival of the fittest by the strongest or the most intelligent. The survival of the fittest that was actually brought forth and sort of hidden was the ones that collaborated the most were most successful. When you look at a sports team, now I started the Institute of Sports Psychology in Bombay in 1982. I had trained the team for the Asian Games. One of the people that I trained set 8 national records. Her name was Anita Sood. She had been a swimmer. I was a swimmer in college, and I was an all-American swimmer, which means I was in the top 10 fastest in America in the particular stroke. The teamwork the collaboration between coach and athlete is the thing that is actually the most important. You know something about cricket probably. It takes a whole team to win the match. The whole team. I knew of Sunil Gavaskar, who was one of the best batters in all of cricket at one time. It wasn't just him winning the games for India. It had to be the bowlers, it had to be the fielders, and so on, person in the slip. In all kinds of football, we need teamwork. If everybody on the team does not, together, everyone achieves more. And that's the same thing with a family. This person, I had an identical twin and an older sister. We had certain jobs around the house to help the house work better. Why? Because we are one family. And when we live in a community, I'm on the board of the neighborhood council. Why am I on the board? Because I take action in bringing love and light and harmony into life wherever I am, whether it's on a little call like this, or it's in front of, I spoke at the United Nations once. I've spoken at Oxford Medical School. It doesn't matter where we are, we can bring life to life, offering our gifts. When I can get thousands of dollars an hour in my speaking, but this, I am not getting anything. Why do I do it? Because when you are better, life is better. When life is better, we are having more peace, more happiness. Like I designed a class at a inner city school, a school that had a huge gang. They shoot people, they stab people, things like that. We never had to have a police officer there because of the kind of program the physical education brought to the school. We strengthened character, we had fun, and we taught fit for life ideas. Kids were learning to cooperate together as teams. Instead of teachers saying, quiet, we just would clap our hands and raise our hand and everybody would get quiet. We didn't have to say anything negative. We get to be able to bring forth in life the positive things, what we want. We show that, we share it, we model it. Everybody that is on this platform right now, that is listening right now, when you leave your house, you are like a radio station. You are like a Zoom call to people. They see you. Some people model their life after you. They look up to you. You don't know they do, but they know there's something about you that they want to model for. And it may be your radiance. It may be your feeling of contentment. It's such a beautiful experience of how we respond. Like when somebody cuts you off on the road, you can yell and scream at them. They may be going to the hospital with their wife to give birth. You don't know why they cut you off. But guess what? When we bless them, because they need blessing. Who doesn't need blessing? We feel better and they get to feel better. The Gentle Art of Blessing. Look that up on YouTube. The Gentle Art of Blessing. What can you do? A man walked the streets of Geneva and he started to say in his mind, blessings of light and love, or blessings of health and wealth. When he saw somebody, he just started to say blessings, blessing people for something that came to his mind. He didn't do it all the time when he started. He got doing it more and more. And one day he did it to a man that was sitting on the side of the street. And the guy jumped up and knocked him out. He He was out. He doesn't know how long it had been since he got hit, but he knew he got hit because he felt his cheek. And he blesses him again. He didn't say some bad things. He goes home thinking he's going to see a black and blue mark. There was nothing there. Why? Because the anger wasn't there. The tension that wasn't there. It was a blessing, an opening, a freedom. I used to teach stress management. I've done that all over the world for corporations like IBM and so on. PepsiCo. These companies need stress management because they're not treating each other the way they would like to be treated. When companies get to be B corporations, look up B corporations. As a matter of fact, I'll put in the chat, if people want to have what's called character development, or they want to be able to have advancement in their personal development, there's a company that started out, it has a link, and I'll put it in the chat, that when you go to it, you'll be able to learn how to be better in all areas of your life. Like there's a book behind me. Excuse me. The book behind me is a book called Winning Ways for Living. And it was designed to get people to be peak performers, to be the best they can be in every aspect of their life. And it came from 40 years of teaching sports psychology, of teaching educators peak performance for academics and sports. It was from giving corporate executives ways to be able to run the company better and to not have stress and to be peak performers in their life. It helps your family life. Why? Because it is all about your body, mind, spirit, and emotions to be better and better. For instance, if you have a negative habit, I always do this. Oh, I forget. And you affirm the idea of I forget instead of say remember. Oh, I get to remember this. I don't want to forget that. If you say I don't want to forget it, what happens? You're remembering the forget instead of remember. We need to use the words that are right. There's so much that I can speak about, but this has all kinds. That's my message that I'm supposed to go to this other call. Now, this got to be a bestseller, only a bestseller in the first 3 weeks, right? 3 weeks on Amazon got to be a bestseller.
Oh, that's great.
Now, what was wrong with that? Nothing's wrong with it being a bestseller. But guess what I didn't focus on? What I didn't practice, what I teach other people to do. I always teach people to be all they can be, to go beyond their beyond. Because everybody has a concept about how good they are or how high they can climb and things like that. Well, when you use these things, you can go beyond your beyond. We get to switch the ideas of limitations. Like we can have peace in everything, everything with peace in everything, everything with peace. When we just do this every day, do this simple meditation practice. Peace in everything. Now I'm rocking forward and back. When I breathe out, I breathe in, peace in everything. I breathe out, everything with peace. Peace in everything, everything with peace. And guess what happens? In psychology, there's something called the law of predominant mental impression. In this law of predominant mental impression, you start to be able to think that more, and it attracts the forces that you're talking about. It attracts that which you're thinking. It's like creating a vacuum, and nature hates a vacuum. It's like, why am I so happy? You ask that question, and Allah or nature has to fulfill the answer. Where does the answer come from? From inside, the inspiration, intellect, enthusiasm. It's all inside. So when we know that peace is in everything with peace, we bring it, and I can put that a link to a 15-minute description of the peace meditation. And the reason that it's important to be able to practice is we can bring peace to every country. Why? It doesn't have to be in English. A mantra is usually like Om Namah Shivaya or Om Mande Padme Hum or Nyam Yoho Renge Kyo or whatever language it may be in, and it's been used by millions of people for thousands of years or however. Well, we can use it in Urdu or Hindi, or we can use it in Chinese, or we can use peace in everything, everything with peace, when it's easier for our home language. Our home language resonates with this. The home language is the important language that we use, and we will be able to be more free and to be able to be happier because we're focusing on bringing peace in all aspects of our life. Here comes the little attachment. Okay, it's in the chat now, and I don't know how you want to publicize that, but there's so much to it. I also have a YouTube channel. It's called Peak Performance Prompters, and it has my name on it. And you can see this practice in it too, and you can see switching. Switching changes negative habits into positive ones. And it uses a psychosomatic spiritual practice. It's very, very effective. So thank you, Robbie. If I can, I'll come back on but I need to step off for a while. And I hope to maybe at another time be able to hear Okama. Where are you from in Africa, Okama?
I'm from Nigeria.
What part of Nigeria?
Cross River State. We are of Ikoyi Yako people of Cross River State. And we are originally from Bantu, the Bantu tribe. From
I have friends that are Igbo.
Okay, that's wonderful. Have you been in Nigeria yourself?
I have not been to Nigeria as yet. My wife is from South Africa. She was an anti-apartheid person and taught in Soweto. And I've been blessed. Africa is such an amazing country and continent. Yeah, you are so blessed.
Yes.
I'm so sorry I won't be able to hear you right now, but inshallah, another time.
Blessings. I hope we'll get a chance to welcome you to Nigeria sometime soon.
Well, I go where I'm invited. So I'd love to be able to share the wisdom that I've been given, because it is so important to anybody and everybody. Like I got to spend time with Wangari Maathai and Madame Sirleaf, and my life has been quite blessed, even though I've been on hijacked airplanes and taken away weapons from students and things like that. But everything is a blessing. All right, cheers.
Okay, so thank you so much. I just want to introduce you, Okama. Thank you so much, firstly, that you joined. And yeah, we are just going to end up within 30 minutes, and we'd love to have you our second last speaker, because I will end it together, all the speakers that will remaining. I am so blessed that everyone today came from 2 p.m. to onward, and we still continued to 8:30. So Okama, you are doing a phenomenal job. When I connect to you, when I see your website, your work, and your bio especially, so the way you are doing, it's really amazing. And I want that. I wish that Acha Foundation will grow tremendously. Not only some continents, it will expand more in the whole world, and you will find the right people for that. So thank you so much for joining on my invite, and the stage is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabia. Can you hear me clearly? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, yes. Introduce yourself and all the thing, like a woman, how you become a woman that you are today.
Okay. All right. My name is Okama Ekwebrooke. My folks call me Ambassador Okama, and that is because I represent our rich culture and heritage. I'm originally from Nigeria, from a small ethnic group called the Akko people of Nigeria. And I am talking to you today from Canada, Edmonton, where I am. We moved here with my family last year, the summer of 2021, after we had spent 4 years in Nigeria. And before Nigeria, we were actually living in the Caribbean, the island of St. Martin, and before that, in the island of Curacao. Right? Can you hear me clearly? Just let me know if I feel like there's a bit of background noise. Hello? 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 Mm. Hello? Hello? Mm. Hello, Rabia? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. You're live. You can speak. Yes.
Okay.
My connection
Wonderful.
was not all right, but I think this is going live. Yes, you can speak. I'm listening
Okay,
to you.
wonderful. Okay. So I was saying that we live in different places, travel to different countries, been working with different organizations around the world, and that is what takes us to different places. So we were in Nigeria. Before that, we were in St. Martin in the Caribbean, and in Curacao. And before those places, we were in Asia. Most of our work experience actually was in Asia, in Thailand and in Laos, PDR, and Sri Lanka. And our children, I keep saying my husband and I, we have 3 beautiful children, and those kids are ranging in ages from 20. Our oldest son is 20, our second is 16, and our third is 14. All 3 of them were born in Asia while we were working and living there. Our oldest boy was born in Thailand, but actually spent the first 2 years of his life growing up in Laos, PDR. And then we moved to Sri Lanka and our 2 younger ones were born while we were living in Sri Lanka. So I say this because oftentimes when people see me as a woman, as a young woman, and as a mother, as a wife, I try to, embody this within the framework of who I am as a person. And I'm a well-grounded woman because I believe in setting a strong foundation with my partner, and a strong foundation for my family. And when the family is well-grounded, the kids grow up in love, then they can be a quality lifestyle for every member of my family. And by extension, they will be able to contribute to the well-being of humanity, the well-being of the world. And so those experiences have really enriched who I am as a person, and giving our children a global cultural experience of the richness of the world, the richness, consciousness of humanity, and how we can live and grow as a collective unit of people that interact within the environment, are able to use from the environment, but also be able to leave it so that our future generations can derive benefit from it. So that is who I am in a nutshell. I'm a very conscious person, and that means that before I go into any particular work or environment, I try to embed myself in the heritage, the culture of that place, learn about the people, learn about who I'll be interacting with, how they interact with each other, in order not to do harm in that new place. And so that is who I am as a human being. I left Nigeria when I was 22 years old with my husband, who is Canadian, and we stayed in Canada for a few years before we both decided that we wanted to go out to the world and experience, working in the world. And that's what we've been doing for the last 20-some years. And then last year, with the assignment in Nigeria completed, we are back here in Canada. And the assignment, the last assignment, both myself and my husband were working in Nigeria. My husband worked with Oxfam in Nigeria, doing Africa Caribbean Heritage Alliance in Nigeria as an organization that would empower women, youth, and indigenous people to be part of the development process, to be included in the development process, to be given, a hand in whichever way they needed, for them to sustain their lives, so they'll be able to, support their families, to be able to send their children to worthy institutions of education, and also to be able to make products that they can market, products that they already have within the community, using the resources that are available. And all we have to do is support them in finding a standard quality and be able to market those products, brand them and market. So that's what I dedicated my last 4 years in Nigeria doing. And I'm very happy to report that we have a team that is continuing the first initiative. Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm just stopping you. Just tell me one thing, because I just set this meeting for 8:30. So I just scheduled it today from the Zoom. I usually use Google Meet and other apps. So did you know that how to extend the time? I quickly do that. So.
Okay, give me the hosting right so I can.
Okay, I should make you a host.
Yes, make me a co-host, and I can.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. gallery view, and I have you a host or co-host. I make you co-host. Just do that.
Okay.
Yes, and extend the time because we have one more speaker, Caroline, at least 9:10 p.m.
So did you give me hosting, right?
Yes, I have given you. I make you the co-host. Or you want me to make you host?
No, it's fine. I see it now.
Yes, just see that.
Okay,
Just extend the time.
Sure. Okay, so so yeah, that's what I did the last 4 years, and I said it's pro bono because setting up a not-for-profit organization, you know, by myself, and then bringing together the team has been, you know, we didn't have much resources to start with, but the vision was very clear. And so I got together a team that would, we had a gentleman agreement that we will work together to, you know, write proposal, identify donors, and carry out the initial activities without, you know, without pay or with just very limited resources. And we were able to do that until we identified a donor who, you know, saw the power in our vision and entrusted us to implement a project on their behalf in Nigeria. So we were able for the last 2 years to implement a project called Providing Access to Social Services with focus on health and education. And our entry point innovations were through the art, culture, edutainment, and sport, working with indigenous population, women and youth in Nigeria. And we did that project. It was very successful. And the same donor has now given us another grant for another 2 years to replicate, amplify that project across the country.
Great.
So, I'm very happy with that. The donor is from the Netherlands, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands provides funding through Oxfam in Nigeria for an initiative called Voice. Voice is actually implemented in 15 countries around the world, and the whole premise is to work with usually marginalized groups. So indigenous populations, the LGBTQ community, women facing exclusion and violence, youth, people living with disability. And so the project that we have in Nigeria now is to actually build the capacity of small organizations that would, in a way, in the future, be able to replicate what my organization has been doing. So they should be able to, you know, set up their systems to be able to access funding, implement projects, be able to, you know, communicate what they're doing effectively, monitor and report on it properly. And then, of course, have evaluations as well. Because one of the challenges of small organizations is not the lack of available funding, but how they will be able to, eligibility to apply for those funding. And then when they actually do have it, implementation in a proper way for them to be able to report on it and ensure that every donor cent that they receive is well used or utilized the way that it's intended, and they'll be able to, you know, report on it as well. And at the end of the day, you know, close the project and, you know, show off what they were able to do, you know, make the donor visible and share that experience. So the new project that my team in Nigeria is implementing is it's called Now Awesome Work, celebrating inclusion. And celebrating inclusion is really being able to reach out to organizations bring them to select a few of them, 3 of them at the end of our call. We have a call for proposal, and we're providing small grants on from 10,000 euros, 15,000 euros, to 25,000 euros. So the winners of these 3 grants, we would mentor, coach them for a period of 1 year, and the number one organization would get a chance to go to the Netherlands at the end of this year and share this experience of our project implementation in Nigeria with the other member countries that are also participants in the Now What Award. So I'm very excited about this project because it not only gives us a chance to continue to, support local groups, organizations, but it also gives us a chance to bring them to the level where they can amplify this support and also be able to share that experience with other countries later this year. And that is so powerful because we believe that the only way we can show up and tell the stories of what is happening in our countries beyond, destruction, beyond famine, beyond disease. The only way that we can show up and share those positive experiences is by actually participating in these kinds of opportunities and writing about it and sharing those experiences. So this is what I've been busy doing. And now I'm in Canada. So we moved the family here because we wanted to give our children a chance to also grow up within the Canadian roots. And so we're going to be here, and thank goodness for virtual remote work. We're still able to, work in different places. And one of the things I'm doing now is because, like I said, the last 4 years, I've been basically working voluntarily, setting up the organization. The organization has a sturdy foundation now. I'm now looking into my own work, specific work, training. I'm going into looking into training and consulting so that I'll be able to, replenish what I have invested into Foundation Acha. So I am available to do speaking engagement, provide mentorship on, how to start up organizations from scratch. I have experience in grant writing, so how to write proposals and how to, basically train on community mobilization, community engagement, implementation with young people, how to implement projects that target young people, that target women, that target indigenous communities in an effective way. Because people are out there implementing projects, and after 10 years, 20 years, they're doing the same thing and really not seeing the desired result. And so those of us from the development field, we ask ourselves, what is it that they're not doing right? And basically, we have piloted and we've come up with a methodology that works. And I am at a stage where I feel like I can share that experience more broadly, and it can be applicable to any country around the world because it's based on practical, evidence-based implementation. So that is what I'm doing now, preparing myself to get into. It's a very exciting field. We're looking forward to setting up ACHA in Canada, so we'll be able to also, give back to the communities around us here, because the same challenges that we face in Nigeria, in the islands of Curacao or St. Martin, in Sri Lanka, in Laos, we have those same challenges here, but at different magnitude. And we feel that, from a human conscious perspective, being based being back here. It is our responsibility to be engaged in, the community building of our environment, but at the same time, working so that I can continue to support my family. So that is where I am. And I mentioned that, I really believe that Black women and young Black women have a role to play in leadership, in preparing our young ones for the future of leadership, because we've been missing in the discourse for a very long time. And myself, having traveled around the world, wherever we show up, people really only see Black people and Black women as disenfranchised group of people. See us coming from, a continent that is still not very well understood, although Africa is supposed to be the birthplace of humanity. But the knowledge of the continent, the resources, the capacity is is not well known, and therefore not tapped. But we feel from a development perspective, and myself as an example of that, is that there's so much that we know and we have to share with the world, especially as a Black young woman. And so I've made it my principle that wherever I show up, I have to show up intentionally. And part of the intentional showing up is we have to ensure that we speak up, we tell our story, we tell the positive aspect of who we are and what we stand for, and the actual day-to-day livelihood that most people, the mass media, would not report about. But it is up to us to share that with the world. And so this next 3 years, which concludes the decade for people of African descent, which basically gives us a platform to talk about, who we are as a people, our rich culture and heritage, and our accomplishments and the resources that are available to empower us. This decade gives us the opportunity to do that. I've also decided that, with Black History Month coming up in February, and I really came across Black History Month celebrations when I was in the Caribbean, working in the Caribbean, living in the Caribbean, and hearing and interacting with people who came from African ancestry, but were enslaved in the Caribbean. They saw that month as a month to really, talk about where they came from and find ways to reconnect with the continent or people of African ancestry. And that is where my awakening basically came up, that we needed to raise more awareness about, what the continent offers, and for us to be able to connect the people that want to, go back and see where their ancestors came from. So Black History Month is coming up in February. I don't believe in only focusing on the enslavement aspect of Black history. I believe in focusing on the positive aspect, on our current day-to-day, and of course we look at the challenges, but how can we, as a group that is engaged, as a group that knows better, help to connect Black people around the world to helping each other, to, if they want to return to Africa, how do they do that? How can they connect with organizations in Nigeria? How can they connect with organizations maybe in South Africa or in Kenya or in Ghana? That is what Foundation Acha is all about. And myself, as a young woman, would like to, put the message out there that we need to connect with each other and and share these experiences and make sure that whoever wants information on what's happening or what to support, how to engage positively, we need to do that. So that is what I want to be sharing throughout February. And I would love to bring you on
Yay.
as well, yes, to share, because I'm sure you have
Sure.
access to many young women of African ancestry, or even those that want to support the cause of women rising up to, being leaders. And
Yes.
of course, as we prepare for International Women's Day in March, let's not make it only one day. Let's make it the whole month, where
Yes.
we rally all of the professional women to come to the table and dialogue on how
Yes.
we can really play a more significant role in this process. So
Yes.
I would like to summarize my talk with a few pointers. One of the things that has kept me going is that when we turn up as women and as leaders or aspiring leaders, we should tap into all of the different passions or energy, creative energy that we have. So for me, I show up as a scholar with the intention to learn and share my experiences and to institutionalize that knowledge. And I currently do that as a member of the Caribbean Studies Association, which I have been a member since 2013. And I have co-chaired some of the conferences of the organization. And this is really a platform to continue to build knowledge. This particular association is on Caribbean issues, and it stemmed from when we were living in the Caribbean. And now we're trying to, through my work, also connect those Caribbean issues for people of African ancestry back to the continent. I also like to show up as a community mobilizer, one who has experience working with people at the community level in participatory research, inclusive project implementation. So basically, how do we organize focus group discussion, which comes from my previous work, but has been piloted in different places and is really. I also, like to encourage women that have traveled. For me, as an African immigrant woman, I call myself an immigrant. I'm, moving. We're always moving. I've traveled to over 50 countries and worked in 7 countries. In each place I go to, I first focus on learning about the culture of that place. But of course, my education started in Nigeria and married to a Canadian. Having lived here in Canada, having lived in the world and returned back here to Canada, there's so many global lessons that can be shared on a personal level, on a professional level. So I encourage every woman, whether it's at a community level, national level, regional level, or global level, to be open to sharing their experiences, because what we think is the norm might be a great lesson for somebody that is new in that context, that is going into that area of work or going into that country. So we really have to share, because it's always so complex. And then as a CEO and founder of a development organization, I like to encourage women out there, aspiring leaders, that we can shatter the glass ceiling, and by sharing, by being there for each other, uplifting, we're passing on the baton to our younger generation. So we need to have these conversations with our girls, with our daughters. What do they aspire? What are their dreams? What are the visions? Anything is possible as long as you put your mind to it, you think through it, and you reach out and share. And as a wife and mother, I talk about my experience as a young woman and having children. We have a very close-knit family, and I'm always very happy to show off my family, because I believe that that is the lesson that others can learn as well. A young woman growing the children in the world to be conscious human. And as a young, vibrant, passionate Black woman who has decided to use the Decade for People of African Descent as a positive tool, and also the Sustainable Development Goals is one of the frameworks that I've decided to use as well. And wherever we have a success story, we need to celebrate it, and we need to be recognized. So Rabia, you're doing an amazing work.
Thank you.
Women together. I know that this is going to magnify and be very successful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Okama. It's really a blessing to have you listen to your story and all the milestones that you have achieved in your, country, and then heading up now in Canada. And this is really amazing, and we all learn from you. And there's a great, I think we should, in this meeting, like in the Leading Women platform, I just want to, highlight all the work of the ladies that are doing. I want that. I wish that we can come together and work together. For my, I am with you. Everything that you will do under the umbrella of your organization, I support you as much as I can. In terms of helping you to bringing all the people that I know in my circle, obviously give them, as we all come together, we get the exposure to be one another life and one other experience, when if we all come to your side, it will definitely raise our experience. Am I audible? Am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Can you hear
I
me?
just really, yes, I can hear you well. So I just want to say thank you so much to you, and I am there to support you. And yes, we are also organizing another virtual conference before we will go to a hybrid conference, where we will invite some physical speakers, and as well as the online virtual speakers. So we plan to do 2 more virtual webinars, like one is 15th February and the other one in 30th February. So after that, we will do something for the for Women's Day, 8th March. So I am there for you, to support you, and I seek support from every lady that came today and expressed their work and their journey. Really blessed. Yeah. So I think we have Caroline, and we are near to end this conversation. Thank you so much, Okama, for helping me to extend its time.
You're welcome. So
yeah.
should I give back the co-host right to you, or should I just leave it like this?
No, you should be there, and we just ended up with together. What do you think? Just need 5 more minutes.
Sure.
Yeah. So Daphne is also here. She speaks in the morning session, in the noon session, when and thank you so much for coming again in the concluding session. So we have Caroline, maybe, and okay, we have just Okama, me, Daphne, Naila, and Naila Jabi, Dr. Zainab. Zainab, kindly अपना camera on कर लें, और Naila आप भी. So I think we should end up with a great spirit, and with the way forward that we will meet again and support each other cause. And what I am saying, the Leading Women platform, what I am saying, the everyone platform, that my concept is like, if we start from the scratch, we should be have a vision to become impactful companies or impactful organization in the world. But for the leading women, I also say I am also seeking all the support and all the guidance that you all experienced ladies has, and with that support and with that experience that you all have, we'll move forward with all of you. That is what I want to say. So what is the ending message? Daphne, yes, over to you.
I've just, Angelica has just joined. Angelica Christie just joined.
Yes, thank you so much, Angelica. I was missing you, I think about you, that because you just yay, I got you. Thank you so much that you come. I'm so happy. You don't know that how much I am happy. So the stage is yours. Yeah.
Rabia, you mean the stage is mine? Is that what you say?
I mean to say that I want to introduce you first. Thank you so much, Angelica. Angelica is basically from German, and she has a tremendous lady. I just have a talk with her, and it lasts 20 to 25 minutes. She really inspired me by her vision, and the confidence she has from the start to the now, and want to be tech savvy, and also be energetic to do something about women. She has 25 years plus experience with the women empowerment, currently leading leading a show where she brings a lot of women together, a win-win show. And I think we should come to you to know about your work more and your story. Yeah, over to you.
Yeah, oh, thank you so much, Rabia. So the platform that I just recently was invited to and have a live TV show every Saturday at 3 o'clock. This is, of course, Eastern, where I live. I actually live in the Bahamas. I'm originally from Germany, but I live in the Bahamas for the last 40 years. And so I am so fortunate to have this beautiful, pristine environment, which really contributed to my understanding of our connection to all of the elements, the water, the sun, the earth, the air, and my spirituality really developed here. I am also a Reiki master teacher and have studied with many spiritual teachers. But my focus, my focus is to empower women, especially women over 45, 50, because I believe that women are the pillars of a new consciousness, and they must lead the way. They must become fulfilled within themselves so that they can bring their gifts. And very often around that time, 50 or so, a woman's job maybe to raise their children and do so much for others. It's not as prominent anymore. Now she has to connect with her inner truth, with her soul essence, and with the divine plan for which she came into this world that she needs to share with others. And the Dalai Lama said that the Western woman will save the world. I'm not sure about the Western woman, but I am sure that it will be women who come together to collaborate and bring the world into being that we really all want to live in, and that is the only solution for our children and grandchildren and coming generations to live with peace, with justice, with abundance, and fulfill their dream, because everybody comes not only with a gift but also a dream. And so we can fulfill this. And my whole, I don't want to say program, it's more of a blueprint. There are really 7 C's. And the first one is, and there are 3 that are absolutely essential, I would say. The first one is clarity. You know, sometimes we drift, we have all these ideas and we don't really know. And I have heard so many women say, if I knew what I'm supposed to do, I would do it, but I still don't know what it is. So there is a lot of searching and a lot of drifting. So clarity is number 1. And then you need to know that you have a choice. We all have choices, and women have been cut in the past in their available choices so much, and this needs to open up. There is no barrier, there is no limit to what women can do. So the choices, their creativity, I believe women are incredibly creative. They are incredible communicators. So these are all C's. You see, these are all of my C's. And courage. We do need courage, because without courage, we will never step fully into our whole brilliance and magnificence. And then we need community. And this is part here. This is what this is all about. We need each other. We need each other to grow personally and also for a bigger vision. And then we need collaboration, because everybody brings something specific, something that is very uniquely their way of making a difference, that she has in the way that no other person has. Everybody has that. And so we need to bring that into the mix. So collaboration is what we are doing here as well. So I feel honored to have become a little part of this. And yeah, and I believe that all of my programs are really powered by what I call the heroic self-love energy. And self-love, and I say heroic because it is so easy for us women especially to love others, to give to others, to be in service to others. And very often we forget to love ourselves and we deplete ourselves. So I know that self-love is not selfish, but it is self-healing and self-empowering. It actually leads you to your soul's purpose, because our minds don't know who we are. Our minds are connected to our primal instincts, which always wonders and always there is that fear factor, and there is this, is this permitted? Can I actually do this? Happiness is almost as if I need permission to be happy. And too many women grew up like this. They have not been taught as little girls to love themselves first. They have been told most that if you behave and if you are the best daughter and the best in school and the best there and then the best wife to your husband and the best mother to your children, then you are deserving and then you are lovable. And this incredible burden just has to be dispersed, because this is just what we give and can give even more of when we have learned how to love ourselves first. Then we can give from that richness, from that self-generating and replenishing love. Self-care is really very important for women. Men do this naturally. They just tell you what they want to do. They go out and do it. you know, and we women very often feel that we need permission, and we do not need permission. We have permission, and the only person that stands in our way are we. You know, we stand in our own way, and so I'm very, very happy and very excited. I mean, this has been a very fast process. I mean, I only knew about this event and this group a week ago, or less than a week ago. But I have been, and I am part of women's organizations and groups. And I'm also a naturopathic doctor, so my focus has been for a very long time to women's wellness, women's health, and women's longevity. And I am 75 years old, young, have 5 children, 10 grandchildren.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and so I know all about it. I know about everything. I also have gone through divorce twice, married my second husband again after divorcing him. I divorced him after 10 years. He was my soulmate, and that was 40 years ago. I expected my soulmate to be in a certain way. My naivety, you know, in the movies and in books, we read about the soulmate, and you know, everything is so. But a soulmate is not a bliss bunny. A soulmate is somebody who your soul brings into your life for both of you to learn, because we learn most in relationships, and in a relationship you have, you know, and especially if it's a committed relationship with a partner, whether it's a husband or whether you're married or not, but in a committed relationship with somebody, you have challenges, and you cannot just, and only through challenges we grow, and we know this, right? If everything is just like la vida, then you probably hold back. You don't really fully expressed in yourself, because if you are, then you will rub against and will challenge each other. And my husband and I believe that he should just know what I need, what I want, and it should all be wonderful, wonderful. And it was not. So I felt strangled, because in the Bahamas, and my second husband is Bahamian, it's a male-oriented society. So I became, even though I come from a very well-known, very old, 1,000-year-old family in Germany, aristocratic family, so I'm a baroness. But when I became my husband's wife, I was Mrs. His male name, Mrs. Brentford Christie. I didn't have an identity anymore. I gave up who I really was, and after 10 years, I left in order to step fully into my own. The good thing was that we both have very strong principles, and we didn't burn the bridges, and we just developed each other in the absence of each other, and especially I needed to step into my own. So we got remarried after 10 years, and we have a very good relationship now. Of course, I also became very strong in my own, so he needed to accept that and honor that. So that was one of the reasons also why I also became a relationship coach. So I help women to either revive their relationship or leave without regret and become their own, and then have a choice. So this is really all about me and what I am passionate about. And I mean, I can talk forever, but of course I don't do this. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming and joining. You know, it's a great pleasure. And you know, we was just about to end it, and then we saw your face, and we said, "Oh wow!" And you know, our last conversation, I thought that okay, maybe I can engage you in the next in the next summit and in the next conversation. So I am glad, I really glad that okay, it works well, and you came and join us. Obviously we learn and grow by your advice. And by the way, I want to tell everyone that Miss Angelica will help us or advise us on women empowerment, how to grow in the Europe countries. So I'm also happy to announce that with your permission, Miss Angelica, and we will go through it with your consent. But I'm hopeful. We'll work on that. So yes, thank you so much.
Let me just say, Rabia, and to everybody, my apology for coming in so late. But I was babysitting my youngest granddaughter, who is 7. She decided yesterday morning that she wanted to have a sleepover with Nana. That's how she calls me. And I can never say no to that. So it took a lot of my time and this morning away from me. So my apology for not having been ready earlier.
It's okay. It's okay. And what I feel in your presence is you are always, you know, maintaining that radiance that you have in the start, and you will maintain it in whole of your life. And this is what the vibrancy that I feel in your presence. Thank you so much for coming and at least joining us and have sharing your wisdom. So, ladies and gentlemen, before introducing you to our next. Yes. Yeah. Okama, did you help me to?
I just wanted to, I was saying when Angelica was speaking, thank you so much for sharing that. You live in such a beautiful place in the Bahamas. I had to
show you.
I had to actually make a choice because I organized the conference of the Caribbean Studies Association in 2015 in the Bahamas, in Nassau.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Nassau, yes.
Yes, and
this is my view. This is my view to the ocean, and this is the beach that I want to be. I mean, how blessed am I?
You are indeed. I just want to thank you for, you know, sharing those
thank you for
those motivations and inspiration. And I think it's so powerful because all women, we need to remember who we are.
Yes.
That power, you know, that was given to us as young people, as children. We do not need to lose it when we become, you know, spouses. We become mothers. So I really just wanted to, you know, thank you for reminding us of who we are, and that very important role of continuing to be, you know, mothers, grandmothers, wives, but remaining strongly embedded in who we are, our heritage, you know, as girls, as women. I think that is what is going to keep this struggle well-grounded and achievable. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, I agree.
That's beautiful. Okama, I just request you to extend the time again till 9:30. Just help me out. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are just near to the conclusion. But before we conclude that with all of your presence, I want to introduce one of our inspiration. You can say that he belongs to Pakistan, and he's the founder of Jumpstart movement. And if you want to search about Jumpstart, I want to tell you a little bit about it. Okay, here's he will tell about the Jumpstart movement and what I know about him for sure, that he's a superhero in our country, because he just started the movement back then in 2014, and over the period of time building the stones yes, he is here and he will tell you more about it, that how he has done the start the movement. But he is really an inspiration, because in 2019 he bring all the people on one platform through Jumpstart and Lift Pakistan, and there are a big conference there, and we learn from him, and he is not only inspiration for me and many other people out there. So yes, Berry is here. He is the founder of the Jumpstart. Yes, stage is over to you.
Thank you, Rabia, for giving me the opportunity and just sharing the information in regards to what we are doing. Basically, Jumpstart is a movement to change Pakistan through entrepreneurship, and through that process, we have provided a platform, irrespective of the gender and race and any other discrimination. We actually bring it into our societies. So the whole objective is to actually provide those opportunities that everybody can actually play their role, respective role, into the actual building the society. And I think what would be the better way than doing that through the entrepreneurship, because through that process you actually empower others, not only solve the problem with your limited resources through a sustainable solution, but also you create new jobs, you empower other people, and then through that process a new wealth gets created, which is the addition into the society, which society is pretty much not fully fulfilling its own needs. And then once the entrepreneurship process comes in, it just like it starts to actually bring in and create new wealth. So the journey started back in 2014, and through that we started giving the opportunities to the would-be entrepreneurs to come on the stage and pitch in front of the investors, and work on their path where they are not only solving one problem of Pakistan, but also creating new wealth and also creating new employment opportunities where the other people can actually join their team. So the very first I remember that back in 2015 we actually held the Shepherd's Pie, which is the event where the startups actually come and pitch in front of the investors. We were able to sort of bring in about 35 or so startups from Islamabad, from Lahore, from Karachi to pitch, and one of the winners were the actual startup, which is called Doctors, which was co-founded by the two lady doctors. And I'll just share their story, and I think that's going to be quite inspirational for you, for the guys who was actually listening, and also the participants here. Both of them actually decided, rather than actually doing medicine and doing a practice in one of the hospitals or doing a clinic of their own, they thought that we're going to be actually solving a bigger problem. So two of the major problems of Pakistan is that half of their doctors actually sit at home. They once they actually graduate from the medical college, they do not practice the medicine, and those are the ones who are actually the lady doctors, primarily because once they actually get married, they sort of stay at home and do not go out and work in the hospital or the clinics. And another problem is that many of the doctors who actually graduate, they do not go into the interior of Sindh, the interior of KP and Punjab and Balochistan. So most of the saturation or like concentration of the doctors are where their availability is in cities, not in villages, and especially far-flung areas of Pakistan. So those are the two major problems. So what they did was, and I'm talking about like about 6-7 years ago, when the whole concept of telemedicine wasn't there. Very few people knew about that. So them two started working on actually putting a porta cabin in those areas where there was no health facility. And what would they do? They would actually give them some medicines in that porta cabin. And there is one attendant, usually he's been called comporter in Pakistan, and that person would open up a laptop and connect them, the person who actually needs the healthcare, with the lady doctor who is actually sitting at home. And then this is how they actually connected some of those patients in very far-flung areas of Pakistan, which, I mean, those guys never had the actual healthcare facility. So it's just sky's the limit if you start thinking about how can you solve those problems of those areas. It's just about actually taking initiative, and they actually took that initiative, and over the time they have actually got some grant and then also got some funding. And Alhamdulillah, it's going great. That startup, 5, 6, 7 years down the line, I think by now they have like about 35 or 40 or so of those locations through which they are serving the respective communities. So no matter what your background is, where you come from, whatever experience you have, whatever gender you belong to, whatever religion you belong to, you still have the opportunity to, serve the humanity and solve one of those problems. Don't try to do everything, but just take one problem and then come up with an innovative solution and build a business around it. And here you go. You won't only solve one problem, but you would create a new wealth and you would create employment for other people. So that's the process of Jumpstart we are following to solve problems of Pakistan. And the example I've shared was both of the lady doctors who actually did that. And they were at very tender age at the point where when they started, I think they were just like literally about mid-20s at the time when they actually started. And especially with their own families, it was really hard for them. So if they could do it, anybody could do it. And I'm sure many of you and your audience should be thinking along those lines and should be helping others. So thank you for giving me opportunity to share the ideas with you guys. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming and sharing that how Jumpstart is creating a real change in Pakistan. And the story of these two girls is really inspiring. I think when you start, when you have the idea and you work on that, and you will find the right people who will come and help you out on that in that. So thank you so much. You will always be our inspiration, and we are hopeful you will bring new milestones. You will create us more proud, and you support us. Thank you so much for having me. So yes, we have another person with us, and thank you so much for joining. But we was as we was I think Franska is here. If you can introduce yourself. Yeah, Franka. Yes, hello Franka. Just open your mic, and I think we should just with that, open your mic. Your mic is closed. Okay. Open your mic if you can. Okay, let me unmute you. Ask you to unmute. Can you listen her?
Hi to all of you, Rabia. I had a big problem with my PC. My husband is working to solve this problem. Now I am using another a laptop, and not mine. So I beg your pardon, because I have also my tablet. I was trying to contact you anyway. I am sorry. I have missed something. Didn't stay when it began. The meeting the meeting begin a lot of time ago, because I was in trouble about this. Anyway,
I have one question. Yeah, I have one question for you. Thank you so much for your beautiful presence.
Okay.
I have one question for you. Like, I know about you through Nikki Depina, that Global Peace Let's Talk. Thank you so much that she engaged you here. So I just want to ask you about your women network that you are building and connecting with the women. Just tell us about that.
Okay, I didn't hear very well because this system is not better. Anyway, I want to present myself. May I just a short bio? Okay, very quickly. Allora, my name is Franca Colozzo, and you see Marcello Di Marco is my husband because another teaching. My name is Franca Colozzo. I am an Italian architect, poet for hobby, and writer, novelist, blogger on sustainability, also for the UN, and freelancer, and so on, a lot of things. But I am a peace ambassador of some different NGOs from India, Pakistan, and also from the UK with Nikki Depina. The organization is Global Peace Let's Talk. And I am now here thanks to her who invited me. Well, I am a passionate for peace and social justice before all. Not my professional sector, but I am very passionate, and I work so many hours every day for these issues. About women's, no, I think this is the argument of today. I can say that I have founded 2 groups, one on LinkedIn for job seekers, and one on Facebook, in which also I have the honor to have Rabia, and about women's empowerment. This is the subject of today, of this meeting. And I can say we talk so much today about women and women's empowerment and so on. But it is not truly the interest of men. I can tell you, I am a spectator here in Italy of the election of our president of the Republic of the Italian Republic, where they say we will nominate 2 women. It seems a new women at the as a president of the Italian Republic. No, at the end, nobody was nominated. Just to let you understand that we talk a lot about women's empowerment, but we don't do too much to do. We don't do the best for increasing, no, this the empowerment of women. What to do exactly? I can compare, for example, Italy with North Europe. No, we can see in North Europe women have the same salary, the same rights, the best positions in companies. In Italy, no. But just to compare, South and North Europe. We have a lot of problems with this subject, especially in the educational field. No, we have to increase also the education. How after pandemic situation, became worse than in the past. And we have to study what to do in this bad situation, especially for women. I don't want to speak about women violence, another big problem also here in Italy, where a man kills her wife or girlfriend or other every day. Almost about every day we have women kill. I've written a lot of poems, articles, prepared papers, like this. I would like to read you, but I can just have a summary of all. What to do exactly? We must be united. Women not united each other. This is the first problem, because they say, yes, we found groups, we do all things, but in the reality, we are not very united each other. No? We have to build something better for all women, and I cannot see this nowadays. I am a fighter for women's freedom, for women's empowerment. For a long time, I am nowadays. Nowadays, the problem is the men and also women are not very united to achieve the same results. We need men, and we need to change their mentality, and most of this depends on their mothers. The mothers build sons in a different way, men grow up in a different way, and this is a negative start of our humanity. Different system of education in the family, and men continue to be considered better than women. We have to find an equilibrium.
Okay.
This I say in a short time, because I have a lot of papers, but I don't want to read, because long, and I have written all on www.academia.edu. You can find all about, also in Spanish, because I invited some Spanish women who wanted me to translate from Spanish into English. Anyway, the situation is this. What to do, what tools, what means, I ask you, and I pray you to come inside, not only to stay inside my group, but to be an active part of it, because I think women don't work too much. They don't work too much, don't invest time. I know they have not too much time. Invest time in change.
Franca, I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off. I am just, as I can see that your internet connection is not so well, but I tried hard to listen to you. It's really great that in the limited resources, and all the passion that you have, and I really like the support, your effort to come again and again and be there. Yes, I just want to what advice, what advice do you say to young women? What one advice that you want? Because we are now, I think, heading to conclusion. We have just remaining 10 minutes. Is that, Okama?
Yes.
Yeah, we have just 10 minutes, and then we should conclude it. I just love to ask you that what advice you want to give to young women, all the experience, through your all experience that you have learned from your life. Franca, and this is the question from every lady out there. Franca, can you please the first one? With a beautiful smile. Yeah. Yeah. One advice do you want to tell the young ladies out there? As we have, you know, just 10 minutes, I want that every lady should have the message. Yes.
Rabia, I have to pass to the other PC because this the audio here not good. I will try to go to my personal PC if you don't mind, because I just started. Sure, for sure. He has prepared the audio. Quindi I ask you permission to switch off and to go to my PC. So everything will. Sorry for the trouble.
It's okay. It's okay. So I just want
wait before to check. Okay, bye. Un attimo solo.
No. I am just giving you a hug. You have done very well. Yeah, she has done very well. I think a really inspiration. Although all the internet problem, everything, that she is showing us how much passionate she is. Yes, and what advice I want to go to Angelica. In spite of that 3 C's, 7 C's and 3 C's that you told us, what one advice do you give to the young and the other females who are, you know, want to make their dreams?
I would say, even for a young woman, find meaning in your life. Get involved in a community project or something outside of yourself, so that you don't get lost in just self-pleasure. It's not just about you. Love yourself, but give that love. Have a project, or give your life, even your young life, meaning by achieving something outside of yourself.
Hey, okay, my mic was off and I was just like sharing my happiness. So Okama, what one advice do you want to say to women out there?
Okay, thank you. My one advice is young women, when they show up, they should show up intentionally. And by showing up intentionally, I mean, you know, do something. Do something, choose a position, and take action. To me, this is the year of innovation, creativity, and action. So just, you know, show up. No procrastination. Show up and take action, and do it
Yay.
intentionally. Thank you.
Yes. So one advice, Naila, you want to give to us? She's how sweet, Zainab. She's a gynecologist. She do 2 jobs. You know, a government doctor, and then maintaining her social media and digital networks, and then this life again. So life is so hard. Ji Naila, sorry.
So it's okay. Yes. Be
One advice.
passionate. Yes, be passionate. And I wanted to say something in my language.
Yes.
In my language, okay?
Okay.
Then you can
Yes.
translate it for them.
Okay.
For
Okay. Sure.
ladies. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Listening to
you.
you.
I have a poetry in Urdu, okay? कुछ लोग तुम्हें समझाएंगे, वो तुमको खौफ दिलाएंगे, जो है वो भी खो सकता है, इस राह में राहज़न है इतने, कुछ और यहाँ हो सकता है, अरे कुछ और तो अक्सर होता है, पर तुम जिस लम्हे में जिंदा हो, ये लम्हा तुमसे जिंदा है, ये वक्त नहीं फिर आएगा, तुम अपनी करनी कर गुजरो, जो होगा देखा जाएगा. This is for all passionate ladies. This my words, and I appreciate Angelica. I love you seriously. And at this age, you are very passionate. And
She's
Okama,
75. Look at her, you know,
yeah,
and such a young.
she's young more than
Oh
us.
my God.
Yes, more than us.
Yes, see that.
She's very passionate. I love you, lady. And Okama is also very passionate and very good lady. I love you all. Thank you very
Thank you so
much.
much. Zainab, yes, one advice. Zainab, क्या कैसी जिंदगी गुजारनी चाहिए? Zainab, how we should, what is your advice? Mic on.
चुप चुप करो, बात तो करने दो. हाँ जी, खुशी खुशी जिंदगी गुजारनी चाहिए, चाहे आप जैसे भी हो. एक्चुअली हमारी सारी फैमिली को फ्लूएंट फीवर हुआ है, इसलिए मेरी आवाज भी ऐसी हुई और थोड़ी शक्ल भी ऐसी लग रही होगी, लेकिन आई एम हैप्पी. बस तो बहुत अच्छा रहा आज का ये प्रोग्राम. आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू शेयर द विजन एंड द वेरी important things from all your panel, including male and females. And the last message is you must be happy in each and every condition to be in peaceful and state of mind. Yes. So that does not matter. Your work should be with happiness, with full spirit and enthusiasm. So Sunday special with Rabia. Thank you so much for inviting us and bearing us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Take it. Okay. Oh my God. So thank you so much, all the ladies. Franca is here. I think she want to say something. If she want to say something last, and then we will end it. Yeah, Franca, do you want to say something? A last message? I think your internet connection is now fine. Oh my God, we can listen you well. Just unmute yourself. Okay, ask to unmute. You want to go? So I think we should end up with this note that I want to congratulate every lady that is here and making possible and making a way to all of us that how a strong lady should be and should lead the life. I really congratulate everyone, the speaker who came here, men and women, and bring their charm and make us learn that how the life should be. As a woman or as a man, if you're a man, how to support that woman, and if you're a woman, how you actually lead it, and with a high self-esteem and with a great confidence. And love you all, ladies. Thank you, Angelica. I hope that at 55 I will be as radiant as you are. And and yes, Sukama, and the way you achieve, we achieve. Zainab, the way you're managing your family life and your job and everything. Oh my God. So yes, thank you, Franca. And
sorry, I apologize for the problems, because my husband was able to activate this PC. I had a problem with the data, the clock inside. That's why I couldn't go to Google. Anyway, I am happy to have seen you, to have met all these wonderful ladies, and I wish you all the best. We will try to build together something important. Inshallah. Okay.
Yay!
Inshallah.
Happy weekend. Bye-bye.
Ciao, bye. Stay blessed. Ciao. Bye.
Bye.